HarperCollins presents The Chronicles of Ixia, Fire Study by Maria V. Snyder. Read by Kristin Atherton. Chapter 1.
"That's pathetic, Yelena," Dax complained. "An all-powerful soul finder who isn't all-powerful. Where's the fun in that?"
He threw up his long, thin arms in mock frustration. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not the one who attached the all-powerful to the title." I pulled a black strand of hair from my eyes. Dax and I had been working on expanding my magical abilities without success. As we practiced on the ground floor of Iris's keep tower, well, mine too, since she had given me 3 floors to use, I tried not to let my own aggravation interfere with the lessons. Dax was attempting to teach me how to move objects with magic. He had rearranged the furniture, lined up the plush armchairs in neat rows, and turned the couch over on its side with his power. My efforts to restore Iris's cozy layout and to stop an end table from chasing me failed. Though not from lack of trying, my shirt clung to my sweaty skin. A sudden chill shook me. Despite a small fire in the hearth, the rugs and the closed shutters, the living room was icy. The white marble walls, while wonderful during the hot season, sucked all the heat from the air throughout the cold season. I imagined the room's warmth following the stone's green veins and escaping outside. Dax Greenblade, my friend, tugged his tunic down. Tall and lean, his physique matched a typical Greenblade clan member. He reminded me of a blade of grass, including a sharp edge, his tongue.
"Obviously, you have no ability to move objects, so let's try fire. Even a baby can light a fire."
Dax placed a candle on the table. "A baby? Now you're really exaggerating. Again." A person's ability to access the power source and perform magic manifested at puberty.
Details, details."
Dax waved a hand as if shooing a fly.
"Now, concentrate on lighting this candle."
I cocked an eyebrow at him. So far, all my efforts on inanimate items were for naught. I could heal my friend's body, hear his thoughts, and even see his soul. But when I reached for a thread of magic and tried to use it to move a chair, nothing happened. Dax held up 3 tan fingers.
3 reasons why you should be able to do this. 1, you're powerful. 2, you're tenacious. And 3, you've beat Faraday, the Soulstealer,
who had escaped and was free to start another soul-stealing spree. Reminding me of Faraday is helping me how?
It's supposed to be a pep talk. Do you want me to list all the heroic deeds you've...
No, let's get on with the lesson. The last thing I wanted was to hear Dax recite the latest gossip. The news about my being a soul finder had spread through the magician's keep like dandelion seeds carried by a strong wind. And I still couldn't think about the title without a cringe of doubt, worry, and fear touching my heart. I pushed all distracting thoughts aside and connected to the power source. The power blanketed the world, but only magicians could pull threads of magic from it to use. I gathered a strand to me and directed it to the candle, willing a flame to form. Nothing.
"Try harder,"
Dax said. Increasing the power, I aimed again. Behind the candle, Dax's face turned red, and he sputtered as if suppressing a cough. A flash seared my eyes as the wick ignited.
"That's rude."
His outraged expression was comical.
"You wanted it lit." "Yeah, but I didn't want to do it for you."
He glanced around the room as if seeking the patience to deal with an unruly child.
Zaltanas and their weird powers, forcing me to light the candle. Pah! To think I wanted to live vicariously through your adventures. Watch what you say about my clan, or I'll...
I cast about for a good threat.
You'll what?
I'll tell Second Magician where you disappear to every time he pulls one of those old books from his shelf. Bane was Dax's mentor, and while the Second Magician delighted in ancient history, Dax would rather learn the newest dance steps.
Okay, you win, and you've proved your point. No ability to light a fire. I'll stick to translating ancient languages.
Dax made a dour face.
And you stick to finding souls.
He teased, but I sensed an undercurrent to his words. His uneasiness over my abilities was for excellent reasons. The last Soulfinder was born in Sitia about 150 years ago. During his short life, he had turned his enemies into mindless slaves, and almost succeeded in his quest to rule the country. Most Sitians didn't react well to the news about another Soulfinder. The awkward moment passed as a mischievous glint lit Dax's bottle-green eyes.
I'd better go. I have to study. We have a history test tomorrow, remember?
I groaned, thinking of the large tome waiting for me.
Your knowledge of Sitian history is also pathetic.
2 reasons. I held up my fingers. 1, Verde Davian. 2, the Sitian Council. Dax gestured with his hand. Before he could say anything, I said, I know. Details. He smiled and wrapped his cloak around him, letting in a gust of Arctic wind as he left. The flames in the hearth pulsed for a moment before settling. I drew closer, warming my hands over the fire. My thoughts returned to those 2 reasons. Verde was a member of the unsanctioned Davian clan, who were a renegade group of the Sandseed clan. The Davians wanted more from life than wandering the Avibian plains and telling stories. On a power quest, Verde had kidnapped and tortured 12 girls to steal their souls and increase his magical power. Valek and I had stopped him before he could complete his quest. An ache for Valek pumped in my heart. I touched his butterfly pendant hanging from my neck. He had returned to Ixia a month ago, but I missed him more each day. Perhaps I should get myself into a life-threatening situation. He had a knack for showing up when I most needed him. Unfortunately, those times were fraught with danger, and there hadn't been many chances to just be with each other. I longed to be assigned a boring diplomatic mission to Ixia. The Sitian Council wouldn't approve the trip until they decided what to do with me. 11 clan leaders and 4 master magicians comprised the council, and they had argued about my new role of Soulfinder all this past month. Of the 4 masters, Iris Jewelrose, 4th magician, was my strongest supporter, and Rose Featherstone, 1st magician, was my strongest detractor. I stared at the fire, following the dance of flames along the logs. My thoughts lingered on Rose. The randomness of the blaze stopped. The flames moved with a purpose, divided and gestured as if on a stage. Odd. I blinked. Instead of returning to normal, the blaze grew until it filled my vision and blocked out the rest of the room. The bright patterns of colour stabbed my eyes. I closed them, but the image remained. Apprehension rolled along my skin. Despite my strong mental barrier, a magician wove magic around me. court, I watched as the fire scene transformed into a lifelike picture of me. Flame me bent over a prone body. A soul rose from the body, which I then inhaled. The soulless body stood, and flame me pointed to another figure. Turning, the body stalked the new person, and then strangled him. Alarmed, I tried to stop the fire vision to no avail. I was forced to observe myself making more soulless people who all went on a massive killing spree. An opposing army attacked. Fire swords flashed. Flames of blood splattered. I would have been impressed with the magician's level of artistic detail if I hadn't been horrified by the blazing carnage. In time, my army was extinguished, and I was caught in a net of fire. Flame me was dragged, chained to a post, and doused with oil. I snapped back to my body. Standing next to the hearth, I still felt the web of magic around me. It contracted, and tiny flames erupted on my clothes. And spread. I couldn't stop the advance with my power. Cursing my lack of fire skill, I wondered why I didn't possess this magical talent. An answer echoed in my mind. Because we need a way to kill you. I stumbled away from the blaze. Sweat poured down my back as the sound of sizzling blood vibrated in my ears. All moisture fled my mouth, and my heart cooked in my chest. The hot air seared my throat. The smell of charred flesh filled my nose, and my stomach heaved. Pain assaulted every inch of my skin. No air to scream. I rolled around the floor, trying to smother the fire. I burned. The magical attack stopped, releasing me from the torment. I dropped to the floor and breathed in the cool air. Yelena, what happened? Iris touched an icy hand to my forehead. Are you all right? My mentor and friend peered down at me. Concern lined her face and filled her emerald eyes. I'm fine, my voice croaked, setting off a coughing fit. Iris helped me sit up. Look at your clothes. Did you set yourself on fire? Black soot streaked the fabric, and burn holes peppered my sleeves and skirt pants. Beyond repair, I would have to ask my cousin Nutty to sew me another set. I sighed. I should just order 100 of the cotton tunics and skirt pants from her to save time. Events, including magical attacks, conspired to keep my life interesting. A magician sent me a message through the fire, I explained. Even though I knew Rose possessed the strongest magic in Sitia and could bypass my mental defenses, I didn't want to accuse her without proof. Before Iris could question me further, I asked, How did the council session go? I hadn't been allowed to attend. Although the rainy weather wasn't conducive for walking to the council hall, it still rankled. The council wanted me well versed in all the issues they dealt with on a daily basis as part of my training to be a liaison between them and the territory of Ixia. My training as a soul finder, though, remained a subject the council hadn't agreed on. According to Iris's theory, my reluctance to begin learning could be the cause of the council's indecision. I thought they worried I would follow the same path as the soul finder from long ago, once I discovered the extent of my powers. The session. Her lips twisted in a wry smile. Good and bad. The council has agreed to support your training. She paused. I steeled myself for the next bit of news. Rose was upset about the decision. Upset? fiercely opposed. At least now I knew the motive behind my fire message. She still thinks you're a threat, so the council has agreed to let Rose train you. I scrambled to my feet. No! It's the only way. I bit back a reply. There were other options. There had to be. I was in the Magician's Keep, surrounded by magicians of various skill levels. There had to be another who could work with me. What about you or Bane? They wanted a mentor who was impartial. Out of the 4 masters, that left Rose. But she's not. I know. This could be beneficial. Working with Rose, you'll be able to convince her you're not out to rule the country. She'll understand your desire to help both Sitia and Ixia. My doubtful expression remained. She doesn't like you, but her passion for keeping Sitia a safe and free place to live will override any personal feelings. Iris handed me a scroll, stopping my sarcastic comment on Rose's personal feelings. This arrived during the council session. I opened the message. In tight printed letters was an order from Moon Man. It read, Yelena, I have found what you seek. Come. Chapter 2. The message I held was typical for Moon Man, my Sand Seed story weaver and friend. Cryptic and vague. I imagined he'd written the note with a devilish grin on his face. As my story weaver, he knew I sought many things. Knowledge about soul finders and finding a balance between Sitia and Ixia resided at the top of my list. A quiet vacation would be nice too, but I felt certain he referred to Ferde. Ferde Davian, the Soulstealer and killer of 11 girls, had escaped from the Magician's Keep cells with Cahill Ixia's help. After the council failed to recapture him, they debated for an entire month about how to find them both. My frustration mounted with every delay. Ferde was weak from when I had pulled the souls, his source of magical power from him during our fight. But all it would take was another girl's murder for him to regain some of his strength. So far, no one had been reported missing, but the knowledge that he remained free clawed at my heart. To avoid imagining the horror Ferde might cause, I focused on the message in my hand. Moon Man hadn't specified to come alone, but I dismissed the notion to tell the council as soon as the thought formed in my mind. By the time they decided what to do, Ferde would be long gone. I would go without informing them. Iris would call it my rush into a situation and hope for the best method. With only a few minor mishaps, it had worked in the past. And at this point, rushing off held more appeal. Iris had moved away when I unrolled the message, but by the way she held herself so still, I knew she was curious. I told her about the note. We should inform the council, she said. So they can do what? Debate every possible issue for another month? The message invited me. If I need your help, I'll send for you. I sensed her resolve softening. You should not go alone. Fine, I'll take Leaf with me. After a moment's hesitation, Iris agreed. As a council member, she wasn't happy about it, but she had learned to trust my judgment. My brother Leaf would probably be as glad as I was to get away from both the keep and the citadel. Rose Featherstone's growing animosity toward me put Leaf in a difficult situation. Apprenticed to Rose while training at the Magician's Keep, he had become one of her aides upon graduation. His magical skill of sensing someone's emotions helped Rose determine a person's guilt in a crime, and his magic also aided victims in remembering details about what had happened to them. Leif's first reaction to my appearance in Sitia after a 14-year absence had been immediate hatred. He had convinced himself that my kidnapping to the territory of Ixia had been done to spite him, and my return from the north had been an Ixian plot to spy on Sitia. "At least we should tell the master magicians about Moonman's message," Iris said. "I'm sure Rose would like to know when she can begin your training." I frowned at her and considered telling her about Rose's petty fire attack. No, I would deal with Rose on my own. Unfortunately, I would have plenty of time with her. "We're having a master's meeting at the administration building this afternoon. It will be the perfect time to inform them about your plans." I scowled, but she remained steadfast. "Good. I'll see you later," she said. Iris sailed out of the tower before I could voice my protest. I could still reach her with my mind, though. Our minds always remained linked. The connection was as if we both stood in the same room. We each had our own private thoughts, but if I spoke to Iris, she would hear me. If she did probe into my deeper thoughts and memories, it would be considered a breach in the magician's ethical code. My horse Kiki and I shared the same connection. A mental call to Kiki was all that was needed for her to hear me. Communicating with Leif, or my friend Dax, proved more difficult. I had to consciously pull power and seek them. And, once found, they had to allow me access through their mental defenses and into their thoughts. Although I possessed the ability to take a shortcut to their thoughts and emotions through their souls, the Sitians considered the skill a breach of the ethical code. I had scared Rose by using it to protect myself against her. Even with all her power, she couldn't stop me from touching her essence. Anxiety rolled in my stomach. My new title of Soul Finder didn't sit well with me either. I shied away from that line of speculation as I wrapped my cloak around me before leaving the tower. On my way across the keep's campus, my attention returned to my musings about mental communication. My link with Valek couldn't be considered a magical connection. To me, Valek's mind was unreachable, but he had the uncanny ability to know when I needed him, and he would connect with me. He had saved my life many times through that bond. Turning Valek's snake bracelet around my wrist, I pondered our relationship until a biting wind, laced with icy needles, drove away all warm thoughts about him. The cold season had descended on northern Sitia with a vengeance. I shuffled through slushy puddles and shielded my face from the sleet. The keep's white marble buildings were splattered with mud and looked grey in the weak light, reflecting the miserable day with perfection. Spending most of my 21 years in northern Ixia, I had endured this type of weather for only a few days during the cooling season. Then, the cold air would drive the dampness away. But according to Iris, this horrid mess was a typical Sitian day during the cold season, and snow was a rare event that seldom lasted more than a night. I trudged toward the keep's administration building, ignoring the hostile stares from the students who hurried between classes. One of the results of capturing Ferde had been the immediate change in my status from an apprentice of the keep to a magician's aide. Since Iris and I had agreed to a partnership, she offered to share her tower. I had accepted with relief, glad to be away from the cold censure of my fellow students. Their scorn was nothing in comparison to Rose's fury when I entered the master's meeting room. I braced myself for her outburst, but Iris jumped from her seat at the long table and explained why I had come. "A note from a Sandseed story weaver," Iris said. "He may have located Ferde and Cahill." The corners of Rose's mouth pulled down with disdain.
Impossible. Crossing the Evivian plains to return to his clan in the Davian Plateau would be suicide. And it's too obvious. Cahill is probably taking Ferde to either the Storm Dance or the Bloodgood lands. Cahill has many supporters there.
Rose had been Cahill's champion in the council. Cahill had been raised by soldiers who had fled the takeover in Ixia. They convinced Cahill that he was the nephew of the dead king of Ixia and should inherit the throne. He had worked hard to gain supporters and attempted to build an army to defeat the commander of Ixia. However, once he discovered he was really born to a common soldier, he rescued Ferde and disappeared. Rose had encouraged Cahill. They held the same belief that it was just a matter of time before Commander Ambrose set his sights on conquering Sitia.
Cahill could bypass the plains to get to the plateau,
Zitora Cowan, third magician, offered. Her honey-brown eyes held concern, but as the youngest of the 4 master magicians, her suggestions tended to be ignored by the others.
Then how would this moon man know? The Sandseeds don't venture out of the plains unless it's absolutely necessary,
Rose said. That's what they want us to believe, Iris said. I wouldn't put it past them to have a few scouts around.
Either way,
Bane Bloodgood, second magician, said,
we must consider all options. Obvious or not, someone needs to confirm that Cahill and Ferde are not in the plateau.
With his white hair and flowing robes, Bane's appearance matched what I had assumed to be a traditional magician's uniform. Wisdom radiated from his wrinkled face.
I'm going, I declared.
We should send soldiers with her,
Zitora said.
Leaf should go,
Bane added.
As cousins of the Sandseed, Yelena and Leaf will be welcomed in the plains.
Rose ran her slender fingers along the short white strands of her hair and frowned, appearing to be deep in thought. With the colder temperatures, Rose had stopped wearing the sleeveless dresses she preferred and exchanged them for long-sleeved gowns. The deep navy hue of the garment absorbed the light and almost matched her dark skin. Moonman had been the same skin tone, and I wondered what colour his hair would be if he hadn't shaved it off.
I'm not sending anyone, Rose finally said. It's a waste of time and resources.
I'm going. I don't need your permission. I stood, preparing to leave.
You need my permission to exit the keep, Rose said. This is my domain. I'm in charge of all magicians, including you, Soul Finder.
Her hands smacked her chair's arms.
If I had control of the council, you would be taken to the keep cells to await execution. No good has ever come from a Soul Finder.
The other masters gaped at Rose in shock. She remained incensed.
Just look at our history. Every Soul Finder has craved power, magical power, political power, power over people's souls. Yelena will be no different. Sure, now she plays at being a liaison and has agreed to my training. It's only a matter of time. Already,
Rose gestured to the doorway.
Already she wants to run off before I can begin lesson 1.
Her words echoed through the stunned silence. Rose glanced around at their horrified expressions and smoothed the wrinkles from her gown. Her dislike of me was well known, but this time she had gone too far.
Rose, that was quite...
She raised her hand, stopping Bane from the rest of his lecture.
You know the history,
You have been warned many, many times, so I will say no more about it.
She rose from her seat. Towering a good 7 inches above me, she peered down.
Go then, take Leaf with you. Consider it your first lesson. A lesson in futility. When you return, you'll be mine.
Rose made to leave, but I caught a thread of her thoughts in my mind.
Should keep her occupied and out of my way.
Rose paused before she exited. Looking over her shoulder, she gave me a pointed stare.
Keep out of Sitia's affairs, and you might be the only soul finder in history to live past the age of 25.
Go take another look at your history books, Rose, I said. The demise of a soul finder is always reported along with the death of a master magician. Rose ignored me as she left the meeting room, ending the session. I went to find Leaf. His quarters were near the apprentices' wing on the east side of the Keep's campus. He lived in the Magicians' Building, which housed those who had graduated from the Keep and were now either teaching new students or working as aides to the master magicians. The rest of the magicians who had also completed the curriculum were assigned to different towns to serve the citizens of Sitia. The council tried to have a healer in every town, but the magicians with rare powers, like the ability to read ancient languages or find lost items, moved from place to place as needed. Magicians with strong powers took the master-level test before leaving the Keep. In the past 20 years, only Zitora had passed, bringing the number of masters to 4. In Sitia's history, there never had been more than 4 masters at one time. Iris thought a soul finder could be strong enough to take the master's test. I disagreed. They already had the maximum, and I lacked the basic magical skills of lighting fires and moving objects, skills all the masters possessed. Besides, being a soul finder was bad enough. Having to endure and fail the master test would be too much to bear. Or so I guessed. The rumors about the test sounded horrific. Before I even reached Leaf's door, it swung open, and my brother stuck his head out. The rain soaked his short black hair in an instant. I shooed him back as I hurried into his living room, dripping muddy slush onto his clean floor. His apartment was tidy and sparsely furnished. The only hint of his personality could be gleaned from the few paintings that decorated the room. A detailed rendering of a rare ylang-ylang flower indigenous to the Ileas jungle, a painting of a strangler fig suffocating a dying mahogany tree, and a picture of a tree leopard crouched on a branch hung on his walls. Leaf scanned my bedraggled appearance with resignation. His jade-coloured eyes were the only feature that matched my own. His stocky body and square jaw were the complete opposite of my oval face and thin build.
"It can't be good news," Leaf said. "I doubt you would brave the weather just to say hello."
"You opened the door before I could knock," I said. "You must know something's up." Leaf wiped the rain from his face.
"I smelled you coming."
"Smelled?"
"You reek of lavender. Do you bathe in Mother's perfume, or just wash your cloak with it?" he teased.
How mundane. I was thinking of something a little more magical.
"Why waste the energy on using magic when you don't have to? Although..."
Leaf's eyes grew distant, and I felt the slight tingle of power being pulled.
"Apprehension, excitement, annoyance, anger," Leaf said. "I take it the council hasn't voted to make you Queen of Sitia yet."
When I didn't answer, he said,
"Don't worry, little sister, you're still the princess of our family. We both know Mother and Father love you best."
His words held an edge. and I remembered it hadn't been long since he had wanted to see me dead. Esau and Pearl love us equally. You really do need me around to correct your misconceptions. I've proved you wrong before. I can do it again. Leaf put his hands on his hips and raised one dubious eyebrow. You said I was afraid to come back to the keep. Well, I spread my arms wide, flinging drops of water onto Leaf's green tunic. Here I am.
You are here. I'll grant you that. But are you unafraid?
I already have a mother and a story weaver. Your job is to be the annoying older brother. Stick to what you know.
Oh, I've hit a nerve.
I don't want to argue with you. Here. I pulled Moonman's note from my cloak's pocket and handed it to him. He unfolded the damp paper, scanning the message.
Fur Day,
he said, coming to the same conclusion.
Have you told the council?
No. The masters know. I filled Leaf in on what had happened in the meeting room, omitting my exchange with Rose Featherstone. Leaf's wide shoulders drooped. After a long moment, he said,
Master Featherstone doesn't believe Ferdy and Cahill are going to the Davian Plateau. She doesn't trust me anymore.
You don't know that for...
She thinks Cahill is headed in another direction. Normally, she would send me to determine his location and send for her. Together, we would confront him. Now I get assigned the wild Valmer chase.
Valmer? It took me a moment to connect the name with the small, long-tailed creature that lived in the jungle.
Remember? We used to chase them through the trees. They were so fast and quick, we never caught one. But sit down and hold a piece of sap candy, and they'll jump right into your lap and follow you around all day.
When I failed to respond, Leaf cringed with guilt.
That must have been after
I had been kidnapped and taken to Ixia. Although I could imagine a young Leaf scampering through the jungle's canopy after a fleet-footed Valmer. The Zaltana clan's homestead had been built high in the tree branches, and my father had joked that the children learned to climb before they could walk. Rose could be wrong about Cahill's intentions. So, pack some of that sap candy. We might need it, I said. Leaf shivered.
At least it will be warmer in the plains, and the plateau is farther south.
I left Leaf's quarters, heading to my tower to pack some supplies. The sleet blew sideways, and tiny daggers of ice stung my face as I hurried through the storm. Iris was waiting for me in the receiving room just past the oversized tower entrance. The flames in the hearth pulsed with the rush of cold air slipping around the doors as I fought to close them against the wind. I hustled to the fire and held my hands out. Prospect of travelling in such weather was unappealing. Does Leaf know how to light fires? I asked Iris. I think so, but no matter how skilled he is, wet wood won't ignite.
Great,
I muttered. Steam floated from my soaked cloak. I draped the soggy garment around a chair, then dragged it closer to the fire. When are you leaving? Iris asked. Right away. My stomach grumbled, and I realized I had missed lunch. I sighed, knowing dinner would probably be a cold slice of cheese and mushy bread. I'm meeting Leaf in the barn. Oh, snake spit! I remembered a couple of commitments. Iris, can you tell Gelsey and Dax I'll start their training when I get back? What training? Not magic. No, self-defense training. I pointed to my bow. The 5-foot-long staff of ebony wood was still threaded through its holder on my backpack. Drops of water beaded and gleamed on the weapon. I pulled it free feeling the solid weight of the staff in my hands. Underneath the ebony surface of the bow was a gold-coloured wood. Pictures of me as a child, of the jungle, my family, and so on had been etched into the wood. Even Kiki's loving eyes had been included in the story of my life. The bow moved smoothly in my hands. A gift from a master craftswoman of the Sandseed clan, who had also raised Kiki. "And Bane knows that you won't be at his morning lesson," Iris said.
"But he said—" "Don't tell me he assigned homework," I pleaded. Just thinking about lugging the heavy history tome made my back hurt. Iris smiled. "He said that he would help you catch up on your studies when you return." Relieved, I picked up my pack, sorting the contents to see what other supplies we would need. "Anything else?" Iris asked. "No." "What are you going to tell the council?" I asked. "That Rose has assigned you to learn about your magic from the story weavers. The first documented soul finder in Sitia was a Sandseed. Did you know that?" "No." I was surprised, but shouldn't have been. After all, what I knew about soul finders wouldn't fill a page in one of Master Bane's history books. When I finished packing, I said goodbye to Iris and muscled my way through the wind to the dining hall. The kitchen staff always had a supply of travel rations on hand for the magicians. I grabbed enough food to last us a week. As I drew closer to the stables, I could see a few brave horse heads poking out of their stalls. Kiki's copper and white face was unmistakable, even in the murky half-light. She nickered in greeting, and I opened my mind to her. "We go?" she asked. "Yes, I'm sorry to take you out on such a horrible day," I said. "Not bad with Lavender Lady." Lavender Lady was the name the horses had given me. They named the people around them just like we would name a pet. I had to smile, though, remembering Leaf's comment about my bathing in the pungent herb. "Lavender smell like—" Kiki didn't have the words to describe her emotions. A mental image of a bushy blue-grey lavender plant with its long purple cluster of flowers formed in Kiki's mind. Feelings of contentment and security accompanied the image. The main corridor of the stable echoed, as if empty despite the pile of feed bags nearby. The thick supporting beams of the building stood like soldiers between the stalls, and the end of the road disappeared into the gloom. "Leaf?" I asked Kiki. "Sad man in tack room," Kiki said. "Thanks." I ambled toward the back of the barn, inhaling the familiar aroma of leather and saddle soap. The dry smell of straw scratched my throat and clung to the earthy scent of manure. "Tracker, too." "Who?" But before Kiki could answer, I spotted Captain Marek in the tack room with Leaf. The sharp tip of Marek's sword was aimed at Leaf's chest. Chapter 3.
"Stay back, Yelena,"
Marek ordered.
"Answer me, Leaf."
Leaf's face had paled, but his jaw was set in a stubborn line. His gaze met mine, questioning. "What do you want, Marek?" I asked. The bruises on Marek's face had faded, but his right eye was still puffy and raw, despite Healer Hayes's efforts to repair his broken cheekbone.
"I want to find Cahill," Marek said.
"We all want to find him. Why are you threatening my brother?"
I used a stern tone to remind Marek that he now dealt with me. Having an infamous reputation had a few advantages. Marek looked at me.
"He works with First Magician. She's in charge of the search. If she has any clue as to where to find Cahill,
she'll send Leaf. He gestured to the bridles in Leaf's hands. On a day like today, he's not going to the market or out for a pleasure ride, but he won't tell me where he's going.
It continued to amaze me just how fast news and gossip travelled through the keep's guards. Did you ask him before or after you pulled your sword? The tip of Marek's blade wavered.
What does it matter?
He asked. Because most people are more willing to cooperate if they don't have a weapon pointed at their chest. Realising that Marek was a career soldier who did most of his talking with his sword, I switched tactics. Why didn't you plan to follow Leaf? Marek's tracking abilities had impressed the horses so much that they had given him the name Tracker. Marek touched his cheek and winced. I could guess his thoughts. Marek had followed Cahill with the utmost loyalty, but Cahill had beaten and tortured him to find out the truth about his common heritage, leaving Marek for dead. The soldier sheathed his sword in one quick motion, as if he had made a decision.
I can't follow Leaf. He would sense me with his magic and confuse my mind.
I can't do that, Leaf said.
Truly?
Marek rested his hand near his sword, considering. But I can, I said. Marek's attention snapped back to me. Marek, you're hardly fit for travel, and I can't let you kill Cahill. The Sitian Council wants to talk to him first. I wanted to talk to him.
I don't seek revenge,
Marek said. Then what do you want?
To help.
Marek gripped the hilt of his weapon. What? Leaf and I said at the same time.
Sitia needs Cahill. Only the Council and the Masters know he doesn't have royal blood. Ixia is a real threat to Sitia's way of life. Sitia needs a figurehead to rally behind. Someone to lead them into battle.
But he aided in Ferde's escape, I said. And Ferde could be torturing and raping another girl as we speak.
Cahill was just confused and overwhelmed by learning the truth of his birth. I raised him. I know him better than anyone. He probably already regrets his rashness. Ferde is most likely dead. If I get a chance to talk to Cahill, I'm positive he would come back without a fight, and we can work this out with the Council.
Power brushed me.
He's sincere about his intentions,
Leaf said. But what about Cahill's intentions? I'd seen him be ruthless and opportunistic in his quest to build an army, but never rash. However, I had only known him for 2 seasons. I considered using magic to see Marek's memories of Cahill, but that would be a breach of the magician's ethical code, unless he gave me his consent. So I asked for it.
Go ahead,
Marek said, meeting my gaze. Pain lingered in his blue-grey eyes. His short grey hair had turned completely white since Cahill's attack. Granting me permission was enough to convince me of his sincerity, but despite his good intentions, he still wanted to build an army and attack Ixia. And that ran counter to what I believed. Ixia and Sitia just needed to understand each other and work together. A war would help no one. Do I leave Marek here to influence the Council toward an attack, or take him with me? His skills as a tracker would be an added benefit. If I allow you to come with us, you must obey all my orders. Agreed? I asked. Marek straightened as if he stood in a military formation.
Yes, sir.
Are you strong enough to ride?
Yes, but I don't have a horse.
That's all right, I'll find you a sandseed horse. All you'll need to do is hold on. I grinned, thinking of Kiki's special gust of wind gait. Leaf laughed, and his body relaxed with the release of the tension.
Good luck convincing the stablemaster to loan you his horse.
What do you mean? I asked.
Garnet is the only horse in the keep stables bred by the Sandseeds.
I wilted in defeat just thinking about the stubborn, cranky stablemaster. Now what? No other horse breed would be able to keep up with us. Honey, Kiki said in my mind. Honey? Avibian honey. Chief man love honey. Which meant, if I offered to bring some Avibian honey back for the stablemaster, he might lend me his horse. We left the citadel through the south gate and headed down the valley road. Farm fields peppered with corn stubble and wagon ruts swept out from the right side of the road. The Avibian plains dominated the left side. The long grasses of the plains had turned from yellow and red to brown in the cold weather. The rains created extensive puddles, transforming the rolling landscape into a marshland and scenting the air with a damp smell of earthy decay. Leaf rode Rusalka, and Marek had a death grip on Garnet's reins. His nervousness affected the tall horse, who jittered to the side at every noise. Kiki slowed so I could talk to him. Marek, relax. I'm the one who promised to bring back a case of Avibian honey plus clean the stablemaster's tack for 3 weeks. He barked out a laugh, but kept his tight grip. Time to switch tactics. I reached for the blanket of power hovering over the world and pulled a thread of magic, linking my mind with Garnet's. The horse missed Chief Man and didn't like this stranger on his back, but he settled when I showed him our destination. Home, Garnet agreed. He wanted to go. Pain. Marek's rigid hold hurt Garnet's mouth, and I knew Marek wouldn't relax even if I threatened to leave him behind. Sighing, I made light contact with Marek's mind. His worry and fear focused more on Cahill than on himself. His apprehension came from not feeling in control of the powerful horse underneath him, despite the fact that he held Garnet's reins. And also from not being in charge of the situation, having to take orders from her. A dark undercurrent to his thoughts about me pulled a warning bell in my mind, and I would have liked to explore deeper. He had given me permission to see his memories of Cahill, but he hadn't given me carte blanche to probe. Instead, I sent him some calming thoughts. Even though he couldn't hear my words, he should be able to react to the soothing tone. After a while, Marek no longer held himself so rigid, and his body moved with Garnet's motion. When Garnet felt comfortable, Kiki turned east onto the plains. Mud splashed from her hooves as she increased her pace. I gave Leaf and Marek the signal to let the horses have control. Please find Moonman. Fast, I said to Kiki. With a slight hop, she broke into her gust of wind gait. Rusalka and Garnet followed. I felt carried by a river of air. The plains blurred under Kiki's hooves at a rate about twice a full-speed gallop. Only sandseed horses could achieve this gait, and only when they rode in the Avibian plains. It had to be a magical skill, but I couldn't tell if Kiki pulled power. I would have to ask Moonman about it when we found him. The plains encompassed a massive section of eastern Sitia. Located to the southeast of the citadel, it stretched all the way to the base of the Emerald Mountains in the east, and down to the Davian Plateau to the south. On a normal horse, it took about 5 to 7 days to cross the plains. The Sand Seeds were the only clan to live within the borders, and their story weavers had shielded their lands with a powerful protective magic. Any stranger who ventured into the plains without Sand Seed permission became lost. The magic would confuse the stranger's mind, and he would travel in circles until he either stumbled out of the plains or ran out of water and died. Magicians with strong powers could travel without being affected by the magic, but the story weavers always knew when someone crossed into their land. As distant cousins of the Sand Seeds, the Zaltana clan members could also travel the plains unharmed. The other clans avoided the area altogether. Since Marek rode on a Sand Seed horse, the protection didn't attack him, and we were able to ride all night. Kiki finally stopped for a rest at sunrise. While Leaf collected firewood, I rubbed the horses down and fed them. Marek helped Leaf, but I could see exhaustion etched on his pale face. The rain and sleet had slowed during the night, but grey clouds sealed the sky. Our campsite had plenty of grass for the horses. It was on a high spot in the plains next to a rocky outcropping with a few scrub trees growing nearby, and was a solid place for us to stand without sinking ankle-deep into the mud. Our cloaks were soaked, so I tied my rope between 2 trees to hang the wet garments. Leaf and Marek found a few dry branches. Making a tent of the twigs, Leaf stared at the wood and small flames sprang to life. "Show off," I said. He smiled as he filled a pot with water for tea. "You're jealous." "You're right, I am," I growled in frustration. Leaf and I were both born to the same parents, yet we had different magical powers. Our father, Esau, had no overt magic, just a flair for finding and using the plants and trees of the jungle for food, medicines, and his inventions. Pearl, our mother, could only sense if a person had magical abilities. So how did Leaf get the magical abilities to light fires and sense a person's life force, while I could affect their souls? With my magic, I could force Leaf to light a fire, but couldn't do it on my own. I wondered if anyone in Sitian history had studied the relationship between magic and birth parents. Bane Bloodgood, second magician, would probably know. He owned a copy of almost every book in Sitia. Marek fell asleep as soon as we finished eating our breakfast of bread and cheese. Leaf and I remained by the fire. "Did you put something in his tea?" I asked. "Some fiddlewood bark to help him heal." Wrinkles and scars lined Marek's face. Through the yellowed bruises along his jaw, I spotted some white stubble. His swollen eye oozed blood and tears. Red streaks painted his right cheek. Healer Hayes hadn't allowed me to help with Marek's recovery. He had only let me assist with minor injuries. Another who feared my powers. I touched Marek's forehead. His skin felt hot and dry. The fetid smell of rotten flesh emanated from him. I reached for the power source and felt the Sand Seed's protective magic watching me for signs of threat. Gathering magic, I projected a thread to him, revealing the muscles and bone underneath Marek's skin. His injuries pulsed with a red light. His cheekbone had been shattered, and some bone fragments had gotten into his eye, affecting his vision. Small, dark growths of an infection dotted the ruined area. I concentrated on the injury until his pain transferred to my own face. A sharp needle of pain stabbed my right eye as my vision dulled and tears welled. Curling into a ball, I pushed against the onslaught, channeling the magic from the power source through my body. The flow chugged, and I strained. All of a sudden, the current of magic moved with ease, as if someone had removed a beaver's dam, washing away the pain. Relief swept through me. I relaxed.
"Do you think that was a good idea?" Leaf asked when I opened my eyes.
The wound was infected.
"But you used all your energy."
I sat up, feeling tired but not exhausted.
"I had help," a voice snapped out of nowhere.
Leaf jerked upright in surprise, but I recognized the deep, masculine tone. Moon Man appeared next to the fire, as if he had formed from the rising heat and ashes. His bald head gleamed in the sunlight. In deference to the chill, Moon Man wore a long-sleeved tan tunic and dark brown pants that matched the color of his skin, but no shoes. "No paint?" I asked Moon Man. The first time I had met him, he had coalesced out of a beam of moonlight covered only with indigo dye. He had claimed to be my story weaver, and proceeded to show me my life story and unlocked my childhood memories. 6 years of living with my mother, father, and brother had been suppressed by a magician named Mogcan, so I wouldn't long for my family after Mogcan had kidnapped me. Moon Man smiled.
"I did not have time to cover my skin, and it is a good thing I came when I did."
His tone conveyed his displeasure.
"Or you would have spent all your strength."
"Not all," I countered, sounding like a belligerent child.
"Have you become an all-powerful soul finder already?"
He widened his eyes in mock amazement.
"I will bow down before you, O Great One."
He bent at the waist. "All right, enough," I said, laughing. I should have thought it through before healing Marek. "Happy now?" He sighed dramatically.
"I would be content if I thought you learned a lesson and would not do it again. However, I am well aware that you will continue to rush right into situations. It is weaved into your life's pattern. There is no hope for you."
"Is that why you sent for me? To tell me I'm hopeless?" Moon Man sobered.
"I wish. We had heard that the Soulstealer had escaped from the Magician's Keep with Cahill's help. One of our story weavers scouting in the Davian Plateau sensed a stranger traveling with one of the vermin."
"Are Cahill and Faraday in the plateau?" Leaf asked.
"We think so, but we want Yelena to identify the Soulstealer."
"Why?" I asked. The Sandseeds didn't waste time on trials and incarceration. They executed criminals on capture. However, the Davian vermin had been very hard to find, and they had powerful magicians. The vermin were a group of Sandseed youths who had become discontented with the Sandseed lifestyle of keeping to themselves and limiting contact with the other clans. The vermin wanted the Sandseed storyweavers to use their great powers to guide all of Sitia, and not just the inhabitants of the plains. They had broken from the Sandseed clan and settled in the Davian Plateau, becoming the Davian clan. The plateau's dry and inhospitable soil made farming a nightmare, so the Davians stole from the Sandseeds and earned the nickname of vermin. The Sandseeds also referred to the vermin's magicians as warpers, since they used their magic for selfish reasons.
"You need to identify the Soulstealer because he may have harvested more souls, and only you can release those souls before we kill him,"
Moon Man said, with a flat and emotionless voice. I grabbed his arm. "Have you found any bodies?"
"No. but I am concerned about what we will discover when we raid their camp.
The horror of the last 2 seasons threatened to overwhelm me. 11 girls, mutilated and raped by Ferde, so he could steal their souls and gain more magical power. Valak and I had stopped him before he could collect the final soul. If he had succeeded, Sitia and Ixia would now be his to rule. Instead, I had released all those souls to the sky. To think that he might have started again was unbearable.
You found their camp?
Leaf asked.
Yes. We put our lives on hold,
Moonman said.
The warriors of the clan have done a complete sweep of the plateau. We found a large encampment on the southern edge, near the border of the Ileas jungle.
And close to my family. I must have gasped because Moonman touched my shoulder and squeezed.
Do not worry about your clan. Every Sandseed warrior is ready to attack if the vermin show any signs of departing their camp. We will leave when the horses are rested.
I paced around the campfire, knowing I should get some sleep but unable to still my racing thoughts. Leaf groomed the horses, and Marek slept. Moonman reclined next to the fire, staring at the sky. Marek woke as the sky darkened. His eye had stopped weeping blood, and the swelling was gone. He probed his cheek with a finger. Amazement lit his face, until he spotted Moonman standing next to him. He jumped to his feet and pulled his sword, brandishing the weapon at the Story Weaver. Even armed, Marek looked slight next to the muscular Sandseed, who towered 6 inches over him. Moonman laughed.
I see you are feeling better. Come, we have plans to make.
The 4 of us sat around the fire while Leaf made dinner. Marek settled next to me, and from the corner of my eye I could see that whenever Marek touched his cheek, he stared at Moonman with a fearful fascination. And his right hand never strayed far from the hilt of his sword.
We will leave at dawn,
Moonman said. Why does everything have to start at dawn? I asked. The horses have good night vision.
That will give the horses a full day to recover. I will be riding with you on Kiki. She is the strongest. And once we reach the plateau, there will be no rest stops until we join the others.
And then what? I asked.
Then we will attack. You are to stay close to me and the other Story Weavers. The Soulstealer will be protected along with the Warpers. Once we break through the outer guards, then the hard part begins.
Dealing with the Warpers, I said. He nodded.
Can't you move the void again?
Leaf asked. The void was a hole in the power blanket where no magic existed. The last time the Sandseeds had uncovered a vermin hideout, it had been protected by a shield of magic that created an illusion. The camp appeared to be occupied by only a few warriors. When the Sandseeds had moved the void over the vermin, the illusion was broken. Unfortunately, the encampment held 4 times the number of soldiers, and we had been vastly outnumbered.
They are aware of that trick, and will be alerted to our presence if we try to move the power blanket,
Moonman said.
Then how are we going to beat the Warpers?
I asked, worried. If the vermin had access to magic, it would be a difficult battle.
All the Sandseed Story Weavers will link together and form a strong magical net that will seize them and prevent them from using their magic. We will hold them long enough for you to find the Soulstealer.
Breaking his silence, Marek asked,
What about Cahill?
He helped the Soulstealer escape. He should be punished, Moonman said.
The council wants to talk to him, I said.
And then they will decide what to do with him,
Leaf added. Moonman shrugged.
He is not a vermin. I will tell the others not to kill him, but in a large battle it might be hard. He's probably with the Davian leaders, Marek said.
Marek, you and Leaf find Cahill and take him north of the fighting, and I'll rendezvous with you after the battle.
Yes, sir,
Marek said. Leaf nodded, but I could see a question in his eyes. Problem? I asked in his mind.
What if Cahill convinces Marek not to take him back to the council? What if they join together and I'm outnumbered?
Good point. I'll ask Moonman to
assign one of my warriors to stay with Leaf,
Moonman said. I jerked in surprise. I hadn't felt Moonman draw power to link with us. What else can you do? I asked.
I am not telling you. It would destroy my mysterious story weaver persona.
The next morning we saddled the horses and made our way south toward the plateau. Even with the weight of 2 riders, Kiki easily carried us. Stopping only once for a warm dinner and sleep, we reached the border in 2 days. At sunset on the 2nd day, we stopped to rest the horses at the edge of the plains. The flat expanse of the plateau stretched to the horizon. A few brown clumps of grass clung to the sun-baked surface. While the plains had a few trees, rolling hills, rocks, and sandstone protrusions, the plateau had bristle bushes, coarse sand, and a few stunted spine trees. We had left the cold, cloudy weather behind. The afternoon sun had warmed the land enough for me to take off my cloak, but as the light slipped into the darkness, a cool breeze stirred to life. Moonman left to find his scout. Even at this distance from the vermin camp, it was too risky to make a fire. I shivered as I ate my dinner of hard cheese and stale bread. Moonman returned with another sandseed.
This is Tanu,
Moonman said.
He will show us the way through the plateau.
I peered at the small man armed with a bow and arrows. Only an inch taller than me, he wore short pants despite the chilly air. His skin had been painted, but in the dim light I couldn't discern the colours.
We will leave when the moon is a quarter up,
Tanu said. Travelling at night was a good idea, but I wondered what the warriors did during the day. How do the sandseeds stay hidden in the plateau? I asked. Tanu gestured to his skin.
We blend in and hide our thoughts behind the story weaver's null shield.
I looked at Moonman.
A null shield blocks magic,
Moonman explained.
If you were to scan the plateau with your magic, we would not sense any living creature behind the null shield.
Doesn't using magic to create the shield alert the vermin? I asked.
Not when it is done properly. It was completed before the story weavers left the plains.
What about the story weavers behind the shield? Can they use magic?
Leaf asked.
Magic cannot penetrate the shield. It does not block our vision or hearing, just protects us from being discovered by magical means.
As we prepared to travel, I thought about what Moonman had said, and realized that there were many things I still didn't know about magic. Too many. The thought of learning more with Rose quelled my curiosity. When the moon had travelled through a quarter of the black sky, Tanu said,
It is time to go.
The muscles along my spine tightened in apprehension as Moonman settled behind me on Kiki's saddle. What if my lack of magical knowledge caused me to endanger our mission? No sense worrying about it now. I pulled in a deep breath, steadied my nerves, and glanced at my companions. Tanu sat with Marek on Garnet's back. From the pained expression on Marek's face, I knew he wasn't happy about sharing his mount with a Sandseed warrior. And to make it worse, Tanu insisted on being in front and holding Garnet's reins. To stay behind the null shield, our path through the plateau had to be precise. Tanu led us. The soft crunch of the horse's hooves on hard sand was the only sound. The moon crawled along the sky. At one point, I wanted to yell out and urge Kiki into a gallop just to break the tension that pressed around us. When the blackness in the sky eased in the east, Tanu stopped and dismounted. We ate a quick breakfast and fed the horses. As the day brightened, I saw how well Tanu blended in with the plateau. He had camouflaged himself with the plateau's colours of grey and tan.
"We walk from here," Tanu said. "We will leave the horses. Take only what you need."
The clear sky promised a warm day, so I removed my cloak and stowed it in my backpack. Dry air laced with a fine grit blew, scratching at the back of my throat. I decided I needed my switchblade. Strapping the sheath around my right thigh, I removed the weapon and triggered the blade. I treated the tip of the blade with some curare. The muscle-paralyzing drug would come in handy if Cahill wouldn't cooperate. After I retracted the blade, I positioned the weapon in its holder through a hole in my skirt pants pocket. I wrapped my long black hair into a bun and used my lockpicks to keep the hair in place. Finally, I grabbed my bow. Dressed for battle, though, didn't mean I was prepared for battle. I hoped I would be able to find Cahill and Fairday and take them without killing anyone. But the grim knowledge that I would kill to save myself formed a knot in my throat. Tanu scanned our clothes and weapons. Leaf's machete hung from his waist. He wore a green tunic and pants. Marek had strapped his sword onto his belt. The dark brown scabbard matched his pants. I realized that we had all dressed in the colours of the earth, and while we didn't blend in as well as Tanu, we wouldn't stand out either. We tied our packs and supplies onto the horses' saddles, then left the horses to graze on what little grass they could find, and walked south. The plateau appeared deserted. The need to search the area with magic crept along my skin, and I tried to ignore the desire. Connecting with the life around me had become almost instinctive, and I felt exposed and out of sorts by not knowing what breathed nearby. Taking a circuitous path, Tanu eventually stopped. He pointed to a cluster of spine trees.
"Just beyond that copse is the camp,"
he whispered. I searched the plateau. Where was the Sandseed army? The earth undulated, as if the sand had liquefied. The waves on the ground grew. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a cry of surprise. Row upon row of Sandseed warriors stood. Camouflaged to match the sand, they had been lying on the ground in front of us, and I hadn't noticed them. Moonman smiled his amusement at my dismay.
"You have been relying on your magical senses and have forgotten about your physical senses."
Before I could respond, we were joined by 4 Sandseeds. Though they dressed the same as the warriors, these Sandseeds held themselves with authority. They issued orders, and power radiated from them. Story weavers. A male story weaver handed Moonman a scimitar. His sharp gaze pierced me as he studied my features.
"This is the Soul Finder."
Doubt laced his words, but he spoke softly.
"She is not what I expected."
"What did you expect?" I asked.
"A large, dark-skinned woman.
You look like you could not survive a sandstorm, let alone find and release a soul.
It's a good thing you're not my story weaver. You're easily distracted by the pattern of the cloth and can't see the quality of the threads.
Well done,
Moonman said to me.
Reed, show us the camp.
The story weaver led us to the trees. Through the spiky needles on the branches, I saw the Davian camp. The air shimmered around the camp as if a bubble of heat had gotten trapped near the ground. A large cook fire burned in the central area. Many people scurried about, either helping with breakfast or eating it. Tents fanned from the area, extending out until they reached the edge of the plateau. Squinting in the sunlight, I looked beyond the encampment's border. Just the tops of the trees in the Elias jungle were visible. They reminded me of a time when I had stood on a platform built near the peak of the tallest tree in the jungle and had seen the flat expanse of the plateau for the first time. The sheer rock drop-off into the jungle had appeared to be an impossible climb. So why set up camp there, I wondered. Moonman leaned next to me.
The camp is an illusion.
Do you have enough warriors to attack? I asked, thinking the illusion hid many more vermin.
Everyone.
All! The sand seeds yelled a battle cry and dashed toward the camp. Moonman grabbed my arm, pulling me with him.
Stay with me.
With Leaf and Marek right behind us, we followed the sand seeds. When the first warriors crossed into the illusion, they disappeared from sight for a moment. The sound of rushing water reached my ears as the chimera dissipated. I blinked a few times to adjust my vision to what the Davians had concealed. The central fire remained the same. But instead of many vermin around the flames, there stood only one man. The rest of the camp was empty. Chapter 4. When the illusion disappeared, so did the expanse of tents and all the Davians. The lone man standing by the fire collapsed before the Sandseed warriors could reach him. Evidence that a large army had camped here was imprinted on the ground, although by the time the Sandseed leaders restored order to the milling warriors, many of the Davian tracks had been ruined, and the only witness had taken poison.
One of their warpers,
Moonman said, nudging the corpse with his bare foot.
He held the illusion and killed himself once it broke. If you can clear the area, I might be able to tell you where they've gone,
Marek said. The Sandseed warriors returned to the copse of spine trees. Moonman and I stayed by the fire as Marek and Leaf circled the camp. Marek looked for physical evidence, while Leaf used his magic to smell the intentions of the Davians. I projected my mental awareness as far as I could. If I sought a specific person, then I could reach them from far away, but with a general search, my magic could only extend about 10 miles. I reached no one in the plateau, and the bounty of life in the jungle was too overwhelming to sort out. When they had finished their circuit, Marek and Leaf returned. Their glum expressions reflected bad news.
They've been gone for days. The majority of the tracks head east and west, Marek reported. But I found some metal spikes with rope fibers in the ground near the edge of the plateau. A few vermin could have climbed down into the jungle.
I touched Leaf's arm. The Zaltanas?
If the vermin can even find our homestead among the trees, they're still well protected, he said.
Even from one of the warpers? I asked. Leaf blanched. Are the ropes still there? I asked Marek.
No. The others must have waited and either cut the rope or taken it along with them,
Marek said.
Do you know how many went down?
Moonman asked.
No.
Leaf said,
There were so many scents and emotions mixed together. The need for stealth and urgency predominated.
They moved with a purpose and felt confident. The eastern group, though, had the most men, and they—
Leaf closed his eyes and sniffed the breeze.
I don't know. I need to follow their trail for a while.
Marek led Leaf to the eastern tracks. I asked Kiki and the other horses to come to us. While waiting for them, Moonman and the other story weavers split the warriors into 2 groups and sent 2 scouts, one to the west and the other to the east. But what about those that went down the rope to the jungle? What about Cahill and Ferday? Were they even with the Davians? And if so, which way had they gone? When the horses arrived, I grabbed my pack off Kiki's saddle. Opening it, I pulled my rope out and headed for the rim of the plateau. I found one of the metal spikes Marek had mentioned and tied the end of the rope to it. On my belly, I inched closer to the edge until I could see down into the jungle. The sides of the cliff appeared to be smooth, with no handholds in sight. I tossed the rope over, but knew it wouldn't reach the bottom far below. The end stopped a quarter of the way down. Even with a longer rope, the climb looked dangerous. Water sprayed out of fissures in the rock face about halfway down. The stones below glistened. I considered the descent. A desperate person might attempt it, but Leaf's assessment of the vermin hadn't included desperation. Moonman waited for me by the horses.
When the scouts return, we will set out,
he said. A notion that had been bothering me finally clicked. Your people have swept the plateau and have been watching the camp. How could the vermin slip away without you knowing?
A few of their warpers had been story weavers. They must have learned to make a null shield.
That would only hide their presence from a magical search. What about seeing them? Before Moonman could answer, a shout rang out. Leaf, Marek, and the scout ran toward us.
Found a trench,
Marek panted.
Heading east, then north,
the scout gestured.
Ill intent,
Leaf said. North, toward the Avibian plains. Toward the sand seeds' unprotected lands because their warriors were here in the plateau. Every one. Moonman covered his face with his hands, as if he needed to block out the distractions and think. The second scout arrived from the west. Puffs of sand from his passage reached us before he did.
Another trench?
Marek asked.
The trail ends. They doubled back,
the scout reported. Moonman dropped his hands and began shouting orders, sending the warriors northeast at a run, ordering the story weavers to make contact with the people who stayed behind on the plains.
Come on,
he said, turning to join the others. No, I said. He stopped and looked back.
What?
Too obvious. I don't think Cahill would go along with that.
Then where did he go?
Moonman demanded. The bulk of the Davians went east, but I think a smaller group either went west or south.
My people are in trouble,
Moonman said. And so are mine, I replied. You go with your warriors. If I'm wrong, we'll catch up with you.
And if you are right, then what?
Then what indeed? There were only 3 of us.
I will go with you,
Moonman said. He called one of the story weavers, and a touch of magic pricked my skin as they linked their minds. Not wanting to intrude on their mental conversation, I focused on finding Cahill. I examined the edge of the plateau. A branch from one of the tall jungle trees reached toward the cliff. I could use my grapple and rope and hook it.
No,
Leaf said in my mind.
Suicide.
I frowned at him. But I could swing.
No.
Nutty could do it. Our cousin climbed trees as if Valma blood coursed through her veins.
You're not nutty.
I reluctantly abandoned that course of action. Even if I could swing to the tree, I doubted anyone else would follow me. Then I would be alone. I berated myself for being worried about being on my own. Living in Sitia had made me soft.
It has made you smarter, Leaf said.
Then he added,
Not much smarter, but we can still hope for improvement.
Where to? Tanu asked as he joined our group. I looked at Moonman. He shrugged.
He is better at scouting than fighting. We will need him,
he said with certainty. I sighed at the implication. West. Perhaps we would find a better way down into the jungle, or, failing that, we would follow the plateau's edge west toward the Cowan clan's lands. Once in Cowan land, we would turn south into the forest, then loop east into the Elias jungle. And hope we weren't too late. We mounted the horses. Tanu and Marek once again led us. The point where the Davians had turned around was obvious even to me. The hard-packed sand had been scuffed where they stopped, and only flat, unblemished sand continued westward. Tanu halted the horses and waited for more instructions.
A ruse. I can smell deceit and smugness, Leaf said.
Why so smug? I asked. Laying a false trail is a basic strategy.
It could be Cahill, Marek said. He tends to think he is smarter than everyone. Perhaps he thought this would fool the Sandseeds into sending half their warriors in the wrong direction.
I projected my magical awareness over the smooth sand. A few mice skittered into the open, searching for food. A snake curled on a warm rock, basking in the afternoon sun. I encountered a strange, dark mind. I withdrew my awareness and scanned the plateau. Sure enough, there was a small area a few feet away where the sand looked pliant, as if it had been dug up and packed back down. I slid off Kiki and walked over to the patch. The sand felt spongy beneath my boots.
A vermin must have buried something there,
Marek said. Tanu snorted with disgust.
You probably found one of their waste pits.
With Moonman still on her back, Kiki came closer. Smell damp, she said. Bad damp or good damp? I asked. Just damp. Taking my grapple out of my pack, I started to dig. The others watched me with various expressions of amusement, distaste, and curiosity. When I had dug down about a foot, my grapple struck something hard. Help me clear the sand! My reluctant audience joined me, but eventually we uncovered a flat piece of wood. Marek rapped his knuckles on it and proclaimed it the top of a box. Working faster to remove the sand, we sought the edges. The round lid was about 2 feet in diameter. While Tanu and Moonman discussed why the vermin would bury a circle box, I found the lip and pried the top up. A gulp of air almost sucked the lid back down. Everyone was stunned into silence. The lid covered a hole in the ground, and judging by the pull of air into its depths, a very deep hole. Chapter 5. The sunlight illuminated a few feet of the hole. Below the lip, a couple rough steps had been cut into the sandstone.
Can you sense anyone in there?
Leaf asked. Pulling a thread of power, I projected into the darkness. My awareness touched many of those dark minds, but no people. Bats, I said. Lots of bats. You?
Just smug satisfaction. Could this be another false trail?
Marek asked.
Or a trap?
Tanu asked. He glanced around with quick, furtive movements, as if worried the sand would erupt with vermin.
One of us needs to go inside and report back,
Moonman said, looking at Tanu.
I knew we would need a scout.
Tanu jerked as if he had stepped on a hot coal. Sweat ran down his face. He swallowed.
I will need a light.
Leif retrieved his saddlebags and removed one of his cooking sticks.
This won't burn long,
he said. He set the end on fire and handed the stick to Tanu. With the flaming stick to lead the way, the Sandseed Scout crawled into the opening head first. Tempted to link my mind with his to see what he found, I forced myself to focus instead on the ground beneath my feet, trying to discover a sign of life that would indicate the end of the cave. The jungle's pulse throbbed in my soul, but I couldn't tell if it came from an opening below the ground or just from being so close to it on the plateau. Waiting proved difficult. I imagined all types of hazards in Tanu's way, and was convinced he had fallen and broken a leg, or worse, when he appeared at the hole's opening.
The steps lead to a big cavern with many tunnels and ledges. I spotted a few footprints in the dirt, but had to come back before my light died,
Tanu said.
I also heard water gurgling nearby.
Now we knew. Vermin had gone through the cave. Leif, what do you need to make a light last longer? I asked him.
You're not thinking about going in there, are you?
Marek asked, sounding horrified. Of course. You want to find Cahill, don't you?
What makes you so certain he went that way?
I looked at Leif. Together we said,
Smug satisfaction.
While Leif and Tanu returned to the Davian camp for firewood, Moonman and I discussed what to do with the horses. We would need Marek's tracking skills and Tanu's keen sense of direction to find our way through the cavern. Leif and I needed to take Cahill back to the council, so that left Moonman.
I am not staying behind,
Moonman said. Someone needs to feed and water the horses, I said. Kiki snorted at me. I opened my mind to her. Don't need, she said. We wait, then go. Go where? Market. An image of the Ilias market formed in my mind. As the main southern trading post for Sitia, the market was tucked between the western edge of the Ilias jungle and Cowan clan lands. How do you know about the market? I asked. No land like no grass. I smiled. Kiki's concise view of life kept surprising me with its many layers of emotion. If I could view the world the same way, I knew it would make my life easier. Moonman had been watching me.
Perhaps Kiki should mentor you.
On what? How to become a soul finder?
No, you are a soul finder. She can help you be a soul finder.
More cryptic story weaver advice?
No, clear as air.
Moonman drew a deep breath and grinned at me.
Let us get the horses ready.
We removed their bridles and reins and tucked the tack into their saddlebags. When Leif and Tanu returned, we sorted our supplies, distributing them among our packs and repacking the rest into the saddlebags. The horses would keep their saddles on, but we made sure nothing would hang down or impede their motion. My pack weighed heavier than usual, but I had an uneasy intuition we might need a few of the items inside. When we were ready, Leif lit the firewood torches dipped in the plant oil he had stored in Rusalka's saddlebags. He left most of his odd concoctions and medicines behind, boasting he could find anything we needed in the jungle.
If we find a way out, Marek muttered. What will we do if we become lost in the caves? That will not happen, Moonman said. I will mark our way with paint. If we cannot find our way through, we will return to the plateau. The horses will wait until Yelena tells them to go.
Moonman wrapped his muscular arm around Marek's shoulders. Marek tensed as if he expected a blow.
Trust yourself, Tracker. You have never been lost,
Moonman said.
I have never been inside a cave. Then it will be a new experience for both of us.
Moonman's eyes glinted with anticipation, but Marek hunched his back. I wasn't a stranger to small, dark places. Before becoming the commander's food taster, I had spent a year in the commander's dungeon awaiting execution. While I wasn't anxious to return to a confined space, I would push past my nerves to recapture Ferde.
There are a few caves in the jungle, Leaf said. Most of them are used as dens by the tree leopards and are avoided, but I've explored some.
His gaze met mine, and by the sad smile, I knew he had searched those caves looking for me. Tanu and Marek each held a torch. With Tanu leading the way, I followed, crawling headfirst through a small opening. Leaf was close behind, then Marek, and finally Moonman. The torchlight illuminated the 3-foot-wide tunnel. Shovel marks scraped the rough walls, indicating the space had been dug. Steps turned into bumps that helped slow our progress as we slid down the sloped passageway. I coughed as the dust of our passing mixed with the steady flow of cool, damp air. When we reached the cavern, the tightness around my ribs eased. Tanu's light reflected off stones resembling teeth. A few of these hung from the ceiling, and others rose from the ground, as if we stood inside the mouth of a giant beast.
Don't move,
Marek ordered as he examined the floor. Shadows danced on the pock-marked walls as Marek searched for signs. Deep wells of blackness indicated other tunnels, and small puddles of water peppered the floor. Dripping and running water filled the air with a pleasant hum that countered the unpleasant wet mineral smell mixed with a sharp animal musk. Moonman hunched his shoulders, and short breaths punctuated his breathing. "Is something wrong?" I asked him.
The walls press on me. I feel squeezed. No doubt my imagination.
He went to mark the tunnel to the surface with red paint.
This way,
Marek said. Amplified by either the stone walls or by fear, his voice sounded louder than usual. He showed us a series of ledges descending down a chute. The smell rising from the chute turned sharp and rank. I gagged. Tanu climbed down. The ledges turned out to be large chunks of rock, stacked crookedly on top of one another. In certain places, he hung over the side and dropped down. We followed, and with some mumbling and cursing, we caught up to Tanu. He waited on the last visible ledge. Beyond him, the chute ended in a pit of blackness. Tanu dropped his torch. It landed on a rock floor far below.
Too far to jump,
Tanu said. I pulled the grapple from my pack and wedged the metal hooks into a crack, glad I had decided to bring it along. Tying the rope onto the hook, I tested the grapple's grip. Secure for now, but Moonman braced himself and gripped the rope when Tanu swung over the edge and descended. Moonman's forehead dripped with sweat, despite the cool air. His uneven breathing echoed off the walls. When Tanu reached near the bottom, Moonman released the rope. The grapple held Tanu's weight. He jumped the last bit and picked up the torch, exploring the area before giving us the all-clear signal. One by one, we joined him at the bottom of the chute. We left the grapple in place in case we needed to return.
I have some good news and some bad,
Tanu said.
Just tell us,
Marek barked.
There is a way out of this chamber, but I doubt Moonman or Leaf will fit.
Tanu showed a small opening. The torch's flame flickered in the breeze coming from the channel. I looked at Leaf. Even though Marek was taller than him, Leif had wide shoulders. How had Cahill and Fairday fit through? Or had they travelled a different way? It was hard to judge size based on a memory. Perhaps they hadn't encountered any trouble. First, explore the tunnel. See what's on the other side, I instructed. Tanu disappeared into the hole with a quick grace. Leif crouched next to the opening, examining it.
I have more plant oil, Leif said. Perhaps we can grease our skin and slide through.
He stepped back when Tanu's light brightened the passageway.
It gets wider about 10 feet down and ends in another cavern,
Tanu said. Black, foul-smelling muck covered his feet. When questioned about the mud, he wiggled his toes.
The source of the stench. Bat guano. Lots of it.
Those 10 feet took us the longest to traverse, and I despaired at the amount of time we used to squeeze 2 grown men through a narrow space. It might be impossible to catch up with Cahill and the others. And Moon Man's panic attack, when he had become wedged for a moment, had set everyone's mood on edge. Standing ankle-deep in bat droppings, we made for a miserable group. My dismay reflected in everyone's face, and it wasn't due to the putrid and acidic smell. Leif's shoulders were scratched raw and bloody, and the skin on Moon Man's arms looked shredded. Blood dripped from his hands. Moon Man's breathing rasped.
Go back. We should go back,
he panted.
Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea.
I suppressed my worries about Cahill. Connecting with the power source, I gathered a fibre of magic and sought Moon Man's mind. A claustrophobic fear had pushed logic and reason aside. I probed deeper into his thoughts to find the strong, unflappable story weaver, reminding him of the importance of our journey. A sand-seed story weaver would not let himself panic. Moon Man's breathing settled as calm reclaimed his emotions. I withdrew from his mind.
I am sorry. I do not like this cave,
Moon Man said.
No one does,
Leif muttered. Keeping my thread of magic, I focused on Moon Man's arms. Large chunks of his skin had been gouged out. My upper limbs burned with pain as I concentrated on his injuries. When I could no longer endure the stinging fire, I used magic to push it away from me. I swayed with relief and would have fallen to the floor if Leif hadn't grabbed me. Moon Man examined his arms.
I could not lend you my strength this time, he said. Your magic held me immobile.
What's this? Leif asked. He raised my hand into the light. Blood streaked my skin, but I couldn't find any damage. When I had helped Tula, one of Ferday's victims, and Opal's sister, Iris had speculated that I had assumed her injuries, then healed myself. I guessed it had been the same with Marek's crushed cheek. But seeing the physical evidence turned Iris's theory into reality. I stared at the blood and felt lightheaded.
That's interesting,
Leif said. Interesting in a good way or bad? I asked.
I don't know. No one has done that before.
I appealed to Moon Man.
A couple story weavers have the power to heal, but not like that, he said. Perhaps it is something only a soul finder can do.
Perhaps? You don't know? Then why have you led me to believe you know everything about me? I demanded. He rubbed his newly healed arm.
I am your story weaver. I do know everything about you. However, I do not know everything about soul finders. Do you define yourself strictly by that title?
No. I avoided the title.
Well then,
he said, as if that settled the matter.
Let's go,
Marek said through his shirt. He had covered his nose and mouth to block the smell.
The Davian's trail through this muck is easy to follow.
With Marek in the lead, we stepped with care. About halfway through the bat's cavern, I sensed an awakening. Sending a thin tendril of power, I linked with the dark minds above me as they floated toward a collective consciousness. Their need for food pushed at me, and through them, I felt the exact location of each bat, of each wall, of each exit, of each rock, and each figure below. They launched. "Duck!" I yelled as the cloud of flying creatures descended. The drone of beating wings reached a crescendo as black bodies flew around us. The air swirled and filled with bats. They deftly avoided knocking into us or each other as they headed toward the exit, seeking the insects and berries of the jungle. My mind travelled with them. The instinctual exodus of thousands of bats flying through the tight tunnels of the cave was as organised as a military attack, and like any well-planned event, it took time for all the bats to leave. The muscles in my legs burned when I finally straightened. The flapping and fluttering sounds echoed from the tunnels, then faded. I looked at my companions. No one appeared to be hurt, although a few of us were splattered with dung. Marek had dropped his torch, and his arms covered his head. He puffed with alarm. "Captain Marek," I said, hoping to calm him, "give me your torch." My order pierced his panic. He picked up the unlit stick. "Why?" "Because the bats have shown me the way out." I cringed as my hand closed on the muck-covered handle. "Leaf, can you relight this?" Leaf nodded. Flames grew. When the torch burned on its own, he asked, "How far to the jungle?" "Not far." I led the group, setting a quick pace. No one complained. All were as eager as I to exit the cave. The sound of rushing water and a glorious freshness to the air were the only signs we had reached our destination. The day had turned into night while we had travelled through the cave. From the bats, I knew water flowed along the floor of the exit and dropped down about 20 feet to the jungle. The waterfall splashed onto a tumble of rocks. The others followed me to the edge of the stream. We doused the torches and waited for our eyes to adjust to the weak moonlight. I scanned the jungle below with my magic, searching for signs of an ambush and for tree leopards. Necklace snakes were also a danger to us, but the only life I touched were small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. "Prepare to get wet," I said before wading into the cold, knee-deep water. My boots filled immediately as I sloshed to the edge. There were plenty of rocks below to climb on, but they were either under the water or wet. I eased off my backpack and threw it down, aiming for a dry spot on the rocky bank. "Be careful," I instructed. I turned around and crouched, leaning into the force of the water. Keeping my face above the stream, I stuck my feet over the edge and felt for a foothold. By the time I reached the bottom, my clothes were soaked. At least the water had washed away the foul-smelling dung. Once everyone climbed down, we stood dripping and shivering on the bank. "Now what?" Leaf asked. "It's too dark to see trail signs," Marek said, "unless we make more torches." I looked at our ragtag group. I had a dry change of clothes in my backpack, but Tanu and Moon Man had nothing with them. The bank was big enough for a fire. "We need to dry off and get some rest." "You need to die," a loud voice said from the jungle. Chapter 6. Arrows rained down. Tanu cried out as one pierced his shoulder. "Find cover," Marek ordered. An arrow jutted from his thigh. We scrambled for the underbrush. Moon Man dragged Tanu with him. Marek fell. An arrow whizzed by my ear and thudded into a tree trunk. Another slammed into my backpack before I dived under a bush. I scanned the treetops with my magic, but couldn't sense anyone. "No shield!" Moon Man shouted. "No magic!" Marek lay in the open. unmoving. Arrows continued to fly, but they missed him. He stared at the sky. "Curare!" I yelled. "The arrows are laced with curare!" The ambushers wanted to paralyze us, not kill us. At least not yet. The memory of being completely helpless from the drug washed over me. Elia Davian had wanted revenge for her brother's death, so she had pricked me with curare and carted me to the plateau to torture and kill me. Leaf yelped nearby. An arrow had nicked his cheek. "Theobroma?" he asked, before his face froze. Of course, my father's Theobroma, which had saved me from Elia. I ripped open my pack, searching for the antidote to curare. The rain of arrows slowed, and a rustling noise from above meant our attackers were climbing down. Probably to take better aim. I found the brown lumps of Theobroma and put one into my mouth, immediately chewing and swallowing it. Moon Man cursed, and I broke cover to run to him. An arrow hit my back. The force slammed me to the ground. Pain rippled through my body. "Yelena!" Moon Man grabbed my outstretched arm and pulled me to him. "Here!" I panted as the curare numbed the throb in my lower back. "Eat this!" He ate the Theobroma lump without a moment's hesitation. An arrow's shaft had pinned his tunic to a tree. I lost feeling in my legs. "You hit!" He ripped his shirt free and examined the skin along his right side. "No." "Pretend to be," I whispered. "Wait for my signal." Sudden understanding flashed in his deep brown eyes. He broke the shaft off the arrow that had missed him and swiped blood from my back. Lying down, he held the shaft between two bloody fingers of his left hand, which he placed on his stomach, making it look like the arrow had pierced his gut. His right hand gripped his scimitar. Men called as they reached the jungle floor. Before they could discover me, I put my right hand into my pants pocket, harming the handle of my switchblade. Numbness spread through my torso, but the Theobroma countered the curare's effects to a point where limited movement remained. Even so, I lay still, pretending to be paralyzed.
"I found one,"
a man said.
"Over here's another." "I found two,"
a rough voice right above me said.
"That's the rest of them. Make sure they're incapacitated before you drag them out. Dump them beside their companion in the clearing,"
said a fourth voice. The rough-voiced man kicked me in the ribs. Pain ringed my chest and stomach. I clamped my teeth together to suppress a grunt. When he grabbed my ankles and hauled me through the bushes and over the uneven stones of the bank, I was a bit glad for the curare in my body. It dulled the burning sting as the left side of my face and ear were rubbed raw by the ground. The curare also dulled my emotions. I knew I should be terrified, yet felt only mild concern. Curare's ability to paralyze my magic remained the most frightening aspect of the drug. Even though the Theobroma counteracted it, Theobroma had its own side effect. The antidote opened a person's mind to magical influence. While I could use magic, now I had no defense against another's magic. Marek still lay where he had fallen. The loud scrape of Moon Man's weapon on the ground reached me before he was dropped beside me.
"His fingers are frozen around the handle,"
one of the men said.
"A lot of good it will do him,"
another joked. Listening to their voices, I counted 5 men. 2 against 5. Not bad odds, unless my legs remained numb. Then Moon Man would be on his own. Once the men brought Leaf and Tanu to the bank, the leader of the attackers dropped the null shield. It felt as if a curtain had been yanked back, revealing what lurked behind. All 5 men's thoughts were open to me now. Their leader shouted orders.
"Prepare the prisoners for the Kirikawa ritual,"
he said.
"We should not feed these men to it," Rough Voice said. We should use their blood for ourselves. You should stay.
My gaze met Moonman's. We needed to act soon. I suppressed the desire to make mental contact with the story weaver. Their leader had to be a strong warper to have created such a subtle null shield. There was a chance he would hear us. The crunch of gravel under boots neared. My stomach tightened.
I have orders to bring the woman to Jal,
the leader said from above me.
Jal has special plans for her.
Without warning, the arrow in my back was yanked out. I bit my tongue to keep from yelling. The leader knelt next to me. He held the arrow, examining the weapon. My blood stained the smooth metal tip. At least the tip wasn't barbed. Strange I should worry about that.
Too bad, Rough Voice said. Think of the power you could have if you performed Kirikawa on her. You might become stronger than Jal. You could lead our clan.
My lower back pulsed with pain. The Theobroma was working. Another minute, and I should regain the use of my legs.
She is powerful, the leader agreed, but I do not know the binding rite yet. Once I bring her to Jal, I hope to be rewarded and allowed to ascend to the next level.
He smoothed tendrils of hair from my face. I made a conscious effort not to flinch as his fingers caressed my cheek.
Are the rumors true? Are you really a soul finder?
He whispered to me. He stroked my arm in a possessive way.
Perhaps I can siphon a cup of your blood before I deliver you to Jal.
He reached for the knife hanging from his belt. I moved. Pulling my switchblade from my pocket, I triggered the blade and rolled over, slicing his stomach open. But instead of falling back in surprise, he leaned forward and wrapped his hands around my neck. A blur of motion beside me, and Moonman leapt to his feet, swinging his scimitar in a deadly arc through Rough Voice. I struggled with the leader. His weight trapped my arms. The pressure from his thumbs closed my windpipe. He attempted to connect with my mind, and would have succeeded with his magical attack if the curare on my switchblade hadn't worked so fast to paralyze his power. One problem remained. Trapped under the frozen vermin, I couldn't breathe.
Moonman!
I called. Help!
1 minute.
The clang of weapons split the air.
I'll be dead in a minute. Just push him off.
A brief flurry of steel hitting steel was followed by silence. The man on me fell to the side. I freed my arms and pried his hands from my neck. Moonman re-engaged in the battle. He fought 3 men. One man's decapitated head rested next to me. Lovely. My short blade wouldn't last against their long scimitars, and my bow was in the jungle with my pack. Gathering power, I sent a light touch to one man's mind. Relieved he wasn't a warper, I sent him puzzling images to distract him. He dropped out of the fight with Moonman and stared at my approach with a baffled expression. The man raised his sword a second too late. I stepped close to him and nicked his arm with my switchblade, hoping curare still clung to my blade. Unable to use his sword, the man dropped his weapon and lunged. His intent to subdue me rang clear in his mind, but I deepened my mental connection and forced him to sleep. With only 2 attackers left, Moonman had both their heads off in short order. He strode over to the man sleeping at my feet and raised his scimitar. "Stop," I said. "When he wakes, we can question him about Cahill's plans."
The other?
Paralyzed. Moonman rolled the leader over. The blood from his stomach wound had pooled on the rocks. After touching the man's neck and face, Moonman said,
"He is gone."
The cut was deeper than I thought. I felt a tinge of guilt as I scowled at the body. The leader probably had more information than the other man.
It is a good thing. He was a warper. we would not have gotten anything from him except trouble. I looked at the scattered carnage. The headless bodies cast macabre shadows in the pale moonlight. The side of my face and the wound in my back throbbed. The cool night air felt icy on my wet clothes. Tanu and Marek both needed medical attention, and we couldn't go anywhere until the curare wore off. And the thought of spending the night surrounded by corpses— "I will take care of them," Moonman said, reading my thoughts. "And I will build a fire. You take care of the wounded, including you." Pulling the arrows from Marek's thigh and Tanu's shoulder, I gathered power but couldn't assume their injuries. The curare in their bodies blocked my magic. An interesting discovery. It seemed when under the influence of the drug, a person couldn't do magic or be affected by it. I mulled over the implications as I searched in my pack. Finding a few lumps of theobroma, I gave it to Moonman to melt over the fire and feed to our paralyzed companions. From my own experience with curare, I knew the drug didn't affect the body's ability to swallow, breathe, and hear. So I told them what I planned to do. The last of my energy faded after healing my own wound. I curled into a ball on the ground and fell asleep. When I woke, watery streaks of colour painted the sky. Moonman sat cross-legged next to a fire, cooking a divine-smelling hunk of meat. My stomach grumbled in anticipation. I checked on the others. Marek, Leaf, and Tanu still slept. Leaf's cut had scabbed over, but I would need to heal Marek's and Tanu's wounds. Moonman had tied the Davian prisoner's arms and legs with some jungle vines, even though the vermin remained unconscious. Moonman gestured for me to join him. "Eat first before you heal them." He handed me a sliver of meat speared on a stick. When I sniffed at the offering, he said, "Do not analyze it. It is hot and nourishing. That is all you need to know." Why do you get to decide what I need to know? Why can't you just give me the information I ask for? My frustration extended beyond the mystery meat. That would be too easy. What's wrong with easy? I can understand if the most stressful aspect of my life was worrying about Bane's next history test, but lives are at stake. Ferde could be stealing another soul, and I might have the power to stop him. What do you want? For me to tell you to do this or do that, and voila! Moonman flourished his hand in the air. Instant success! Yes, that is exactly what I want. Please tell me. A thoughtful expression settled on his face. When you were training to be the commander's food taster, would you know what the poison my love tasted like if Valak had just described it to you? Yes. There was no mistaking the sour apple taste. Would you trust your life on that knowledge? Or others? I opened my mouth to reply, but paused. Now I couldn't remember the poisons I hadn't tasted or smelled. But I'll never forget the tartness of my love, the rancid orange flavour of butterfly's dust, and the bitter thickness of white fright. I'm talking about magic. Testing food for poisons is different. Is it? I pounded my fist on the ground. Do story weavers sign a contract or make a blood oath to be difficult and stubborn and a pain in the ass? A serene smile spread on his face. No. Each story weaver chooses how he will guide his charges. Think about it, Yelena. You do not respond well to orders. Now eat your meat before it gets cold. Stifling my desire to fling the food into the fire and prove the insufferably smug story weaver right about my inability to take orders,
I bit off a large chunk. Spiced with pepper, the oily meat tasted like duck. Moon Man fed me 2 more pieces before he would let me return to the sleeping men and heal them. Tired, I snoozed by the fire. When everyone had roused and gathered around the campfire to eat, we discussed our next move. Do you think they would set more ambushes in the jungle? Leave more warpers in our path? I asked Moon Man. He considered my question.
It is possible. They left one at the camp who sacrificed himself. This one was supposed to come back. Our spies have determined the Davian vermin have about 10 warpers. 8 now. 2 are very powerful, and the rest have various lesser talents.
The ambush leader had enough magic to create and hold a null shield. Moon Man turned the meat roasting over the fire.
A valid and alarming point, which means they might have been performing Kirakawa for some time.
What's Kirakawa?
Leaf asked.
It is an ancient ritual. It has many steps and rites. When done correctly, it transfers the life energy of one person to another. All living beings have the ability to use magic, but most cannot connect to the power source. A person performing Kirakawa will either increase their magical power or gain the ability to connect with the power source and therefore become a warper.
Their leader mentioned levels and a binding rite. They are probably using the Kirakawa to grant certain members magical abilities and increase certain warpers' powers. Their leader would not want all the clan members to be equally powerful.
How is the Kirakawa different from the F ritual Ferda used?
Leaf rubbed the cut on his cheek.
The F ritual binds a person's soul to the practitioner, increasing their power. While blood is needed, it isn't the medium holding the power in F. The soul carries the power, and the person performing the ritual must be a magician.
It sounds like anyone can use this Kirakawa to gain power,
Leaf said.
If they know the proper steps. With the Kirakawa, the victim's soul is trapped in blood. It is gruesome, too. The victim's stomach is cut open and the heart is removed while the victim is still living. The Kirakawa is also more complex than the F ritual.
Could any magician use F? Or just the Soulstealer? I asked.
A soul finder could, but no one else. Is that a straight enough answer for you, Yelena?
I didn't dignify his comment with a reply. Instead, I asked about Mogcan, Aaliyah's brother. In Ixia, he had captured over 30 people, turning them into mindless slaves so he could siphon their power and augment his own. Valak and I had eventually stopped him from gaining control of Ixia, which explained Aaliyah's desire for revenge. Mogcan tortured them both physically and mentally, until they could no longer bear to be aware of their surroundings. They retreated within themselves and just became a conduit for him to exploit. Their magic remained in their bodies. The implications over the different ways for people to abuse power raced through my mind. Going back to the Kirakawa, if the Davian vermin have been performing it for a while, then they could have more than 8 warpers. Moon Man nodded.
Many more.
Paranoia sizzled up my spine. Convinced warpers surrounded us, my desire to return my friends to the safety of the plateau pressed between my shoulder blades. However, if the Davians wanted to find more victims for their ritual, the Zaltana clan teemed with people and magicians. With the warpers using a null shield, the clan would have no warning. Fingers of desperate fear squeezed my stomach as the images of my mother and father being mutilated filled my mind. Chapter 7. How do you counter the null shield? I asked Moonman, failing to keep the panic out of my voice. The jungle around us darkened, and I imagined predators lurking behind every tree and bush. Only the small fire we huddled around gave off any light.
Magic cannot pierce the shield, but find a way around the shield's edges, and you can use your magic.
What are the shield's dimensions?
Depends upon the strength of the builder. The one we used in the plateau was as tall as a man astride a horse, and as wide as 30 men. But we had 4 story weavers combine their powers to build it. For one warper, the shield would have to be smaller.
I looked up at the trees. The ambush had come from above. Would they use the same tactic for another ambush? No. If the first attempt hadn't worked, then a different strategy would be used. Being higher than your target had many advantages, and if I climbed into the tree canopy, I might be able to get past the edges of another null shield and discover where another ambush lurked. Knowing my next move helped to dampen my terror for my family. I made contact with Kiki, projecting my awareness up toward the plateau. Any trouble? I asked. No. Bored, she replied. Go? Yes, I'll meet you at the Elias Market rendezvous location. I then told my plan to the others.
Not without me, Leaf said. I grew up in the jungle. I know every leaf and tree.
His body stiffened with determination. That is why you need to stay with them, to show them the way to the homestead, to help them avoid predators. Leaf crossed his arms over his broad chest, but he knew I made sense, so he couldn't argue. I need to question our prisoner before I go. There could be a chance the other vermin might not be targeting my family. The man groaned and blinked at me when I woke him from his deep sleep. Moonman had been right to tie his arms. There hadn't been enough curare left on my blade to paralyze him. The vermin's tunic and pants had been ripped, and I glimpsed portions of blackish-red tattoos on his brown skin. Moonman reached over and ripped the man's right sleeve off. The storyweaver pointed to the symbols on the man's arm.
He has made the proper blood sacrifice to prepare for the Kirikawa ritual. That ink in his skin has been mixed with blood.
Moonman's shoulders dropped as if he grieved.
The sand seeds were wise to banish the old rituals. You were misguided and fooled into following the teachings of Goyan, the prisoner said. Not wise, but weak and pitiful, giving up your power to become docile, pathetic story weavers instead of—
Moonman grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Docile and weak were not words I would have used to describe the story weaver.
Where did you get the instructions?
Moonman asked, shaking him. The man smiled.
I am not telling you.
Instructions? I asked.
The details for the old rituals have been lost to time. At one point in history, we knew how to perform many different rituals to increase our power. Our clan passes information down to our children through teaching stories. Once Gyan became our leader, the evil ones who knew the required steps were killed. The information would have died with them.
He dropped the Davian to the ground. I remembered Dax reading a bunch of ancient tomes when we had tried to interpret Ferday's tattoos to discover why Ferday had been raping and killing those girls. There were a few books in the Magician's Keep. A sandseed might have written the instructions and symbols down before they died. Perhaps there is another copy that the vermin are using. I turned to the man. I guess you're not going to tell us what the vermin's plans are either? He met my gaze and sneered. It was all I needed. My family could be in danger. I sent a rope of power toward his mind and rifled through his thoughts and memories, extracting the information I needed. I suppressed the pang of guilt and my recollections of when Rose Featherstone had tried to examine my mind in a similar fashion. She had thought I was a spy from Ixia, and the ethical code didn't apply to spies or criminals. I could argue the same in my defense. Did that make me the same as Rose? Perhaps. The thought made me uncomfortable. Beside a few horrid memories of watching an initial level of the Kirikawa ritual, the man knew almost nothing. Ordered to stay behind and ambush anyone who came out of the caves, his small unit had scheduled a rendezvous with the larger jungle group at a later time. Where and when the meeting would be, he had no idea. And more important, he didn't know what the others planned to do. He had a few tidbits of information. I confirmed that both Cahill and Ferday had come this way, and they travelled with a group of 12 vermin.
14 is not enough to win in an attack on the Zaltanas, Leaf said, pride in his voice.
I agreed. But winning isn't everything. My anxiety to leave increased 100-fold. A group of vermin had entered the jungle, and my clan could be in trouble. Images of my father and mother being captured and staked to the ground replayed in my mind. The thought of my cousin, Nutty, climbing without care through the trees and falling into a trap hurried my preparations. I shouldered my pack, threading my bow through its holder.
What about our prisoner?
I asked Moonman.
I will take care of him.
How?
You do not want to know.
Yes, I do. I want you to tell me everything. Moonman sighed.
The vermin were once a part of the Sandseed clan. They are our wayward kin, and they are infesting the rest of Sitia. How we deal with them is in accordance to our laws, and it is the proper way to take care of vermin.
And that would be?
You exterminate them.
A protest perched on my lips. What about those members who might have been misguided? But my question remained unvoiced. Now wasn't the best time to argue crime and punishment. Instead, I gazed at the tall trees, looking for a way up into the canopy, wishing I hadn't left my grapple and rope in the cave. I found a long vine and used it to climb into the higher branches. After a moment to reorient myself, the Zaltana homestead was to the west. I swung over to the next tree. I kept my magical senses tuned to the life around me, seeking the Davians and other predators as I travelled toward home. The web of branches and crowded trees slowed my progress. After a few hours, my sweat-soaked clothes were ripped, and my skin burned and itched from innumerable cuts and insect bites. Resting on the branch of a hawthorn tree, I scanned the area between me and Moonman. There was no sign of any intelligent life, so I linked my mind with Moonman's and Leaf's. "You'll be safe to travel to this area," I said, picturing the small clearing below. "Stay there until I contact you again." They agreed. After I rested, I pushed my way through the jungle's canopy, staying alert to any sign of the Davians. The rhythm of climbing from tree to tree combined with the steady pulse of the jungle's undisturbed life force. When an out-of-tune presence plucked at my senses, my energies focused on the distant ripple. Engrossed, I concentrated on discovering the source. A man in the tree canopy. Before I could determine if he was friend or foe, my left hand grasped a smooth and pliant branch. Surprised, I jerked my awareness back and my mind connected with a hunter lurking in the trees. The leaves rustled with movement. The terrifying rasp of a stirring snake surrounded me. The limb under my feet softened. I scrambled for a solid branch and touched nothing but the snake's dry coils. The necklace snake's colouring blended with the jungle's greenery so well that I couldn't determine where the rest of it lay. I closed my eyes and projected into the snake's mind. It had looped part of its body between two branches, creating a flat net now closing around me. Pulling my switchblade from my pocket, I triggered the blade. When the heavy coils of the snake dropped onto my shoulders, I knew I had mere seconds before the predator would wrap around my throat like a necklace and choke me to death. I sensed satisfaction from the snake as it moved to tighten its hold. I stabbed my knife into the snake's thick body. Would the curare on the blade affect the creature? Mild pain from the thrust registered in the snake's mind, but it considered the wound minor. The snake contracted around me, trapping my legs and left arm. I realized the necklace snake held me aloft. If I cut through its coils, I would plummet to the ground. Another loop brushed my face as the snake tried to encircle my neck. I pushed it away with my free arm. A coil slid up my back. Deciding the odds of surviving a fall were better than dying by strangulation, I stabbed my blade in the nearest coil with the intention of sawing through it. Before I applied more pressure, the creature stopped. Perhaps curare had paralyzed the snake. I pulled the blade out, and the snake resumed its tightening. The curare hadn't worked. But when I reinserted the knife, the creature paused. Odd. I must have found a vulnerable area. We were at an impasse. Through my link with its mind, I sensed the snake's hunger warring with its desire to live. I tried to control the predator's will, but our minds were too incompatible. Even though I could feel its intentions, I couldn't direct its movements. I wanted to avoid killing the snake, but I could see no other way. Once dead, I should be able to cut my way back into the trees.
"Hello? Is someone there?"
A man's voice asked. My struggle with the snake had seized all my attention. Cursing myself for forgetting the man, I directed my mind into the tree canopy and encountered the well-protected thoughts of another magician. But warper or story weaver, I couldn't tell.
"Has the snake got your tongue?"
He laughed at his own joke.
"I know you're there. I felt your power. If you don't belong in the jungle, I'll gladly let the snakes have you for dinner."
Snakes? I asked. His speech patterns sounded familiar. Not Davian, not Sandseed. I hoped Zaltana.
"Your necklace snake has sent a call for help. You might kill this one and untangle yourself, but by then its kin will be here to finish the job."
I scanned the jungle canopy, and sure enough, I felt 5 other snakes moving toward me.
"What if I do belong in the jungle?"
I asked.
"Then I'll help you. But you'd better make a strong case. Strange things have been happening lately."
I thought fast. "I'm Yelena Zaltana, daughter of Esau and Pearl and sister to Leaf."
"Common knowledge. You have to do better."
Soulmate to Valak, the scourge of Sitia, I thought, but knew that wouldn't help my case. I searched my mind for a bit of information only the Zaltanas knew. The problem was, since I had been raised in Ixia, I knew only a few things about my lost clan.
"I could send you on a wild Valma chase, but wouldn't it be easier if I gave you a piece of sap candy?"
I held my breath, waiting. Just when I was convinced I would have to cut my way out of the snake before its brothers arrived, a low drumbeat throbbed. More beats followed. The vibrations pulsed through the snake. The snake relaxed. A gap appeared above my head, and a green-painted face smiled down at me. He extended his hand, which was also camouflaged.
Grab on!
I clasped his wrist. He pulled me from the snake's net and onto a solid branch. Relief puddled in my knees, and I had to sit down. The man's clothes matched the jungle's colours and patterns. He placed a leather drum on the branch and played another song. The snake unravelled and disappeared into the jungle.
That should hold them off for a while, he said.
From his clothes and dyed olive hair colour, I knew the man had to be a Zaltana. I thanked him for helping me. His answering nod reminded me of someone. "Who are you?" I asked.
Your cousin, Chestnut. I was out on patrol when you were here the last time, so I didn't get a chance to meet you.
After living in Ixia for 14 years, I had finally returned to a home I hadn't known existed. It had been such an emotional whirlwind, and I had met so many cousins, aunts, and uncles, it was unlikely I would have remembered him even if I had been introduced to him. Seeing no sign of recognition on my face, he added, "I'm one of Nutty's brothers." Nutty's stories about her siblings had been humorous, and I remembered a game I used to play with her against her brothers before my kidnapping. "How did you control the snake?" I asked.
"I am a snake charmer,"
he said, as if the title explained everything. But when I failed to respond, he said,
"It's part of my magic. The necklace snakes are very hard to spot. Not only do they blend in so well, but also they mask their life energy. Even if you're able to sense the other jungle animals, you probably wouldn't feel the snakes. Not until it was too late."
He rubbed his hands together in appreciation.
"They usually hunt alone, but if one gets into trouble, it can call to the others with a low sound we can't hear. My magic allows me to locate the snakes and hear their calls, and my drum is my way to talk to them. It doesn't work on the other animals."
He shrugged.
"But I keep the snakes away from our homestead."
"You were out on patrol when you heard my snake?" Funny how I had become possessive of the creature that had tried to squash and eat me.
"Yes, although when I left this morning, I had hoped to find more than snakes."
He gave me an odd look.
"I guess I just did. Why are you here, Yelena?"
"I'm following a group of people who have been living in the plateau," I said. "They came through here. Has anyone seen them?" But what I really wanted to ask was had they attacked the clan? Were my mother and father okay?
"Seen? No. Strangers are in the jungle, but we can't find them, and—"
He paused, probably considering what information he should divulge.
"Perhaps it would be best for you to talk to our clan elders. Are you alone?"
"No, my brother and some sand seeds are travelling with me."
"In the trees?"
"On the ground." I told Chestnut about the attack and how I had been acting as a scout for our group. Chestnut accompanied me to the Zaltana homestead. It contained a vast network of living, sleeping, and cooking areas connected by bridges and suspended above the ground. Hidden by the thick jungle vegetation, the homestead was hard to find, but once inside the complex, I continued to be amazed the tree canopy could camouflage such a collection of rooms. Built of wood, the floors of the buildings were anchored to wide branches. Ivy grew on the outside of all the walls to hide their shape. Almost all of the furniture was constructed of wood, and rope hammocks provided comfortable places to sleep. Handcrafts made of jungle items like seeds and sticks decorated the various rooms, including animal sculptures created by coloured pebbles glued together. The main throughway of the homestead tended to be common areas of each of the families within the clan. The living and sleeping quarters branched off from the public rooms. Besides being extensive, the homestead was also well defended. The Zaltana magicians kept a vigilant watch for any strangers. After our arrival, Chestnut hurried to find the clan elders, and I scanned the path back to Moonman. Once I was certain that the way was clear, I made contact with the Story Weaver's mind. "Come," I told him. "Come quickly."
"We are on our way,"
he replied. I raced to my parents' suite. A few surprised glances and quizzical calls followed me as I dashed toward the Liana quarters, but I ignored them. My mother, Pearl, paced the living room. The air smelled of ginger and cinnamon, but her perfume distillery, set up on the long table against the back wall, appeared to be empty.
Yelena!
She flew into my arms. A few inches shorter than me, the slender woman clutched me as if to keep from falling. "Mother, what's the matter?" I asked.
Esau,
she said, and cried. I suppressed the urge to shake her as she sobbed in my arms. Instead, I waited for the flow of tears to subside before I pulled her away and looked into her light green eyes. "What about, father?"
he's missing.
Chapter 8. I resisted the urge to use magic to calm my mother. Horrible scenarios played in my mind before she settled enough to tell me the details. My father had been expected back from an expedition yesterday and had failed to return.
There was a clan meeting,
Pearl said between sobs.
A couple of scouts had gotten lost, and he went to find them.
Lost scouts? She gave me a watery smile.
Some of the newer ones will lose their way. Esau always finds them. No one knows the jungle as well as he does.
Maybe one of the scouts was hurt, I said, hoping to calm her and to stop myself from imagining Esau being a victim of the Kirikawa ritual. Why was he expected yesterday?
Another clan meeting. The jungle creatures have been restless and disturbed, and we can't pinpoint why. When the two scouts failed to return, the clan decided everyone should stay close to our homestead. Each night we gather in the common room to make sure everyone is safe. Esau was only supposed to be gone a few hours.
Tears tracked down her cheeks. Her face reflected the hours of worry and fear. Her long hair had more grey than black. I couldn't leave her alone, yet I needed more information. I have to talk with the clan elders, I said. You can come along only if you promise not to get too upset. She agreed, but uncertainty filled her eyes. Her hand went to her throat. Maybe taking her with me was a bad idea. Perhaps Nutty could stay with her. Pearl stiffened, as if with a sudden realization. "Wait!" she said, before bolting toward the lift. As I watched her pull the ropes and ascend to the second floor of the apartment, my heart filled with dread. Esau had invented that lift, using vines from the jungle and a pulley system. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if anything happened to him. Panic made me fidget, and just as I was about to call out to Pearl to hurry, the lift moved. My mother had splashed water on her face and had tied her hair back. She also wore my fire amulet around her neck. I smiled. "For strength," she said, and she met my gaze. This time, only stubborn resolve radiated from her. "Let's go." I thought about the fire amulet as we made our way to the homestead's meeting room. Winning an acrobatic contest during an Ixian fire festival, I had achieved a moment of pure joy in the midst of hell. Riyadh, one of my captors, the first man I'd killed, had tried to keep me from participating, and I was severely punished for my disobedience. But I knew I would do it again. I now realized the stubborn streak from both my parents had kept me fighting despite Mogcan and Riyadh's efforts to control me. Our clan name might be Zaltana, but our family name was Liana, which meant vine in the old Ileas language. Those vines grew everywhere in the jungle, pulling down trees in their search for the sun. When cut and dried, the vines turned rock hard. Looking at the firm set of my mother's shoulders, I knew she had reached the point where she would no longer bend to her emotions, but do what was needed to help find her husband. The common room was the largest area of the homestead. Big enough to hold the entire clan, the round area had a stone fire pit at its centre. The black ashy remains of the fire drifted in the sunlight, streaming from the smoke hole in the room's wooden ceiling. Benches made of branches and hardened vines ringed the pit. The scent of many perfumes lingered in the air, and I remembered the first time I stood here. The entire clan had filled the room then. Curious to see the lost child returned from, according to their viewpoint, the dead, they peered at me with a mixture of hope, joy, and suspicion. My hopes for an uneventful reunion dissolved when my brother declared to all that I reeked of blood. Chestnut interrupted my reminiscence by introducing me to the clan elders.
Oran Sinchana Zaltana and Violet Rambutan Zaltana.
They bowed in the formal Sitian greeting, their dark faces creased with worry. These two dealt with the day-to-day problems of the clan, while our clan leader, Bavel, was at the citadel. Missing scouts plus unexpected guests equaled big problems. "Your friends have reached the palm ladder," Violet said. "When they climb up, they will be escorted here." A slight smile flickered across her face. Relieved they had arrived safely, I projected my awareness to encourage Leaf to hurry. When Leaf opened his mind to me, his annoyance was clear.
"You should have taken me with you to search for the vermin,"
he said. Leaf's muscles ached from the day-long march through the jungle. The trails tended to get overgrown quite fast in the steamy warmth, and Leaf had had to cut a path for the others with his machete. "We can fight about it later," I said. "Right now, I need you here."
"I can't leave Tanu."
Leaf and Marek had reached the tree canopy, but through Leaf's eyes, I saw Tanu frozen about halfway up the rope ladder, clutching the rungs with a death grip. I moved my awareness to Tanu. Although he couldn't hear my words in his mind, I sent him calming emotions, reminding him how he had climbed down from rocks in the blackness of the cave. I chased his memory of that descent and realized why he hadn't been frightened then. "Close your eyes," I instructed. He did. Tanu relaxed his hold and climbed the ladder. I pulled away and reconnected to Leaf. "Hurry!" By the time Leaf and the others joined us, I felt my desire for action pushing out, threatening to explode. I updated the clan elders on what I knew, but the only information that Oran and Violet added was the direction that the lost scouts had been assigned. South and east, and Esau had gone east first to find them. "It has to be the Davians," I said. "We have to rescue them before they can do any part of the Kirikawa ritual."
"Let's go."
Leaf held his machete tightly, a fierce countenance on his square face.
"We do not know for sure if the vermin have your father," Moonman said, "or where they are, or how many warpers there are, or how well defended they may be."
The words tumbled out in a rush. Moonman's eyebrows pinched together, reflecting his obvious discomfort with being surrounded by walls. "All right, Mr. Logic, how do you propose we get this information?" I asked.
"Marek and Tanu will search for trail signs and report back."
"Where?" I asked.
"To the east."
"And stumble into the same ambush as my father? They'll be caught and killed," I countered. "It's too risky to send people out there. The jungle is the perfect setting for ambushes. Unless—" A sudden idea circled in my mind. I thought it over, looking for any holes. If the Davians hid behind a null shield, no magic could pierce it, but mundane physical things like sound and light would.
"Unless,"
Leaf prompted. "Unless we could get a bird's eye view," I said.
They probably have men stationed in the trees, Marek said. Isn't that how the scouts would have been captured?
Actually, I was being literal. I could link with one of the birds in the jungle and see out through its eyes.
You will not see much during the daytime, Moonman said. The vermin will be well camouflaged. In the night they will need a small fire and the moon to perform even the first level of the Kirakawa ritual.
A cold wave of dread washed over me. The moon rose last night.
Too soon. They need time to properly prepare themselves. For someone who claims the old rituals have been lost, you certainly know a lot about them, Marek said.
Accusation laced his voice.
The specifics of the ritual have been forgotten, but some knowledge about them has been included in our teaching stories,
Moonman replied, meeting Marek's stare.
It keeps us from making the same mistakes over and over and over again.
A warning to Marek, or just cryptic story weaver advice, I couldn't tell. Marek rubbed his healed cheek. He tended to stroke the spot whenever he was upset or frightened. The wounds from Cahill's beating went deeper than shattered bone fragments. Broken trust was harder to fix than bones. I wondered if Marek would change his opinion about Moonman if he knew the sand seed had helped repair his injuries.
Can a bird see at night?
Leaf asked, bringing our attention back to the problem at hand.
There'll be light from the fire,
Marek said.
But what about guards in the trees or outside the firelight?
Tanu asked.
We need to know how many vermin are there.
I considered the difficulties, and a solution flew into my mind. Bats. Tanu hunched over.
Where?
I'll link to the bats to find the vermin. Their fire should attract insects the bats like to eat, I said.
Can we afford to wait until dark?
Leaf asked.
What if Yelena can't locate them with the bats? Then we will have wasted time that could have been spent searching for father.
Yelena will find them, my mother said. She had kept her promise and controlled her emotions during our discussion. Her confidence in me was heartwarming, but I still worried. 3 lives were at stake.
What happens when we find the vermin?
Marek asked.
An army of Zaltanas could capture them,
Leaf said.
That might or might not work, Moonman said. It will depend on how many warpers they have with them. No, it's too risky.
Oran Zaltana broke the silence he had held during our discussion.
I won't send clan members until we know what and who we're dealing with.
I glanced at the floor beneath the ceiling's smoke hole. The patch of sunlight had shifted. It would be dusk in a couple hours. Let's find the vermin first and determine their strength. Everyone else should eat and rest. It might be a long night. When we filed out of the common room, Chestnut touched my arm. He stood apart from our group as we talked. His dark brown eyes showed concern.
Esau is my favorite uncle. Let me know if I can help.
I will. I followed Leaf and Pearl back to her apartment. She made us sit down on the couch Esau had built from vines. The leaves in the cushions crackled under my weight. Pearl went into the kitchen and fetched a tray of food and tea. Our mother hovered over us until we ate. I pushed the fruit and cold meat past my numb lips and chewed without tasting. Eventually, fatigue from climbing through the jungle caught up to me, and I dozed on the couch. Nightmares about serpents coiling around my body plagued my sleep as they hissed in my ear.
Wake up! It's getting dark,
Leaf whispered. I blinked in the grey light. Pearl, curled in a ball, dozed on one of the armchairs. Moonman stood near the door to the apartment. I woke my mother. Can you fetch the clan elders? We'll need to make plans once I've found Esau. She hurried out the door.
Where do you want to go?
Leaf asked. Upstairs to my old room, I said, and headed for the lift. Leaf and Moonman joined me in the closet-size lift. 2 thick ropes went through holes in the ceiling and floor. Moonman bent over to fit. His breath came in uneven huffs, and he muttered about sand seeds, the plains, and suffocating. Leaf and I pulled on the ropes, and the lift began to move. We ascended to the upper level and walked down the hallway. My room was on the right. Pulling back the cotton curtain, I let Leaf and Moonman precede me into the small, clutter-filled space. A few years after my kidnapping, Esau had started using the area for storage. 14 years of collecting jungle samples had resulted in rows and rows of shelves filled with glass containers of every size and shape. The only places free of the assortment were a small bed and a wooden bureau. Wanting to focus all my energy on linking with the bats, I stretched across the bed. Try to keep all distractions away from me, and be ready to help. Leaf and Moonman signaled their understanding. Both had enough magical energy I could draw from if needed. I tried to keep the horrible thoughts about Esau's plight in the back of my mind as I projected my awareness toward the mouth of the cave. The bats would soon be leaving their roost in search for food. My mind met the dark consciousness of the bats. They didn't perceive the world by sight, but by sensing objects and movement around them. Unable to direct them to where I wanted to go, I flew with them, my mental perception floating from one bat to another, trying to make sense of my location in the jungle. The flutter of wings and hum of insects cut through the silent night air. Even though the bats had spread over many miles, they remained connected to each other, and I soon had a detailed mental image of the jungle. It was a bird's-eye view without colours, just shapes, sizes, and movement. In my bat mind, the trees and rocks were not visible, but in scapes of sound. The straight walls of the Zaltana homestead felt odd to the bats. They avoided the clan's dwellings, but I jumped over to the mines flying east of the homestead. Frustrated because I couldn't affect their movements, I had to wait and watch until one bat found a small campfire. I channeled my awareness on the bat as it dived and flew through the hot, rising air, snatching the insects that danced above the light. Instinctively avoiding the creatures below, the bat stayed high in the air. I used the bat's senses to determine the number of vermin. 3 around the fire, 2 crouched in the trees, and 4 stood guard outside the camp. A pair of tents were close to the fire. 3 unmoving forms lay flat on the ground next to them. Alarmed, I focused my attention on them until I felt their chests rise and fall. When I had the exact location of the vermin's camp in my mind, I withdrew from the bat's consciousness. "There are 9 of them," I said to Leaf and Moonman. "I don't know how many are warpers." "We should have enough Zaltana magicians to overpower them," Leaf said. "If we could surprise them, it would give us the advantage." "Can you form a null shield?" Leaf asked Moonman.
"No, it is not one of my skills."
I sat up. A wave of dizziness crashed into me, and I hunched over until the feeling passed. Linking with the bats had used my energy. Moonman put a steadying hand on my elbow, and his strength coursed through me. I thought about what Leaf said. If we attacked with a large group, the vermin would know we were coming, and they would either flee and hide again or fight back. Either way, they would have time to kill their prisoners. The element of surprise was key, but how to achieve that? "Could Tanu shoot the guards with curare-laced arrows and immobilize them?" Leaf asked. "Or could we blow treated darts through reed pipes?"
"Too many trees,"
Moonman said. "It would be hard in the dark," I agreed. "We could get close and jab them." "But what about the guards in the trees?
Getting close without alerting them is a difficult, if not impossible, maneuver, Leaf said. If I'd had the ability to control the bats, I could use them as a distraction. We needed something else to cause a commotion. I followed the logic and found an answer. Leaf, sensing my mood, smiled. What are you scheming, little sister? Chapter 9. We didn't have much time to waste. Leaf, Moonman, and I rushed down to my parents' living area. Pearl had returned with Oren and Violet. Did you find them? Pearl asked. They're about 3 miles southeast of us. We'll need some magicians and soldiers, Leaf told Oren. How many are there? And what do the vermin plan to do? Oren asked me. 9. And it doesn't matter what they plan, the vermin have Esau and your scouts. We need to rescue them. Oren hemmed and hawed. We should consult Councilman Bavel. Bavel's at the Citadel. It will take weeks to get a reply. I suppressed the desire to wrap my hands around Oren's thin neck. We can't leave our homestead unprotected, Violet said. We'll call a meeting and request a few volunteers. Sitians, I thought in exasperation. Couldn't do anything without consulting a committee. Fine, call your meeting, do whatever. I shooed Oren and Violet out the door. Yelena, my mother began. You can scold me later. We're leaving now. Leaf and Moonman looked at me as if waiting for orders. Get Tanu and Marek. I'll catch up to you at the base of the ladder. Where are you going? Leaf asked. To get our distraction. They hurried from the room, and I was about to follow when my mother grabbed my arm. Just a minute, she said. There are only 5 of you. What are you planning? Tell me now, or I'm coming along. That liana stubbornness radiated from her, and I knew her threats weren't idle. I sketched a brief outline of my plan. That won't work without some help, she said. But I'm going to need more incentive. I have just the thing. Go. I'll meet you at the base of the ladder. Pearl rushed off. After a few minutes of frantic searching, I found what I needed. By the time I slid down the ladder, the others were ready. Shafts of bright moonlight pierced the darkness of the jungle floor, giving just enough light to make out the shadowy shapes of the tree trunks. I told Tanu and Marek how to approach the vermin camp and guards, and instructed them on where to position themselves nearby. No noise. Keep your distance. Wait for my signal before attacking. Signal? Marek asked. His face hardened into grim determination, but uncertainty lurked behind his eyes. Even though Cahill had issued orders to his men, Marek had really been the one in charge. Something loud and obnoxious, I said. Marek frowned. This isn't the time to joke. I wasn't joking. After a mere moment's hesitation, Marek and Tanu set off. Moonman stared after them. What about us? There was a faint rustling from above as someone took hold of the rope ladder. A few heartbeats later, Chestnut joined us on the jungle floor. He wore a dark-coloured tunic and pants, and his drum was tied to his belt. The green paint and dye had been washed from his hair. I'm glad I could help, Chestnut said. But you need to know I've never done this before. Done what? Leaf asked. Yelena, what's going on? I'm hoping Chestnut will be able to call a few necklace snakes to join the vermin's party. Ah, your distraction, Moonman said. How close do you need to be? I asked Chestnut. Probably within a mile, but it'll all depend on how many snakes are around. He hesitated. I'm used to chasing them away, not calling them. What if it doesn't work? As if on cue, the rope ladder swung with the weight of another person. Pearl descended.
She moved as graceful as liquid, and I could have bet Nutty hadn't been the only Zaltana child to drive her parents crazy by learning to climb before she could walk. Here, my mother handed me 10 grape-sized capsules and several straight pins. Just in case your first plan fails.
What if the second plan fails? Leaf asked.
Then we'll storm the camp and hope for the best. Come on. I put the capsules in my pocket, put the pins through my shirt so they didn't stick me, adjusted my pack so its weight rested between my shoulder blades, and pulled my bow. Be careful, Pearl said. I hugged her before setting off. While I had told Marek and Tanu to take a wider, more circuitous path to the vermin, I wanted to lead the 3 men straight toward them. Once again, I made a light mental connection to the bats flying above us. Guided by the bat's shape map of the jungle, I moved with ease through the tight trail, even though the tree canopy blocked the dim moonlight in places. The jungle's night sounds echoed in the damp air. A howler bat cried in a loud staccato. Balmers climbed and swung through the trees. The rustle and shake of branches and bushes hinted at the unseen activity of other night creatures. About a mile from the vermin camp, I halted. Chestnut leaned his forehead on a nearby tree, and power brushed my skin.
There is only one snake nearby, he said. He is waiting for the men in the trees to stumble into his trap. Necklace snakes are not active hunters. They prefer to lie in wait, using the element of surprise.
Chestnut looked at me.
And I don't want to teach them how to hunt.
That is a good point,
Moonman said.
Now what?
Leaf asked. I'm thinking, I said.
Think faster,
Leaf urged. One snake wasn't enough. Time for Pearl's suggestion. I handed everyone 2 capsules and a pin. Get as close to the guards as you can. Poke a small hole in the capsule and squirt the liquid near them. Don't get it on you, I instructed.
Why not?
Leaf asked. You'll have a necklace snake trying to mate with you.
Gee, Yelena, I'm so glad you're home, Leaf grumbled. It's good to know Mother is doing something useful with her time.
I thought your mother made perfumes,
Moonman said.
It all depends on how you look at it, Chestnut said. To a male necklace snake, that stuff is a perfume.
There are 6 guards. Moonman, Leaf and I will each spray 2, I said. Taking off my pack, I stashed it behind a tree. Chestnut, you stay back here. Can you keep the snakes from grabbing us when they come?
I'll try. They have an excellent sense of smell, so get clear once you spray that stuff. What about the guards in the trees?
Leaf asked. Aim high and be quiet about it. Leaf muttered to himself as the 3 of us fanned out to approach the vermin guards. Chestnut stayed behind to communicate with the predators while we moved into position. Once our distraction arrived, and the guards became busy dodging amorous snakes, Leaf and Moonman would find Marek and Tanu and await my signal. I would spy on the vermin in the camp. I crept through the trees, seeking a sign of the guards. I disconnected with the bats and reached out with my mental awareness, searching for the vermin. Beyond the outer guards, I knew the camp held 6 people, 3 Davians and 3 Zaltanas, yet I couldn't detect them, which meant someone had erected a null shield. At least one of the vermin was a warper, and he could be performing one of the Kirikawa rituals while we snuck around in the dark. It was then I realized the sounds from the jungle had ceased. My heart drummed a faster beat as my stomach cramped with fear. A presence hovered above me, and I connected with a man crouched in the lower branches of a tree. His mind was alert for signs of intruders, but he hadn't detected me. Poking a hole in one capsule, I sprayed the liquid along the tree's trunk, and then slipped away. 5 minutes later, I found my second guard. She failed to notice my approach, and I squirted some of Pearl's snake perfume on the bushes near her. I hoped she would rub against them at some point. As I retreated, I tripped over a buttress root and fell. I turned over on my back in time to see her aim an arrow at me.
"Freeze!" she shouted. "Hands up!"
So much for being quiet. I raised my hands and cursed myself for not re-establishing my link with the bats. Through their eyes, I never would have tripped. She called to another guard.
"Stand up slowly," she ordered. "Leave your weapon."
My bow rested on the ground within reach. She stepped closer and peered at me in the semi-darkness. The guard gasped and said,
"Soul Finder."
I rolled as her weapon twanged and snatched my bow. The arrow struck the dirt. I jumped to my feet, swinging my staff in a wide arc. The end of my weapon caught her behind her ankles. I yanked her feet out from under her. She went down with a loud oath. The black shape of her partner grew bigger as he ran toward us. Great. The air filled with a strange rasp, as if a person had pulled a rope from a wooden holder very fast. The noise grew louder and came from all directions. The three of us stopped. All thoughts of fighting banished as we searched for the source of the sound. A necklace snake slithered past my legs. It aimed for the female guard and wrapped around her with amazing speed. All my preconceptions about a slow-moving creature dissipated. The other guard looked at his partner and bolted. Another snake slid after him. The vibrations of the necklace snakes and Chestnut's drum thrummed in my chest. I projected into Chestnut's mind for an update. He kept the creatures from going after us, but he didn't know how long he could maintain control.
"Faster is better,"
he said. Right. I switched my awareness to Moonman. He and Leaf had marked the other 4 guards. They waited with Marek and Tanu for my signal. Running toward the campfire, I avoided snakes, terrified guards, and broke through the null shield. I stumbled for a moment as an array of thoughts and emotions washed over me. The air was charged with magic and fear. My panic pressed on my back, but I forced myself to slow down. When I reached the edge of the vermin camp, my blood turned to ice. 3 men pulled out the stomach of one of the prone forms on the ground. The vermin turned their attention to me, their surprise evident in their open-mouthed gapes. I had moved without realizing it, and stood in the middle of their camp, screaming at them to stop. Chapter 10. We blinked at each other for a stunned moment. Blood and gore dripped from the vermin's hands. The 3 men then returned to their macabre task, ignoring me. Astonished, I moved toward them, raising my bow to strike when a blistering force slammed into me from behind as if I'd been struck with a red-hot iron pan. I hit the ground hard. My bow flew from my grasp. My breath whooshed out. Searing pain clung to my back. I rolled over, convinced my clothes were on fire. Gasping for air, I thrashed on the ground until I spotted what had attacked me. I froze in horror. The vermin's campfire had grown to 3 times its previous size. A man stood in the midst of the roaring bonfire. The man stepped from the burning wood. Scorched black from head to toe, small flames clung to him like feathers. He advanced toward me. I broke my paralysis and scrambled away from him. He stopped. A trail of fire linked him with the campfire.
"Did I surprise you, my little bat?"
the man asked.
"Counted 9 when there really were 10. Hot little trick.
He knew my consciousness had flown with the bats. But who was he? I scanned the surrounding jungle, looking for my backup. Leaf and my friends were at the edge of the clearing. Their arms and hands were raised, as if they protected their faces from a searing wind. Sweat and soot stained their clothes, and they averted their gazes from the man.
No help from them, my little bat. They will burn if they come any closer.
I tried to project into the flaming man's mind, but his mental defenses proved impenetrable, a warper of incredible strength. Running out of options, I glanced behind me and caught sight of my bow. The blazing warper pointed, and a line of fire appeared between me and my weapon. I jumped to my feet. The heat singed the hair in my nose. The moisture evaporated from my mouth. I tasted ashes. A wall of hot air pushed against me, and the warper was before me. Yet his connection with the burning wood remained.
Fire is your downfall, little bat. Cannot call it, cannot control it.
My body roasted as if I had been staked to a spit over a giant campfire. I cast my awareness into the jungle, hoping to find help. Nothing but the panicked thoughts of my friends and one curious necklace snake nearby. Just when I thought I would faint, he extended his hands and a bubble of cool air caressed my skin. The break from the heat was an intoxicating relief. I swayed.
Take my hands. I will not burn you. Travel with me through the fire.
Why?
Because you belong to me.
Not good enough. Many others have made that claim.
I need you to complete my mission.
Which is? The flames on his shoulders pulsed in amusement. He laughed.
Nice try. Take my offer, or I will burn you and your friends into a pile of ash.
No! Flaring brightly, the flames jumped in size before he shrugged.
No matter.
The cold air disappeared, and I gasped. The heat's intensity robbed my lungs of air.
I need only wait until you go to sleep, little bat. Then I will take you.
My throat strained as my vision scrambled. Sleep was a nice way of describing the process of suffocation. It was a strange notion, but it gave me an idea. With my last bit of energy, I grabbed a capsule from my pocket and crushed it in my hand. The sticky liquid coated my palm, dripping down my arm. My legs buckled as I collapsed to my knees. The last thing I remembered before the world melted was a brown and green coil reaching for me. I woke, shivering. Chestnut's concerned face peered at me. He waved a large leaf, fanning me with cool, clean air. Exhaustion lined his brown eyes.
I guess that's one necklace snake who'll go away hungry,
Chestnut said. What do you mean? I asked, wincing at the sharp pain in my throat. When I tried to sit, I realized we were on a tree branch. Chestnut helped me.
If you died, I told the snake he could eat you.
He smiled. I'm sorry to disappoint him.
No matter. Perhaps we'll have some extra vermin to feed him.
His grin faded. I jerked as my memory returned. The fire warper, my father, the others, what? Chestnut raised his hand.
When the snake grabbed you and pulled you into the trees, he distracted the warper long enough for Leaf to break through the wall of heat. With Moon Man's help, Leaf was able to quench the link between the main fire and the warper.
Chestnut glanced away.
The warper disappeared.
He shuddered.
The remaining vermin ran off, with Moon Man, Tanu, and Marak chasing after them.
And Leaf?
Below, with your father.
Before I could ask, Chestnut said,
He's fine, although I fear Stunno will not live to see the dawn.
Sudden purpose energized me. Help me get down. My limbs trembled as I slid and crashed through the lower branches. I hit the ground hard, but didn't stop until I stood next to Leaf. He had Stunno's head in his lap. My gaze shied away from the gruesome mess that used to be Stunno's stomach. My father and the other scout lay on the ground next to them, unmoving, still paralyzed by the curare. I couldn't see my friends. Where are the others? I asked.
They haven't returned,
Chestnut said. He sank to the ground next to Leaf and took Stunno's left hand in his own.
At least he isn't feeling any pain,
Leaf whispered. Streaks of soot and sweat lined Leaf's face. Burn holes peppered his clothes. He reeked of smoke and body odor. I knelt beside Leaf. I put 2 fingers on Stunno's neck and felt a tentative heartbeat. Stunno groaned, and his eyelids fluttered. He's not paralyzed like the others, so the Kirikawa ritual could work, I said.
Can you save him?
Leaf asked. Stunno's wounds were fatal. I hadn't healed anyone with such extensive damage before. Tula's windpipe had been crushed when she was killed. I was able to repair the damage, but couldn't wake her without her soul. Why not? According to Rose's fire scenario, I had the power to create a soulless army.
Yelena!
Leaf's impatience cut through my musings.
Can you save him?
Would I be able to save myself once I assumed his injuries? I drew in a shaky breath. Only one way to find out. Closing my eyes, I pulled power and wrapped thick strands of magic around my stomach. I reached for Stunno and forced myself to examine the bloody, distended mass, seeing his wounds through my magic. His wounds pulsed with an urgent red glow as I focused on them. Without warning, Stunno's heart stopped its labor, and his soul rose from his body. Instinct drove my actions as I breathed in his soul from the air and tucked it into a safe corner of my mind. I ignored his confused thoughts, concentrating on his injuries. My stomach exploded with the pain of 1,000,000 sharp knives digging deep into my guts. Clutching my abdomen, I curled into a ball. Blood coated my hands, arms, and pooled on the ground. The air filled with the hot stench of body fluids. I struggled to push the pain away, but it clung to me, eating its way through my spine and toward my heart. Leaf's voice battered at my ears. He wanted something. Annoyed by his persistence, I transferred my attention to him for a moment. His energy flooded my body. We stopped the advance of pain, but we couldn't conquer it. It was only a matter of time before our strength failed and we would lose the battle. Moon Man's resigned voice sounded in my mind.
I cannot leave you alone. What made you believe you could counter the power of the Kurikawa ritual on your own?
I didn't.
No. Think. Does it matter now?
Moon Man's blue energy added to Leaf's, and together, the 3 of us banished the pain. I reached for Stunno and laid my hand on his smooth stomach. Go back, I instructed his soul. A tingling sting pulsed down my arm. When I felt his gasp for breath, I pulled my hand back. Too exhausted to move, I fell asleep where I lay. At one point, a hand shook me into semi-consciousness.
Theobroma?
Leaf asked, his voice a distant call. My tired thoughts slogged through a fog.
Pack,
I muttered.
Where?
Leaf shook me again. I batted at his arms, but he wouldn't stop. Where? Backpack. In jungle. Snake. I'll go, Chestnut said. His retreating footsteps lulled me back to sleep. I woke choking on a foul-tasting liquid. Coughing, I sat up and spit.
You still need to drink the rest,
my father said. He offered me a cup. What is it? I clasped the mug. The green-coloured contents smelled like swamp water.
Sour soup tea. Restores the body's strength. Now drink.
I grimaced and put the cup to my lips, but couldn't produce the nerve to consume it. Esau sighed. Blood and dirt matted his shoulder-length grey hair. He looked older than his 50 years. Weariness pulled at his broad shoulders.
Yelena, I would like to go home, and your mother must be having fits by now.
Good point. Cringing at the rancid flavour, I gulped the tea. My raw throat burned as I swallowed the liquid, but after a few moments, I felt more awake and energetic. The sun loomed high in the sky, and the clearing was empty. Where is everyone? I asked. Esau grunted.
I'll tell you on the way home.
He stood. Spotting my backpack nearby, I checked through the contents before shouldering the pack. My bow rested on the ground next to a wide scorch mark. I hefted the weapon, running my hands along the ebony wood. It appeared to be unharmed. A nice surprise, since during the skirmish I had thought the fire warper had reduced my bow to a pile of ash. A hot flush of fear raced over my skin when I thought of the fire warper. I had never encountered magic like his. I had been completely unprepared to fight him, and I couldn't think of anyone in Sitia who could match his power. But what about in Ixia? My thoughts turned to Valak. Would his immunity to magic save him from the fire warper's flames? Or would he be consumed?
Come on, Yelena,
Esau said. I shook off my morbid thoughts and followed my father from the clearing. He set a quick pace, and once I caught up to him, I asked him what had happened after I had fallen asleep. He huffed in amusement.
Passed out, you mean?
I had just saved Stono's life, and yours too. Stopping, Esau grabbed me in a tight hug.
I know. You did good.
He released me just as fast as he had seized me, and continued through the jungle. I hurried after. The others? I asked.
You were asleep for a full day. We thought it best for Leaf and Chestnut to take Stono and Barkin back to the homestead. The Sand Seeds and the other Ixian fellow never came back.
I stopped. They could be in trouble.
2 Sand Seed warriors and a swordsman against 3 Davians? I doubt it.
How about against 3 vermin with curare?
Ah, hell!
Esau spit.
I wish I'd never discovered that foul substance.
He pounded his fists on his thighs.
I had hoped the supply they stole from the Sand Seeds would be almost gone by now.
You extracted the drug from a vine in the jungle?
Yes.
So how do they know how to make more? I wondered out loud.
And where are they making it?
Esau glanced around.
Maybe in the jungle. I'm going to cut down every single curare vine and burn it,
Esau vowed. I put a hand on my father's arm. Remember why you searched for it. There are plenty of good uses. Our immediate concern should be for Moonman and the others. I'm going to try to contact him. Gathering power, I projected my mind into the surrounding jungle. My awareness touched a variety of life. Valmas swung through the tree canopy, birds perched on branches, and other small creatures scurried through the underbrush. But I couldn't locate Moon Man's cool thoughts. Did the vermin have him hidden behind a null shield? Was he dead? I searched for Tanu and Marek, also to no avail. My father said,
"Let's go home and figure out a way to find them. All of them, including the curare-making vermin."
He reminded me of the other vermin guards we had sprayed with the snake perfume. "We can question the Davian guards. Are they at our homestead?" Esau tugged on his stained tunic, as if deciding how to tell me something unpleasant.
"When you were picked up by that snake, the creature wasn't happy to discover you weren't a female snake. So in order for Chestnut to keep you from being devoured, he had to concentrate all his efforts on saving you."
He paused. "And that means?"
"He lost control of the other snakes."
"The guards are dead?"
"An unfortunate development. But there is an upside,"
Esau said. "Which is?"
"Now there are 4 very full necklace snakes who won't be bothering the Zaltanas for a long while."
I washed as much dried blood and sticky gore from my body as I could in the small stream flowing underneath my clan's homestead. My mother would worry and fuss over my dishevelled appearance, despite the fact I would be standing before her safe and sound. Climbing the ladder into the tree canopy, I mulled over recent events. There might be a group of Davian vermin working in the jungle, gathering vines and distilling curare. I had no idea where Furday and Cahill had gone, or where my friends had disappeared to. And there was a fire warper on the loose who could possibly jump out of any campfire in Sitia. My life in Ixia as the commander's food taster sounded like a vacation in comparison. Why had I wanted to leave Ixia? An order for my execution for being a magician had been one compelling reason to escape to Sitia. That, and wanting to meet my family, whom I had no memories of until Moon Man unlocked them. Well, I'd met my parents, and the execution order had been revoked. The thought of returning to Valek and Ixia tempted me. I reached the top of the ladder and arrived into a small receiving room made of branches tied together. Esau hadn't waited. The Zaltana guard stationed there informed me my father would meet me in my parents' living quarters. Walking toward their apartment, I marvelled at the ingenuity and craftsmanship of the vast complex of living areas built above the jungle floor. The Zaltanas were resourceful and determined and stubborn. All traits I had been accused of possessing. I wondered if those qualities would be enough to counter the fire warper. Did I have the experience or magical knowledge to find Moon Man, recapture Furday, and stop the vermin from killing more people? The daunting and overwhelming to-do list would not deter me from making the attempt or die trying. But how many would be hurt or killed in the process because of me? Chapter 11. I never reached my parents' suite. My cousin Nutty intercepted me en route, relaying a message to go to the common room. She scrunched up her face and tusked over my ripped and stained clothes. "I have a change in my pack," I told her.
"Let's see then."
She held out her long, thin arms, waiting. Knowing it was useless to argue with her, I opened my bag and showed her the other set of skirt pants and cotton top she had sewn for me. I thought a lifetime's worth of events had happened since then, but in reality, it had only been 2 seasons. Nutty examined the clothes with a dismayed purse to her full lips.
"You'll need some new ones. I'll make them for you."
With a slight nod of farewell, she hopped up into the tree branches with the grace and speed of a Valma, disdaining the practical rope bridge.
"Oh, snake spit!" she called from above. I'm supposed to fetch Uncle Esau and Aunt Pearl.
She changed directions and disappeared through the trees. I reached the common room. Oran, Violet, Chestnut, and the 2 scouts stood together. My strong relief over the absence of a fire in the central pit alarmed me. If I was afraid of a simple hearth fire, what would I do when faced with the fire warper again? I avoided thinking about that scenario and focused my attention on the matter at hand. When he saw me, Stono sat down. His face drained of colour, and I worried he would faint. He muttered a thank you to the floor, evading my gaze. Oran and Violet continued to question Chestnut on the necklace snakes. Chestnut stammered and fidgeted.
I wanted to help. You didn't have our permission, Oran said. And now how many are dead?
6, Chestnut said in a quiet voice.
Good for you, Jessie, Stono said. I wish you had killed them all. Pulled out their guts and strangled them with it.
Stono's eyes lit with murderous intensity. The elders rounded on Stono. Shock mirrored on their faces. Violet recovered first.
Stono, you've had a difficult time. Why don't you go and get some rest? She ordered.
He stood on trembling legs and shuffled a few steps, but paused next to me.
I'll kill the snake that tried to eat you if you want,
he whispered in my ear.
Let me know what I can kill for you.
I turned to protest, but he moved away.
What did he say?
Oran asked. What indeed? An offer of revenge on a snake or something more disturbing? He said he would like to help me.
Not without our permission.
Oran puffed up his chest with importance.
You can't just use our clan members as your personal army. Taking Chestnut into an unknown, dangerous situation that could have killed him was wrong.
I had had enough of Oran Yelena Zaltana. Stepping close to him, I said, could have, but didn't. If we had waited for your permission, you would have lost 3 clan members. And I wouldn't debate too long on how you're going to search for a possible nest of vermin living in your jungle. If you wait too long, they're liable to multiply.
What are you talking about?
Violet asked. It was then that Esau and Pearl joined us. Having heard my warning, Mother touched her throat, and my father's grim expression deepened.
Father, could you inform the elders about the potential threat?
I have other business to attend to, I said.
Where are you going?
Pearl asked. To find my friends. I found Leaf in our parents' quarters. He was sound asleep on the couch, and it occurred to me that I didn't know if he had his own rooms within the Zaltana homestead. Esau had knocked down the wall to Leaf's room to expand his work area. Unwilling to bother my brother, I tiptoed past him and went up to my room. Soon the sun would set, and I wanted to fly with the bats. Lying down on my narrow bed, I felt sleep pull at me. I resisted, thinking of Moon Man. He had helped me and Leaf in healing Stono. Perhaps the effort had exhausted him and rendered him unable to respond to my search. As the light dimmed, I drew magic from the power source and projected my mind into the jungle. Finding the collective consciousness of the bats, I joined in their nightly hunt for food. I floated from one bat to another, sensing the space below and around. On the lookout for any fires or signs of people, I coasted through the air, feeling the sun leave the sky. I wondered how the bats could know the size and shapes of their surroundings without seeing them. Was it a skill I could learn? My magic let me feel living beings, but I couldn't sense anything from the lifeless objects in my path. The bats invaded every section of the Elias jungle. Nestled below the Davian plateau, the jungle wasn't large. 2 days of hard walking would see a person from one end to the other. The Ileas market marked the western border of the jungle. A few bats swooped close to the market campfires, but they avoided the gritty air and noisy crowds of people. I pulled my awareness back. Having found no physical signs of Moon Man or the others in the jungle, I decided Leaf and I would travel to the market tomorrow. The market was the rendezvous location we had set back on the plateau. If Moon Man followed the vermin from the jungle, he would eventually look for us there. I hoped. When I awoke the next morning, a group of people were in my parents' living area, all engaged in animated conversation.
It's your turn! I delivered a wagon load of pomelo fruit last time,
Nutty said to Chestnut.
See?
She held up her right hand.
I still have the blisters!
I'm not stupid. They're from staying up all night finishing the clothes you owe Fern, Chestnut retorted. It's your turn to go to the market. You can't go collecting every single curare vine, Esau. It will take you seasons, Pearl said. And what about the vermin? If they caught you again— Pearl's hand flew to her throat, as if she tried to block the emotion welling from her heart. I'm not worried about that, Esau said. I'm worried about what they can do with the curare. Curare can be countered with Theobroma, Leaf said to Esau. We just need to make sure everyone has enough with them.
Is not my turn,
Nutty said.
Is too,
Chestnut countered.
Yelena!
Nutty cried, spotting me.
I've made another pair of skirt pants for you.
She held a light blue and yellow print. Thanks, I said. You don't have to go to the market, Nutty. I'll deliver the clothes for you. And Leaf, Theobroma is good at regaining movement, but it leaves you helpless against a magical attack. Father, can you find a way to get the Theobroma to work against curare without the side effects? That would be more helpful than tearing down every vine. Besides, I couldn't find any signs the vermin are collecting vines right now. But I think sending out well-armed scouts to search the jungle from time to time would be a good idea.
Yelena's here,
Leaf said.
Problems solved, he teased. I'll have an easier time with the Theobroma than convincing Oran and Violet to send out reconnaissance teams, Esau said. They want to huddle in our homestead and hide.
I'll handle Oran and Violet, Pearl said. Her face had set in a determined frown, which she then turned on me. You're leaving us already? We need to rendezvous with our horses and our other team members, I said.
Are they at the market?
Leaf asked, with a hopeful note in his voice. Too many people for me to determine. In any case, we need to look for signs of Furday and Cahill. They could be anywhere by now, and doing unspeakable things. I shuddered as the image of Stono's ruined stomach rose in my mind. Not without breakfast! Pearl hurried toward the kitchen.
I'll go get the dresses!
Nutty bounded away.
I'd better get my pack ready, Leaf smiled. Never a dull day with you, little sister. What do you need?
Esau asked me. I'm running out of Theobroma and curare. He went into the lift to ascend to the second floor. Chestnut looked around at the suddenly quiet room. He fidgeted, avoiding my gaze, and I realized he wanted to talk about something other than whose turn it was to go to the market. Now's the time, I said, once everyone comes back.
I can't.
He moved his hands as if he wanted to pull his thoughts from the air.
I'm having trouble getting past.
Wrapping his arms around his body, Chestnut rocked with frustration.
How can you be so calm? Standing there making plans, barking out orders. 6 people have died. Stono came back from the dead, and now he's different.
Different? How?
It's probably nothing. He's had a shock, but he's harsher somehow.
Chestnut shook his head.
That's not the point. 6 people killed by necklace snakes. That's the point.
I understood his problem. You've never lost anyone to a snake before?
No one. I know it's not a terrible death. At least they're dead before they get swallowed. I've always been kind of curious.
He cringed with guilt. Curious to see a snake devour its prey, and you feel responsible for not stopping the snakes?
Yes.
The word hissed out. Think of what would have happened if the snakes had released the vermin.
You and Stunner would have died.
I'm not happy about the death of 6 people either, but considering the alternative, I can rationalize it in my mind. A shiver raced over my skin. As long as I didn't think about it too much. You asked how I can be so calm. I don't have time not to be. I would like to grieve and worry and carry on, but that doesn't get results.
And results are important, right, Yelena?
Leaf asked as he entered the room.
One of the foremost things the first magician taught me when I arrived at the keep was to leave all sentimentality behind. Rose believes she was given the gift of magic to use for a purpose, and she can't let guilt and remorse keep her from achieving that purpose.
Leaf rubbed his chin as his face settled into a thoughtful expression.
You're a lot like her.
I am not, I said.
It was a compliment. You're both intelligent, you're doers, natural leaders.
I disagreed. I didn't conduct myself like Rose. She was a tyrant who thought she knew everything and didn't stop to consider other options or other people's views. I wasn't like that. Was I?
Although she has a bad temper,
Leaf said.
She was wrong about Ferdy and Cahill's direction. She's not going to be happy about that.
That I would agree with, I said.
Agree with what?
Esau asked. His arms brimmed with containers. Nutty arrived with her stack of clothes, then Pearl returned with a tray full of fruit and tea. By the time we ate, the morning hours were gone.
We better go. It'll be a hard push to get to the market before dark,
Leaf said. Yelena, you have to come back and have a proper visit, my mother instructed. Perhaps when your life settles down. She thought for a moment and added, Perhaps you can make some time to visit. I don't see things settling down for you for a long while. Do you know this from your magic? I asked. No, dear. From your history. A smile quirked her lips before Pearl's stern mother expression returned long enough for her to lecture me on being careful. With our backpacks loaded, Leaf and I climbed down the ladder to the jungle floor. He set a quick pace, and I hurried after him. When we stopped for a short rest, I tossed my heavy pack down and rubbed my sore back. Now I could sympathize with a pack horse. Kiki! Leaf, does this trail stay wide until the market?
As long as no trees have fallen over recently. The Zaltanas keep this pretty clear. Why?
The horses! He smacked his forehead with a hand. I reached out with my mind and searched for Kiki's thoughts. She hid with Garnet and Rusalka in the forest west of the market. Late, she said in my mind. Dirty. Hungry. Come meet us on the jungle trail. We'll get to the market faster. Groomed faster. She agreed. Leaf and I continued to hike for a while in silence. The insects' droning grew louder as the sunlight began to wane.
I keep forgetting you can communicate with horses,
Leaf said.
I think you might be the first one in Sidian history.
Are you sure?
All the keep students had to learn about past magicians and their powers, but Master Bloodgood would know for sure.
Bane Bloodgood, second magician, was a walking, talking history book. My list of questions grew longer each day. I had so much to learn about magic and history. The sheer amount overwhelmed me at times, and reminded me how unprepared I was. And how did I end up with these soul finder powers? Both my parents hadn't enough power to be invited to the keep, so I hadn't inherited them. Sheer dumb luck? Leaf interrupted my thoughts.
Do you know anyone else who can talk to horses?
The stable master has said he knows the horses' moods and intentions, but he doesn't hear their words in his mind per se. And he had looked at me as if I had grown wings when I mentioned it to him.
How about in Ixia?
I considered. When the commander had taken control of Ixia over 16 years ago, he had ordered Valek, his chief of security, to assassinate all the magicians. Then, whenever an Ixian developed the ability to use magic, usually after puberty, Valek would assassinate the person if they hadn't already escaped to Sitia. No magicians in Ixia, but my thoughts did linger on Porter, the commander's kennel master. He had an uncanny knack with the dogs, and he hadn't needed leashes or a whistle to get them to obey him. Perhaps one other, I said, though he would never admit to it. That would be a death sentence.
Maybe we can help smuggle him to Sitia.
I don't think he would want to come.
Why not?
The idea shocked Leaf. I'll explain later. I didn't have the energy to educate Leaf about the commander's politics. Raised in Sitia, Leaf believed Ixia equaled a horrible place to live. That with Ixia's strict code of behavior, uniform requirement, and having to obtain permits to marry or move to another house, the citizens had to be extremely unhappy. Ixia wasn't perfect, but there were benefits to living there. For me, Valek was one. I missed seeing him every day, missed discussing poisons and fighting tactics, and missed having a soulmate who knew what I needed before I did. I sighed. Better to have an immunity to magic like Valek than to be this feared soul finder. A soul finder and completely useless against a fire warper. The commander's views on magic didn't seem so extreme now. Magic was messy, and what the vermin had done to increase their powers remained more horrible than anything I had witnessed in Ixia. Leaf, what about that fire warper? I asked. Since the incident in the jungle, I hadn't had time to discuss it with him. Have you seen a magician step from a fire before?
No. Rose Featherstone can make huge fires that'll consume whole buildings, but she'll burn if she gets too close to one. Since you've come home, I've been seeing all types of strange magic. You bring out the best and the worst in people.
Leaf tried to joke. I failed to be amused. The vermin are using old magical rituals. Do you know anything about them?
The Sandseed Storyweaver's powers are legendary. They used to be called F-Warriors. I had thought the stories of these warriors were exaggerated.
Leaf paused for a moment.
Until now. 2,000 years ago, well before the Sitian clans united, the F-tribe dominated the others. Using blood magic, the Fs had no rivals. The other clans would give them whatever they wanted. Food, gold, or sacrifices, hoping to placate them. The disagreement erupted between the F-rulers and a civil war started. The ensuing battle flattened the Davian Mountains.
Mountains?
Now a plateau.
Oh my.
Right. After that, a new leader named Gaian took control of the tribe's survivors. He declared he would plant the seeds for a new tribe in the sands that fell when the mountains were destroyed. That's how they got the name Sand Seed, and their magicians were then called Story Weavers.
The rumble of hooves interrupted Leaf's tale. Kiki's face was a welcome sight, although her blue eyes looked tired, and mud covered her copper-coloured coat. Garnet and Rusalka hadn't fared any better. Leaf and I fed and watered the horses. I wanted to groom them and let them rest, but Leaf insisted we get to the market first.
"Too many predators at night," Leaf said. "The horses will attract every tree leopard in the jungle."
"Market not far," Kiki said. "Jungle smells odd." We mounted and galloped toward the market. Being with us, the horses didn't have to hide, and we groomed them near the Zaltana campfire behind the market buildings as the sun began to set. Many clans had built permanent sites for their members to stay while trading or purchasing goods. The Elias market did not close until late into the evening hours. An array of torches was lit to allow business to continue, although the commotion of customers bidding, arguing, and shopping quieted in the evenings. After the horses were settled, I strolled quickly through the collection of bamboo buildings topped with thatched roofs. Most of the owners had the bamboo shade walls down to block the cold night breeze. When I had been here before, it had been the beginning of the hot season, and the shades had been rolled up to help cool the workers. Scanning the people at the market, I searched for Moonman. I stopped a few customers and asked if anyone had seen my friends. One stand owner recalled spotting some men running through the market a few days ago, but he couldn't describe them. My imagination kicked in, and visions of Moonman, Tanu, and Marek staked to the ground for the Kirikawa ritual filled my mind. Hidden behind a null shield, I wouldn't be able to find them, and every minute we delayed was another minute for Cahill and Fairday. Focusing on the task at hand, I breathed in the market smells to ease the tightness in my chest. The exotic spices offered by the Greenblade clan mixed with the smell of roasting meat. My stomach growled with hunger. Before I could stop to eat, I delivered the package of clothes to Fern. The small woman huffed with relief. "I thought Nutty wouldn't have them done in time," she exclaimed from behind a table piled with bolts of cloth. "I thought you sold fabric," I said. "I'm expanding my business. Nutty's getting quite the reputation." "Is that good or bad?" I asked. "Both. A few of the Greenblade women have gotten tired of their plain green tunics and leggings, and wanted a more colourful wardrobe. They've been buying every single one of Nutty's shirts, dresses, and skirt pants. I supply the cloth, and we split the profits. However, the clan elders are not too happy about the break with tradition." As a forest-dwelling clan, the Greenblades usually wore the colours of the forest. I glanced around and, sure enough, spotted a few women wearing Nutty's bright cotton creations. I had assumed they were Zaltana's, but upon closer examination, I could see the lighter maple colouring of the Greenblade skin. In Ixia, I knew which military district someone lived in by the colour of their uniform. Here, it was all a matter of knowing how each clan preferred to dress. Interesting. "Yelena, do you need some new material?" Fern asked. She pulled out a bolt of fabric from under her table. "I just finished this beautiful green pattern. See?" She held it up to the torchlight. "Just a hint of gold woven through the fabric. Matches your eyes perfectly." I laughed. "You're quite the saleswoman. But Nutty just made me another outfit." Undaunted, Fern found another bolt. The rich gold colour caught my attention as soon as she spread it out. "This would be for the shirt." She watched me for a moment. "Should I send this to Nutty for you?" "You're evil," I said. She grinned. "I'm only thinking about what's best for my customers." "And your cash box." A predatory smile flashed on her face. I paid her for the material and left before she could convince me I needed another set. I bought some Avibian honey for the stable master before buying some grilled beef to eat as I searched through the other market stands. Items displayed for sale or trade included handcrafts, clothing, fruit, and baked goods. I stopped for a minute to examine an intricate silver ring that held a black moonstone. Putting it down, I dismissed the thought of purchasing the ring. Only a few coins remained of the money I had earned as a magician's aid. Besides, I already wore a butterfly pendant and snake bracelet. Both had been carved and gifted to me by Valak. I fingered the pendant on my chest, wondering about Valak. Was he in his carving room, creating another animal statue? Perhaps he was discussing military tactics with Ari and Janko, or dueling with Marin. She had taught me how to fight with a bow, and Marin's own skills had improved. Perhaps she was with Valak right now, working on some complicated project that required them to be together every day. Maybe Valak would forget about me, be content to have Marin by his side. No. I forced myself to ignore those thoughts. I had plenty to worry about without creating phantom worries. Determined, I headed back to our campsite. Perhaps another magical sweep of the area would reveal Moonman and the others to me. Leaf and I waited another day for some sign of Moonman. I prowled around the market, cursing under my breath. Each minute we delayed reduced the possibility of recapturing Cahill and Furday. I scanned the forest with my magic, connecting with the woodland creatures. The area remained serene, undisturbed. That night we discussed our next move. Sitting by the fire, I stared at the flames. My bow was within reach, but I didn't believe the weapon would do much damage against the fire warper.
"We should go back to the Citadel," Leaf said. "That makes the most sense."
What about the sand seeds? They left their clan unprotected in the plains. They might need help, and we should tell them about Moonman and Tanu.
Tell them what? That we lost them? I'd rather tell them Tanu is afraid of heights and Moonman is claustrophobic.
And I would rather have them with us. Delaying the decision, I said, "Our direction of travel is the same for either the Citadel or the plains. Tomorrow we'll go north." Leaf agreed. He spread his bedroll by the fire and lay down. Using Kiki's saddle as a pillow, I put my cloak on and tried to get comfortable on the cold ground next to Leaf.
"You should move closer to the fire. You'll freeze,"
Leaf said. "I'm fine." He was quiet for a while.
"Perhaps Moonman and the others are lost."
"Doubtful. If they were lost in the jungle, I would have found them."
"Marek's afraid of getting lost,"
Leaf said in a soft voice.
"And you're afraid of—"
"Leaf, go to sleep. We have a long day tomorrow." I rolled over, turning my back to him. I didn't want him to put a name to my fear. Naming it made it true. Cold and uncomfortable, I tossed and turned, trying to sleep. Disturbing dreams of fire and death invaded my mind. Flames would spark in a benevolent dream, here and there, until they multiplied and consumed the picturesque scene, burning the images into a storm of black ash. I woke coughing on imaginary smoke, my body coated with sweat. To avoid the nightmares, I watched the moon rise above the forest's trees. When Furday had been on his soul-stealing rampage, the master magicians and I theorized the timing of his ritual murders were linked to the phases of the moon. We were wrong. He just needed enough time to torture his victims into submitting their wills to him so he could steal their souls when they died. The old F symbols and ritual he used to collect their souls would have made him the most powerful magician in Sitia if he had been able to gather all 12 of them. Valak and I had stopped him from absorbing Gelsey's soul and completing the ritual, but now he was free to try again. And Cahill helped him. How could he? I couldn't really believe Cahill would get involved after witnessing what Ferde did to those girls. But he had assisted with Ferde's escape from the keep's protective cells, and now travelled with him. Was he that greedy for power? He could no longer claim the Ixian throne. Did he want to rule Sitia instead? I studied the moon. Waxing toward full, the bright disk lit the landscape. I wondered about the moon's power, and why certain things like the Kirikawa ritual needed the moon's presence to work. I could feel the invisible layer of power blanketing the sky, but I felt nothing from the moon. In a subtle flicker of the light, Moon Man coalesced out of a blue shaft of moonlight, as if he had been summoned by my thoughts. He stood next to our fire, without clothes or his weapon. "Are you a dream?" I asked him. Deep lines of exhaustion etched his face, but he managed a weary smile and said,
"Perhaps I have always been a dream. What do you think?"
"I think I'm too tired to discuss Storyweaver philosophy with you right now. And if you're not real, then at least make yourself useful and tell me where you really are."
"I am here."
Moon Man slumped to his knees. Chapter 12. I jumped to my feet and ran to Moon Man's prone form by the campfire. Wrapping my cloak around Moon Man's muscular shoulders, I shared energy with him. "Are you all right? What happened? Where are the others?" I asked.
"Everyone is fine. I will explain later."
He pulled the edge of my cloak closer to his face. "Will you, or will you just spout some vague details in typical Storyweaver style?" He answered with a soft snore. I suppressed the desire to share more power with him and wake him. Sleep was the best way for Moon Man to recover his strength after using magic. Unfortunately, I couldn't sleep. I grabbed an extra blanket from Leaf's saddlebags and spread it over Moon Man. My cloak didn't seem adequate protection for him against the chilly night air. Despite my reluctance, I added some logs and coaxed the fire into a warm blaze. As I stared at the dancing flames, I wondered what other surprises waited for me. The answers would be revealed in time, but my ability to deal with them remained uncertain. Even with the loud calls of shoppers and stand owners from the bustling market, Moon Man didn't wake until the sun reached its apex. By the time the Storyweaver finished eating the meal Leaf had thoughtfully prepared for him, my impatience had built up enough energy that I could probably scale a smooth tree without the aid of a rope. "Tell us everything!" I demanded before he could swallow his final bite. He smiled at my agitation. Weariness still pulled at his features, but his eyes sparked with an amused glint. "And don't try any of that cryptic Storyweaver mumbo-jumbo, or I'll—"
"What?"
Moon Man asked. "I'll hurt you. Bad. So talk." Moon Man glanced at Leaf. My brother shrugged.
"I've seen her swinging that stick around. Now, if you had your scimitar—"
"Too risky,"
Moon Man said. He saw the rising fury in my eyes and wisely began telling us what had happened.
"After you and Leaf distracted the Firewarper, we chased the vermin through the jungle, and would have caught them if you had not needed my help."
Moon Man aimed a pointed stare at me.
"How is the scout?"
"Alive and well," I said.
"Back to his old self?"
I hesitated, but I wouldn't let Moon Man change the subject. "He's fine. Continue your story."
"Helping you drained all my energy and I needed to rest for a while,"
Moon Man said.
"Marok tracked the vermin to the Elias market and then north to the city of Barubi. It is a thriving place, and we lost the vermin's trail. Too many people."
He shuddered. The motion reminded me of Leif's claim that Moonman was claustrophobic. The city was the complete opposite of the wide open space of his home in the Avibian Plains. Located at the northern tip of the Cowan clan's lands, Burubi's eastern side bordered the plains, and was too far for my magic to reach.
"Where are the others?"
Leif asked.
"We rented a room at one of the inns. I left Tanu and Marek there to hunt down any information about the Davians, while I rejoined you."
Leif looked around the campsite.
"How exactly did you get here?"
Moonman grinned.
"A secret story weaver power."
"You used the moonlight," I said. He beamed his approval.
"I came through the shadow world. Moonlight reveals the world of shadows, allowing access."
"Is that where you showed me the story of my life?" I asked, remembering the dark plane that had transformed into visions of my childhood.
"Yes. It is a place where I unravel story threads to help others learn from their past as they weave their future."
"Is it a physical place?" I had been there twice. The second time, Moonman had brought Leif and me to untangle our knots of hostility and anger toward each other. Each time, though, I had felt intangible, as if my body had turned into smoke.
"It exists in the shadows of our world."
"Can anyone with magical powers get into the shadow world?"
"So far, only story weavers have the ability. But I am waiting to see if there is another who is brave enough to claim that gift."
His eyes met mine, and I caught a glimpse of shadows. I looked away. Breaking the silence, Leif said,
"However you arrived, you still need to work on your transportation skills. Maybe next time you can bring some clothes along with you."
Leif and I bought Moonman a tan-coloured tunic and pants, and we purchased supplies for the trip. Packing the saddlebags, I readied the horses. Moonman would ride Garnet until we reached Burubi. We went north, taking a well-used path through the forest. I scanned our surroundings with my magic, but thought the odds of being ambushed remained low because of all the other caravans and travellers crowding the trail. Leif also used his magic to smell the intentions of the vermin, but he couldn't discern anything. Once we reached Burubi, we would find the others and decide our next move. I brooded over the fact we had lost the vermin, and worried about which direction Cahill and Ferday had gone. Back to the plains, or plateau, or engaging in another scheme to gain power. Ferday had kidnapped Tula from her home in Burubi. His only victim found alive, Tula had been sent to the Magician's Keep. I healed her body and found her soul, only to lose both to Ferday. Guilt welled in my throat. His freedom ate at my heart. I tightened my grip on the reins, causing Kiki to snort in agitation. "Sorry," I relaxed. I was thinking about Ferday and Cahill. "Peppermint man like apple," Kiki said, referring to Cahill. "Why do you say that?" I knew Kiki loved apples. "He black apple. No one wants." I saw an image of rotting apples on the ground. "Bad, but good come." Kiki showed how the seeds inside grew roots and became a tree after the apple decayed. "Are you saying a good thing might come from Peppermint Man? Or, if he dies, it would be beneficial?" "Yes." Cryptic horse advice? Well, now I could die happy. I'd heard it all. 2 days later, we reached Burubi. Clusters of wooden and stone houses marked the outskirts of the city. The forest thinned, and the clear air fogged to a haze of smoke, coal dust, and sawdust that hovered over the main street's buildings. The thick air assaulted us with the smells of garbage mixed with human waste. People bustled along the walkways, and wagons full of goods choked the roads. Stores and stands had been wedged between factories and business offices. Moonman's alarmed face showed his discomfort as we maneuvered our horses through the crowded streets. He led us to the Three Ghosts Inn. The stone-faced building leaned its narrow 4-story height against its neighbour. Through a tight alley, we led the horses to an empty stable just big enough to hold 6 horses. The stalls were clean and had fresh straw and water. A stable boy soon joined us as we took off the horses' saddles. The quiet boy helped us groom and feed them. He shot me a shy smile when I tipped him. We had passed a number of inns on our way into the city. "Why this inn?" I asked Moonman as we carried our bags through the alley.
I liked the name, although...
He paused as if deep in thought. "Although?" I prompted.
I have not encountered the 3 ghosts. Perhaps you will have better luck.
I laughed. "You don't really believe in ghosts." Moonman stopped, and I bumped into him. He turned around, revealing his shocked expression.
How can you not? They are lost souls. You can help them find their way, like you did for Riyadh.
I put a hand out to steady myself. Riyadh was the man I had killed in Ixia. The reason I had been awaiting execution before Valek offered me the food taster's job. "How did you—"
Story weaver, remember? I know all the threads that are woven into your life.
But I thought his ghost had been my imagination, a manifestation of my fears. Why haven't I seen any others? If I can help them, why aren't they all around me?
Perhaps they are, and you do not wish to see them.
This is weird, Leaf said. I agreed with him. My skin crawled with goosebumps, imagining being surrounded by invisible ghosts.
I could teach.
Let's get inside. I cut off Moonman's offer. Of all the things I wished he would teach me, seeing ghosts wasn't high on my list.
Yes, let's. I'm hungry.
Leaf patted his stomach. We entered into a common area. Wooden tables and long benches, scarred with hard use, lined the slender room. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, but the area was empty.
"Dinner's a few hours off,"
a woman said. She leaned from a doorway near the back wall. Spotting Moonman, she smiled and walked toward us.
"Mr. Mood, I'm so glad you're back. Your friends left this morning, but I suspect they'll be coming back for dinner. Mr. Tanu loves my vegetable stew."
The woman's steel-grey hair was pulled back into a bun. Small wisps of hair framed her oval face. Her fair skin caused me to wonder if she was a refugee from Ixia. When the commander had launched his campaign to take over Ixia, many Ixians fled to Sitia before the commander closed the border. The innkeeper scanned Leaf and me with bright intelligence in her sky-blue eyes. Her gaze lingered on my hands before returning to Moonman.
"Will you be needing another room?" she asked.
Yes, Mrs. Floran. This is Yelena and Leaf.
She wiped her hands on her apron before shaking our hands.
"I'll be showing you to your rooms, then."
We followed her up the stairs. Stopping on the 3rd floor, she led us down the slim hallway. She opened the second door on the left.
"This'll be Miss Yelena's room. Will Mr. Leaf be staying with you, Mr. Moon, or do you need another room?"
Sweat beaded Moonman's face, and he glanced around the tight hallway as if seeking a way out. "Leaf can stay with me," I said, spotting 2 beds inside the tiny room. Disapproval radiated from Mrs. Floran's stiff demeanour, but before she could comment, I added, "He's my brother." Her face softened, and she relaxed.
"I'll be ringing the bell when dinner's ready. Don't be late."
She left us alone. Leaf stifled a giggle.
Interesting place you found here, Mr. Moon.
If Leaf had been my lover instead of my brother, would she have let us stay together?
I do not know,
Moonman said.
Perhaps the ghosts dislike improper behavior,
Leaf said, laughing. Moonman went to his room down the hall to check if Tanu or Marek had left us a message. I mulled over Leaf's comment as we put our few belongings on the beds. Is it considered improper if Valak and I...
Yelena,
Leaf said with mock indignation.
Don't tell me you and Valak.
Just answer the question.
Some clans, like the Bloodgood clan, are very strict and require a couple to be married before living together. Others, like the Zaltanas, prefer a couple to marry but don't get upset if they're not. Then there are the Sand Seeds, who don't even believe in marriage. They just do what they want.
He spread his arms wide.
With their aversion to wearing clothes, I don't understand why the Sandseed clan isn't overrun with children.
We are careful with our seeds of life,
Moonman said from the doorway.
I did not find a note. Do you want to take a walk through the city? I need...
His gaze travelled around the room.
It is better for me outside.
Leaf licked his lips.
I don't know. I don't want to miss dinner. That vegetable stew will be smelling good.
Do not worry, we will hear the bell. The entire city knows when the 3 Ghosts Inn is having dinner.
We left the inn and wandered through the streets. I used my magic at different locations to find a sign of the vermin, but there were just too many people around. Their thoughts and emotions crashed against me, and I blocked them out to avoid being overwhelmed. Leaf, too, was inundated with smells. We searched the city and listened for any snippets of information. A sparkle drew my gaze. Rows and rows of glass animals were displayed inside a store window. The beautiful jewel colours of the statues radiated as if a fire had been captured within their cores. They reminded me of Tula. She had sculpted animals with glass from her family's factory. Had she created these animals? Was this her family's store? I peered through the window, but couldn't see past the display. Should I go in and ask? Perhaps her family wouldn't want to see me again. Considering what had happened to Tula and her sister Opal, I wouldn't blame them for hating me. After all, the only reason Opal had been kidnapped after Tula had died had been to exchange her life for mine. At the time, I had thought Ferde held Opal, but it had been Aaliyah Davian, seeking revenge for the death of her brother Mogcan, another man whose death I had been part of. In Ixia, Mogcan had been power-hungry. He had taken control of not only Commander Ambrose's mind, but the minds of 30 innocent people. He deserved to die, but Aaliyah had failed to see it my way, and now she was also dead. I sighed. I should stay far away from Opal and her family. Death followed me, and perhaps ghosts as well. Was Aaliyah or Mogcan's ghost haunting me? I held my hands out and turned in a circle, spinning my arms. Nothing. Leaf and Moonman were engaged in a debate half a block away. I stepped toward them.
Yelena!
A voice called from behind. A woman carrying a small crate hustled along the sidewalk. A white kerchief covered her hair, and even though soot smudged her face and hands, I recognized Opal's bright smile and I couldn't resist giving her a quick hug. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I have some business." Before she could ask what kind, I hurried on. "Is this your family's store?" I pointed to the glass shop.
Oh, no. Our factory is on the east side of town, practically in the plains. We sell our glassware through a bunch of stores in Barubi. You have to come visit us.
She twisted her hands together.
That is, if you want to.
She averted her face.
I mean, after what I did.
Opal yanked her focus from the ground and met mine with a sudden intensity. The shy, uncertain girl who had come to the keep transformed in front of my eyes.
Let me make it up to you. You will come visit.
You did nothing wrong, I said with conviction. You have nothing to make up for.
But I pricked you with curare.
Aaliyah forced you. And I must admit, that was a pretty good trick. I'd thought once Opal was freed, the danger was gone. A near-fatal mistake.
But
you can't let the past ruin your future. Let's call it even and start anew.
Agreed. Could you come to dinner this evening? She asked.
Then her mouth dropped in shock and she stepped back. Moon Man loomed behind me, blocking the sunlight. "You'll not be missing dinner," Leaf said, copying Mrs. Floran's lilt. Opal relaxed a bit when she saw Leaf.
You can come too. And your friend?
I understood Opal's fear. At first glance, Moon Man resembled Ferday. But Opal had only gotten a brief glimpse of Ferday through her sister's memories, so she could not really compare the two. I introduced her to the story weaver.
"I think I should wait for Tanu and Marok to return,"
Moon Man said.
"You and Leaf go. I will see you later tonight."
Moon Man raised his eyebrows, giving me a signal. I opened my mind to him.
"Perhaps her family will have some information about the vermin. Ask them."
"Yes, sir," I replied. He flashed me a smile before he left. Opal hurried into the store to finish her deliveries. While Leaf and I waited for her, I returned to examining the glass animal statues in the window. Leaf joined me.
"Look at how they glow,"
he said.
"Which one would you pick? The snake?"
"No, I've had my fill of snakes. I like the horse, but the eyes are the wrong colour. They should be blue." Leaf laughed.
"You're biased. I'd buy the tree leopard. The detail is amazing. I wonder how the artist is able to get the leopard's green and yellow pattern just right."
The pattern is inside.
Opal exited the store.
There's a thin layer of clear glass on the outside.
"Did Tula make these?" I asked. Sadness welled in her eyes. She blinked back tears.
No. Tulas are too precious to sell.
"Opal,
Don't say it,"
she said.
"Starting anew, remember?"
"Yes."
"Good. Let's go."
Opal led the way. I worried the girls' parents wouldn't be so forgiving, but they greeted us warmly. Their house and glass factory had been built on the edge of the city, surrounded on 3 sides by the Avibian plains. The location explained why Ferday had chosen Tula. Keeping the kilns hot, Tula had been in the factory all night, alone, where no one could witness her abduction. Opal guided us on a tour of her family's business, and we met her remaining sister, Mara, and her younger brother, Ahir. The promised meal consisted of beef stew served in a bowl made of bread. "Less to wash," Opal's mother, Vincenza, said with a grin. Leaf sat next to Mara and flirted with her. He even joined her in the kitchen to help clean up. I couldn't blame him. The beautiful loose curls of her golden brown hair hung past her shoulders. Kindness radiated from big, tawny eyes, and she listened to Leaf's tales with rapt attention. While the others cleared the table, Opal's father, James, regaled me with stories about his business and his family.
She wasn't paying attention and set fire to her mother's apron. It was another 4 seasons before we would let Chula handle a punty iron again.
He laughed and launched into another one. When he had run out of anecdotes, I asked him about news from Barubi.
The Cowan elders are always arguing about how many trees to cut down, and now they want to start taxing the sand I import from my glassware.
He tisked over the prospect.
Rumours about the other clans have always been good fodder for the gossips. This year's is about those Davians. Everyone's worried about them, but the magicians have Chula's killer in jail, and I'm sure the Sand Seeds will take care of the rest. They always do.
I agreed, but my mind snagged on the fact that he still believed that Ferde was locked away. Not good. Why hadn't the council informed the populace? Probably to avoid frightening them. Ferde was still weak, and they had hoped to recapture him by now. Should I tell James? He had 2 other daughters. The people should be told about the vermin's Kirikawa ritual. They could help find the vermin and keep their families protected. But would they panic and hinder our efforts instead? It was a difficult choice to make on my own, and the benefits of having a council to vote on important issues became clearer to me. No one member could be held responsible for a bad judgment. Delaying a decision, I asked him if his children still worked alone at night.
No, I worked the entire night shift. We've learned our lesson and won't be caught unaware again.
Good. Keep vigilant. The Cowan clan leaders are right to be worried about the Davians. Opal returned, giggling. Water splotched her long skirt, and she tucked a few stray strands of damp hair back under her kerchief. "Water fight," she said, and before her father could scold, she added, "Mama started it." He sighed, but didn't appear to be too upset. Opal grabbed my hand, wanting to give me a tour of the house. The room she shared with her sister resided on the 2nd floor of the stone house. The air smelled of honeysuckles. Hanging over the one empty bed was Chula's grief flag. The white silk banner had been part of her funeral ceremony. The Sitians believed that once raised, the flag released Chula's soul into the sky. Having freed Chula's soul from Ferde, I knew the Sitian custom just helped comfort the families. "Why is the flag hung over her bed?" I asked. "It's to keep her spirit from returning to Earth," Opal answered. "All the things that she might want to come back for are under the flag. She can't see them there." I looked under the banner and spotted a small shelf filled with glass animals. The figurines were lifelike and well made, but had not captured the inner fire like the ones I had seen earlier. Chula gifted a couple of statues and sold many others, but those she kept for herself. I tried to copy her, but mine came out differently. I have only sold a few. She shrugged. "You made the ones in the store window, didn't you?" "Yes." Again, she made a dismissive shrug. "The store owner is a kind woman. She knew I was coming today and put them in the window. My animals are dull in comparison to Chula's." "Opal, they're stunning. How did you get them to glow?" She pressed her hands over her heart, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. "You see the light?" "Of course. Doesn't everyone?" "No," she cried. "Only I see it. And now you." She twirled with delight. "And Leaf. He saw it also." "Really? How odd. No one else in my family or my friends can see the inner light. They all think I'm daft, but they humour me anyway." "How do you make them?" She explained the process of glass blowing to me. More detail than I needed, but I understood the basics.
Usually you shape animals from solid glass, but when I try it, the animals resemble blobs. To make a tumbler or a vase, you have to blow an air bubble into the glass. I can't do that either. I turned purple trying to get a starter bubble, but have never accomplished it. However, once I fail to make the bubble, I shape the piece so I don't waste the glass. That's when I get results. Not only does my animal look real, but a spark remains inside even when the piece has cooled.
I thought for a moment. But eventually the middle would cool. What keeps it glowing? She threw her arms out in a frustrated gesture.
I don't know. I put my heart into these.
The answer popped into my mind. Magic.
No. Master Jewel Rose has tested me. I didn't have enough power to stay at the keep.
I smiled. She should test you again. Dax's taunt about weird powers replayed in my mind. If Opal had been born as Zaltana, the test would have been different. You have enough power to capture fire inside your statues.
Why can't anyone else see it?
Perhaps a person has to have some magical ability to see the fire, I theorized. If that's the case, you need to sell these at the Citadel's markets, where there are many magicians. She pursed her lips in thought.
I obviously don't meet a lot of magicians. Can you take one of my statues along and test your theory?
On one condition.
Anything.
That you let me pay for it, so I can keep it.
You don't have...
I put my hand up, stopping her. You said anything. She laughed.
Okay, but I'll charge you the wholesale price. I know just the piece to give you, too. It's in the factory.
Opal dashed down the steps and flew out the door. The cold rush of night air reminded me that we needed to get back to the inn. I thanked Opal's parents for the meal. They told me Leaf had gone with Mara to the factory. I found Opal there. She handed me a package. Wrapped with layers of cloth to protect the glass, the fist-sized parcel fit neatly in my hand.
Open it later, she said. I had another one in mind for you, but this one... cold. Crazy, I know.
I've heard stranger things. I'll write you a letter when I get back to the keep and let you know how the experiment went. I gently placed Opal's package in my backpack, slung the straps back over my shoulders, then paid her for the statue. Do you know where Leaf is? I asked. She blushed.
I think he's sweet on Mara. They're in the back in the mixing room. She's supposed to be measuring sand.
I wove my way through the kilns, workbenches, and barrels of supplies. The hot air baked into my skin. Light grey smoke rose from the burning coals and flowed through the chimneys to vent outside. Opal's family used a special white coal mined from the Emerald Mountains to heat their kilns. Cleaner than the black variety, the white coals burned hot enough to reach the 2,000 degrees needed to melt the sand ingredients. In the back room, a table filled with mixing bowls lined the far wall. Leaf and Mara leaned over a deep bowl, but they were looking at each other instead of the concoction. The cloth masks used to prevent them from breathing in the fine particles hung around their necks. I paused before interrupting them. Mara's hands were coated with sand, and granules peppered Leaf's hair. He looked younger, and his face shone with delight. It was a side of Leaf I hadn't seen before, and I wondered if he had someone he cared about back at the keep. I realized I knew nothing about certain parts of Leaf's life. Taking a few steps backward, I moved from their sight. I called Leaf's name, loud enough for them to hear me over the noise of the kilns. He now stood away from Mara when I came into view, the sand gone from his hair. It's getting late. We need to get back. Leaf nodded but didn't move. I understood the hint and left. Outside the factory, a strong breeze hustled the clouds overhead. Shafts of moonlight poured from the sky between the breaks. When Leif joined me, we headed back to the inn. He was quiet. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked.
No.
After several steps, he asked,
"Did you learn anything about the vermin from James?"
"The city is worried about them, but there is no information on where they might be, if they're even here at all." I told him about Opal's glass animals, and he seemed intrigued by the magical element. "Did you tell Mara about Ferday's escape?" I asked.
No. I just told her to be extremely careful.
We walked for a while in silence. The air bit through my shirt, and I wished I had my cloak. Burubi resided on the edge of the temperate zone, with warm afternoons followed by cold nights.
"I like her,"
Leif said, breaking the quiet.
"I haven't liked anyone before. Too busy and too worried about you to care for another. I couldn't keep you safe. I didn't lift a finger to help you. Finding you became more important than living my own life."
"Leif, you were 8 years old, and would have been killed if you had tried to stop Mogcan from kidnapping me. You did the right thing."
Getting killed would have been easier. No guilt. No worries. No fear. Caring for someone is terrible and wonderful. I don't know if I have the strength to do it for another. How do you deal with it?"
"I focus on the wonderful parts, and suffer through the terrible parts, knowing it will end eventually."
"Did you like Valak as soon as you saw him?"
"No. In the beginning, our relationship was purely business. The first time I had met Valak, he had offered me the choice of going to the noose or becoming the next food taster. My family knew I had been the commander's food taster, but not why. Someday I would tell them about Riyadh's torture.
"When did your feelings change?"
That was a harder question. I guess the first time he saved my life. I told Leif about the Ixian Fire Festival and how Iris had hired 4 goons to kill me because my uncontrolled magic could flame out and ruin the power source.
"So the first time you met Master Jewelrose, she tried to kill you? And you told me before Valak had wanted to kill you twice. Gee, Yelena, you're not a people person, are you?"
"There were other circumstances," I said in my defense.
"It all sounds too complicated. I shouldn't get involved with Mara."
That would be taking the easy road, safe yet dull. Why do you like her?
She smells like the jungle on a perfect day. It's a light whiff of the ylang-ylang flower combined with the sweet aroma of living green and the touch of the nutty, earthy essence. It's a scent you can wrap around yourself and feel at peace. Only those dry and sunny days will produce that smell, and they are as rare as a solid white Belmer.
Leif took a deep breath.
She has a soothing, contented soul.
Sounds like she might be worth the effort. There might be plenty of rainy days, but those perfect ones will make all the memories of rain disappear.
Is this from experience?
Yes. We reached the 3 Ghosts Inn and entered the building. Moonman and Tanu sat at one of the tables in the common area. Customers filled the room. Tanu held a bloody cloth to his temple, and his split lower lip bled. "What happened?" I asked when we joined our friends. "Where's Marok?" Tanu's face was glum. He glanced at Moonman as if seeking the story weaver's permission.
"We found the vermin,"
Tanu said. He winced.
"Oh, I should say they found us. A group of 5 soldiers with the Soulstealer and Cahill. They surrounded us, dragged us into a building and threatened to kill us. Cahill drew Marek away and they had a private discussion. They laughed and left together, seeming the best of friends."
Tanu put a hand to his ribs and cringed with pain.
"The others descended on me and I have no memory except waking in the empty building."
"When did this happen?" I asked.
"This morning. I am glad he is alive, but I wonder why they did not kill him,"
Moonman said. Contemplating the situation, I said, "Taking a captive through crowded streets would be difficult. If they wait until nightfall to perform Kirikawa on him, they risk being discovered."
"So why not just kill him?"
Moonman asked.
"Because they want us to know they have Marek,"
Leaf said.
"As a hostage?"
Moonman asked.
No. Marek left with Cahill. They're flaunting the fact that Marek is now with them, I said. And they know everything he knows, including our present location.
Chapter 13.
"Do you think they will attack us here?"
Leaf asked. I glanced at the fire warming the inn's common room. Would the firewarper risk being seen by the other guests?
"They could watch the building and follow us, waiting until we get to a secluded spot to attack,"
Moonman said.
"That's a happy thought,"
Leaf muttered. I reached out to Kiki. She dozed in the stable, but roused at my light mental contact. If vermin skulked around the inn, she and the other horses would be upset. "Smell?" I asked.
"Night, straw, sweet hay," she said.
"All good for now."
"Kiki, help? Watch, listen, smell for you."
"What if you get tired?"
"Rusalka, Garnet, take turns."
"Good idea. I'll come and open the doors."
"Lavender lady, stay. Kiki, do."
I smiled, remembering how she had unlatched her stall door in the keep stable when Goal had attacked her. One of Cahill's men who had held a grudge, Goal hadn't seen her. Probably hadn't known what hit him until he regained consciousness among the broken boards of the pasture's fence.
"Yelena! Hello!"
Leaf poked my arm. "I'm here."
"What are we going to do?"
Leaf asked me. "It's too late to go anywhere else. Kiki and the horses will watch the outside of the building and alert me if anyone approaches."
"Ooh, guard horses, how quaint."
Leaf pointed to the hearth.
"What if Mr. Firewarper decides to jump out of the fire? I don't think Mrs. Floran will be serving him a bowl of her stew."
"Can we douse the fire?" I asked.
"No,"
Leaf said.
"The inn will get too cold, and Mrs. Floran won't have hot coals for breakfast."
"Leaf, do you always think with your stomach?" I asked.
"Is there any other way?"
I sighed. "We'll post a watch inside. Moonman, how many entrances to this building?"
2. The main one leading to the street and one in the back through the kitchen."
"How about upstairs? Is there another staircase in the kitchen?"
"Yes, but we can secure the door into our hallway."
"Good. We'll each take a 2-hour watch. I need to rest after I heal Tanu's injuries, so I won't take the first shift. Moonman can start, followed by Leaf, me, and Tanu." We left Moonman in the common room. I helped Tanu to his room. Stiff and sore, he moved with care. When he was comfortable on the bed, I pulled a string of power and examined the damage. Aside from 2 broken ribs, his other wounds were minor. Staring at his injuries until they transferred to me, I hunched over with the pain and then pushed it away. Tanu squeezed my hand in thanks before falling asleep. I trudged to my bed, not as exhausted as I had been in the past. Perhaps my healing skills improved with practice. Or had I grown used to relying on my magic?
Yelena, wake up!
Leaf shook my shoulder. I peered at him through heavy eyes. He placed the lantern on the table.
You're the one who set the schedule. Come on!
He pulled the blanket off me.
Most commanders don't take a turn guarding the troops. They get a good night's sleep so they can make the right decisions in the morning.
I sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing my eyes.
I'm not a commander, and we're not a troop. I disagree. You've been leading the way. You're the one who knows what you're doing.
Leaf put his fingers on my lips.
Don't say it. Need to believe that you know what you're doing. Makes it so much easier to follow your instructions, especially when I'm acting as bait for a 50-foot-long snake.
Fine. I have things well in hand. I don't need much sleep because I have all the steps we need to take already planned out. Happy now?
Yes.
Leaf stretched out on his bed. I picked up the lantern. Sweet dreams.
They will be now.
The hallway of the inn was dark and quiet. I checked the door leading to the kitchen stairs. It remained locked tight. Good. Descending into the common area, I thought about Leaf's comments. I might be the one making the decisions, but I didn't believe I had enough knowledge to be a commander. Gut instinct still propelled my actions. Valak had taught me about strategy and clandestine operations, and my Ixian friends, Ari and Janko, had taught me to fight. Late-night sessions with Janko were the reason I could pick locks. However, my magical training with Iris had been interrupted by Ferday's quest for power. There could be a magical way to find Ferday and counter a fire warper, but since I hadn't read all those books about magic and history, and I hadn't explored my powers to find their limits, he was the test I hadn't studied for. The quiz I was bound to fail. Out of my depth. The empty common room echoed with my footsteps. I made a circuit of the area to check for intruders before I set the lantern down and went outside to visit the horses. The cold air stabbed through my cloak. Kiki stood in the alley next to the inn. Her dark coat blended with the shadows, but the white blaze down her face reflected the moonlight. "Smells?" I asked, reaching up to scratch behind her ears. "Fresh. No bad." "Any trouble?" She snorted with amusement. "2 men. Woman." She replayed the memory of 2 men robbing a woman. They had been so preoccupied with searching her packages, they failed to notice Kiki's quiet approach. Quiet because Kiki, like all the Sandseed horses, refused to wear metal horseshoes. Kiki had spun and used her back legs with expert precision. The men landed half a block away, and the woman, after staring wide-eyed at Kiki, took off in the opposite direction. I wondered why the lady had been out so late. "She'll probably spread rumors about being rescued by a ghost horse," I said to Kiki. "Maybe they'll change the inn's name to 4 Ghosts." "I like ghosts. Quiet." "You see ghosts?" "Yes." "Where?" "Here. There. Places." "Here?" I looked around. The empty street seemed deserted. "I don't see any." "You will." She nuzzled my cloak, sniffing the pockets. "I like peppermints, too." I gave her the mints. "Care to elaborate on the ghost issue?" No.
She retreated down the alley, and I returned to the inn. The lantern's flame flickered as I made another sweep of the kitchen and rooms upstairs, before settling down near the hearth. Embers glowed within the remains of the fire. Suppressing my apprehension, I added a few logs to coax the coals into a small fire to heat water for tea. Such a diminutive blaze shouldn't be big enough for the fire warper. Perhaps the size of the fire equaled the size of the fire warper. The image of a foot-tall fire warper leaping from the hearth caused me to laugh, but knowing he needed only one flame to start a fire ruined my good humour. Searching my pack for tea leaves, I found Opal's package. Curious to see which glass animal had called to her, I unwrapped the thick cloth. A charcoal grey bat with green eyes came to life in my hands. I almost dropped the piece in surprise, but even with its wings outstretched, the palm-sized creature didn't take flight. Opal's magic, not life, glowed from the core of the bat. Closer examination revealed flecks of silver along the bat's body and wings. An invigorating tingle swept up my arm. I mulled over the benefits of being a creature of the night. Could I locate Marek or Cahill now, while the city slept? Drawing power, I projected my mind and encountered a confusing array of dream images. Once again, too many people for me to sort through. I pulled back. The water bubbled. With reluctance, I returned the statue to my pack and found the tea. Over my steaming cup, I watched the miniature fire. I considered making an attempt to contact Bane Bloodgood. The second magician might have some advice on how I could find one soul among so many. The citadel was 3 days away by horseback, too far for me to project in normal circumstances. Desperation increased my distance, but then I had no control of direction. Also, Bane would be asleep, his mental defenses impenetrable. I decided to wait until the morning to try. The desire to sleep dragged at my body. I made several rounds of the room, just to stay awake. When seated, my attention lingered on the fire's dancing flames. They pulsed in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The flames' movements appeared choreographed, as if they tried to communicate something to me. Something important. I knelt near the fire. Fingers of orange and yellow beckoned. "Come," they invited. "Join with us. Embrace the fire." I inched closer. Waves of heat caressed my face. "Come. We need to tell you." "What?" I leaned in. Flames crackled, sap hissed and boiled, and the harsh scent of burning hair billowed.
Yelena!
Moonman's voice drenched me with cold reason. I scurried away from the hearth, stopping when I reached the far side of the room. Chills raced over my skin, and I shivered. "Thanks," I said to him.
"I thought something was not right."
Moonman descended the rest of the way down the stairs.
"I woke feeling as if the threads of my blanket had ignited."
"It's a good thing you did."
"What happened?"
"I'm not sure." I wrapped my cloak tighter. "I thought I saw souls in the fire."
"Trapped?"
I barked out a laugh. If I had said that to anyone else, they would have believed I was a raving lunatic. Moonman wanted details. Details I couldn't provide. "I think they wanted me to join them." He frowned and stared at the hearth.
"You should not be left alone with a fire. I will finish Tanu's shift.
Finish? I glanced out the window. The curtain of darkness had thinned. I had lost track of the time and failed to wake Tanu for his turn. Not a good sign.
Go get some sleep. We will need to make plans when you wake.
The deafening peal of Mrs. Floran's bell jarred me from sleep. Leaf sat on the edge of his bed with his head between his hands, blocking out the noise. With silence came relief, and he dropped his arms.
"She'll be ringing that again if we don't get down to breakfast soon,"
Leaf said. All the motivation I needed. I kicked off my blanket and followed Leaf from the room. We joined Moonman and Tanu in the common area. The crowded inn buzzed with conversation. Mrs. Floran poured tea while her staff served breakfast. The smell of sweet syrup wafted through the air. The good night's sleep reflected in Tanu's face. The swelling was gone, and the bruises faded from bright red to a light purple smudge. He moved without wincing in pain. We ate our breakfast of honey, eggs, and bread, and discussed our next move.
"We should search the city," Leaf said, "quarter by quarter until we either find them or determine they're not here."
It would take a long time.
Moonman spooned a glob of eggs onto a slice of bread.
They are gone,
Tanu said. I stopped eating. How do you know?
They mentioned leaving Barubi.
Why didn't you tell us last night? I stabbed my eggs with my fork.
I was distracted by the pain and did not remember the comment until now.
Would it have made a difference?
Leaf asked. I thought it over. Tanu had been in bad shape, but with no fatal injuries, I could have left him here and... What? Scanned the surrounding forest with my magic? I didn't know which direction they had gone, and they had almost a full day of travel. Probably not, I sighed. Tanu, do you remember anything else? Did they say where they were going?
The need to hurry was all I sensed. Perhaps that is why I was not killed. They did not have enough time.
The best strategy would have been to keep us in the dark about Marek, wondering if he is dead or alive, and what he told them. I sipped my tea. However, Cahill likes to feel superior, and probably believes letting us know Marek has betrayed us would make us doubt our instincts and slow us down. Cahill had tried that tactic with me before. When he had thought I was a spy from Ixia, he had ambushed me in the forest. Then he wanted me to believe Leaf set me up to demoralize me. It hadn't worked, and it wouldn't work now. If anything, I was more determined to find them, even though we had lost their trail. My appetite gone, I pushed my plate away.
What's next?
Leaf asked. The door to the common room banged open. Marek stood in the threshold with a bloody sword in his hand. The four of us jumped to our feet. Breakfast forgotten, we pulled our weapons as the conversation in the inn's common room dwindled into a deadly silence.
Come on,
Marek gestured from the doorway with his sword.
Let's go before they catch up.
Who? I asked.
Cahill and his friends.
Marek spit the words out.
I escaped.
Horror bleached his face, and blood dripped from a cut on his throat.
I've lost them, but they know we're here.
How many? I demanded. Marek straightened.
7.
Armed?
Swords, scimitars, and curare.
How soon? Marek glanced over his shoulder and froze. He dropped his sword. It clattered on the stone floor. A big hand shoved him, pushing him to the ground. Behind Marek, Cahill, Ferde, and 5 vermin streamed into the common room. Chapter 14. with their weapons pointed toward us. The vermin and Cahill fanned out in front of the door. 2 vermin had scimitars, 2 had swords, and 1 held a blowpipe to his lips.
"Everyone just stay calm,"
Cahill ordered. His long broadsword made an impressive threat. The people in the common room stayed in their seats. Mostly merchants and salesmen, there wasn't a soldier among them. Marek remained on the floor. A vermin stood over him with the tip of his scimitar pointed at Marek's throat. I glanced at Tanu. "You said they were gone." His face had paled, and although he held his weapon, he hadn't nocked an arrow. Moonman eyed the vermin as if judging the distance between their necks and his scimitar. Leaf's machete glinted in the sunlight from the open doorway.
"Change of plans,"
Cahill said. Cahill had let his blonde hair grow past his shoulders, and it was unbound. Besides that, he remained the same. Same grey travelling clothes, same black riding boots, same washed-out blue eyes, and same hate-filled expression on his bearded face.
"My friend wanted to exchange Marek for Yelena."
Cahill inclined his head to Ferde. I noted his use of the word friend. How could he call that creature his friend? The Soulstealer's plain homespun tunic and pants hid most of the red tattoos covering his body. With a scimitar in one hand and a blowpipe in another, he looked at me with cold calculation. Despite his lean and powerful build, I sensed his magic remained weak. Yet a bite of fear nipped my stomach.
"I hope you have a few more warpers with you," I said to Cahill. "The Soulstealer is no condition to fight 3 magicians."
"I may have failed in my power quest,"
Ferde said.
"However, I now serve another who has learned blood magic."
The sound of roaring flames reached me before the heat. A quick look over my shoulder confirmed the blaze in the hearth had grown. Terror boiled in my throat, prompting me to act before the fire warper appeared. Pulling power, I sent a thread to Moonman. "Take out the man with the blowpipe. I'll take Ferde." He agreed. "Leaf," I said, "attack the man over Marek, then keep Cahill busy." "When?" Leaf asked. "Now!" I shouted, and projected my awareness into Ferde's mind, bypassing his mental defenses and seizing control of his body. It was a self-defense move I had learned when Goal had captured me. Chained and left with no recourse, except using my magic, I had sent my soul into Goal's body. Once Ferde realized I had invaded, he concentrated all his energy on ejecting me. I ignored his efforts. He threatened to kill me the same way he had murdered his other victims. Memories stabbed, sounds of their screams pounding, the smell of rancid blood pierced, and visions of mutilations assaulted. His black desires of power and dominance through torture and rape revolted me. To stop him, I harvested his soul and wrung it, exposing his deep fears and the events that had caused his addiction to power. The favourite uncle who had tied him down and sodomized him, the older sister who had tormented him, the father who had belittled him, the mother he had trusted and confided in, the mother who had sent him back to live with his uncle as punishment for lying. A story weaver may have helped Ferde untie the knotted strands of his life, but I wrenched them apart, broke the threads. He became the helpless victim again. I examined his memory for every bit of detail, looking for information about the Davian vermin. When I finished, I peered through his eyes. My body lay on the ground, comatose. Moonman fought a vermin. They manoeuvred around a headless body. Cahill hacked at Leaf, whose machete was no match against Cahill's longer sword. Leaf would soon be forced to surrender.
Tanu stood in the same spot, as if rooted to the floor. Marek had regained his feet and sparred with one of the vermin near another body. The people in the inn had organised a bucket brigade to dump water on the fire. Even though my time with Ferde felt like a lifetime, only seconds had passed. I raised the blowpipe in the Soulstealer's hand and aimed. First, Cahill. Reloading, I shot each vermin with a curare-laced dart, ending the fight. Water wasn't going to stop the fire warper, but with his cohorts neutralised, he conceded the fight.
Next time, my little bat.
The fire died with a hiss and puff of oily smoke. I returned to my body. My limbs felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds each. Leaf helped me to stand on weak legs. Mrs. Floran came over. She clutched her apron between her hands and worried at the fabric.
What should we be doing?
Send someone to fetch the city guards. We'll need help transporting the prisoners to the citadel, I said. She sent the stable lad.
Have they all been hit with curare?
Leaf pointed to the prone figures. I looked at Ferde. He had collapsed in a heap on the floor. All but one. I've examined his soul, and he won't be giving us any more trouble. For how long?
Forever. Do you think that was wise?
Moonman asked. His scimitar dripped with blood and gore, and lacerations crisscrossed his chest.
You could have achieved the same result without damaging his mind.
Leaf jumped to my defence.
Hold on, Mr. Let's exterminate all the vermin man. Given the chance, you would have decapitated him. Besides, he deserved it. And it doesn't matter anyway. Rose would have done the same thing to him once he arrived at the citadel. Yelena just saved time.
Small darts of fear pricked my heart. Leaf's words repeated in my mind. Rose would have done the same. He was right. Numbness spread throughout my body. I hadn't even stopped to consider the implications before acting. Don't get in my way. I'm the all-powerful soul finder. Disgust coursed through me. History books hadn't been kind to soul finders. The vision of Flame Me being burned at the stake rose in my mind. Perhaps the councillors and Rose were right to fear me. After what I had just done to Ferde, I feared I might turn into a power-hungry despot.
We need to leave as soon as possible,
Moonman said. We had assembled in the inn's common room again. The city guards had taken Cahill and the others into custody yesterday. We had spent the day explaining to the city officials about Cahill's group. An afternoon's worth of discussion to convince them to send the prisoners to the council. Leaf and Marek would accompany the city guards to the citadel this morning. I intended to go with Moonman and Tanu to the Sandseed homeland in the Avibian Plains. You're worried about your clan, I said.
Yes. Also, I think we need to learn more about the Kirikawa, the Fire Warper, and your abilities before we have another run-in with the vermin.
But your clan has forgotten the details. How are you going to learn more?
Leaf asked.
We can consult Gady. He is another story weaver, but he is also a descendant of Gaian, and may have more information.
Moonman stole my ginger muffin and ate it. Although I was curious to know more about how Gaian had reunited the Sandseeds after their civil war with the F-Warriors, Moonman's comments reminded me I needed to try to contact Iris and let her know what had happened. We finished breakfast and made arrangements to leave. Moonman and Tanu would get the horses ready, while Leaf and I tried to communicate with Iris. We returned to our room. I lay on my bed.
Do you think you can reach her from this distance?
Leaf asked. I hope to, but I may need a boost of energy.
Leaf sat on the edge of my bed. Closing my eyes, I drew power to me and projected my awareness toward the Magician's Keep in the Citadel. I bypassed the chaotic jumble of mines in the city and reached for the wide open fields marking the eastern border of the Greenblade clan's lands. The few livestock I encountered hunched against the damp wind. Pushing past the barren farmland, I aimed for the white marble walls of the citadel. But my mind stretched thin, as if it had turned to taffy. Leaf's warm hand encompassed mine, and a surge of strength pushed my awareness further. But I couldn't reach those walls. The effort left me drained. Leaf gave my hand a squeeze before he stood. He searched through his pack, and before I could ask, he handed me a yellow leaf rolled like a scroll.
"Eat it," he said. "It'll give you energy."
I sniffed. The leaf smelled like spearmint and rosemary. An odd combination. As I crunched the leaf, the bitter mint taste dominated, and it shredded like paper in my mouth. Yuck! What is it?
A baka leaf, one of Father's discoveries.
After a while, I felt better. We packed our bags and joined Moonman and Tanu in the stables. The four of us mounted. Leaf and Marek rode together on Rusalka and headed toward the city's garrison. Marek would borrow one of the guards' horses for the trip to the citadel. The rest of us went east through Borubi's crowded streets. Tanu shared Kiki's saddle with me, and Moonman rode Garnet. When we reached the Avibian plains, the horses broke into their gust of wind gait. We travelled until the sun set, then halted to rest. Our stopping point was a bleak section of the plains. A few stalks of grass clung to the sand, and no trees or firewood were in sight. Tanu reconnoitred the area as soon as he dismounted. Moonman and I tended the horses. Once they were fed, watered, and rubbed down, Moonman removed the oil nuts Leaf had given to him. One of my father's finds, the oil nuts would burn long enough to heat water for stew. The night air smelled damp, hinting at rain. After arranging the fist-sized lumps into a circle, he lit the nuts on fire by striking 2 stones together to make a spark. I guessed Storyweaver powers didn't include lighting fires. Interesting. Tanu returned with a couple of rabbits he had shot with his bow and arrow. He skinned the animals and added the meat to the stew. After dinner, I asked Moonman about Gaian. What happened between the F rulers?
Just over 2,000 years ago, the F tribe was a peaceful nomadic people, following the cattle and the weather.
Moonman reclined against Garnet's saddle, warming to his tale.
Before becoming an official member of the tribe, the young people would make a year-long pilgrimage and bring back a new tale for the tribe. It is said that Hirsch was gone many years, and when he returned, he brought back knowledge of blood magic. At first he taught a few F magicians, called warriors, how to boost their powers. Little rites requiring a drop of their own blood. The extra power would dissipate when the task was completed. Then, Hirsch showed them how to mix their blood with ink and inject it into their skin. Now the power did not dissipate, and they became stronger warriors. Soon they discovered using another's blood was even more potent. And Heart's blood, taken from the chambers of the heart, was incredibly empowering.
Moonman shifted his weight and stared into the black sky.
The problem with using blood magic is it becomes addictive. Even though the F warriors were powerful, they wanted still more. They did not kill their own clan members, but sought victims from neighboring clans. No longer content to follow the cattle and forage for food, they stole what they needed from others. This abuse continued for a long time, and would have continued if an elf named Gaian had not stopped the warriors. He kept his magic pure. Sickened by the horrors he witnessed, Gaian organized a resistance. The details of the battle are lost to time, but the amount of magic pulled from the power blanket was enough to knock over the Davian mountains and shred the blanket of power. Gaian organized what was left of the clan and established the role of story weavers, who helped mend the people and the power.
Moonman yawned. I compared his story to what I had learned about Sitian history. Can you really mend the power source? I read a history where a magician had bunched the power around himself, and it took 200 years for it to smooth out.
Gaian was the first weaver,
Tanu said. He hadn't moved a muscle during Moonman's story.
Gaian's incredible powers could mend the power source, a skill not seen in another since.
Moonman agreed.
The blanket is not perfect. There are holes, tears, and thin patches. There might come a point in time where it will be worn away and magic will be a story of the past.
A loud pop sounded from the campfire. I jumped. The last of Leaf's oil nuts sputtered and died, leaving the three of us in darkness. Tanu offered to take the first watch as Moonman and I readied for bed. I lay awake, shivering in my cloak, thinking about the power source. Finding out about those holes called voids had been a nasty surprise. Aaliyah Davian had dragged me into an area without power to torture and kill me. Being unable to access my magic, I had felt quite helpless. The fact I had been tied to a cart had reinforced my complete lack of control. Aaliyah erred by not searching me for weapons, and I had used my switchblade to escape. Aaliyah had also wanted to collect my blood, and I wondered if she'd planned to perform the Kirikawa ritual on me. I supposed I wouldn't ever know. I couldn't ask a dead woman. Or could I? An image of invisible spirits hovering over me filled my mind, and I felt as if a layer of ice coated my skin. The next morning, we ate a cold breakfast of jerked beef and cheese. Moonman estimated we would reach the Sandseed's main camp by late afternoon.
I tried to reach the elders, Moonman said, but there is a strong barrier of protective magic tenting the encampment. Either my people managed to fight off the vermin and this new shield is a safeguard against another attack, or the vermin have taken control and are defending themselves.
Let's hope for the first one, I said. We mounted and rode for most of the day, stopping only once to rest the horses. Before we reached the point where we would be visible to the Sandseed's camp, we halted. Tanu would scout the camp and report back. Taking off his bow and arrows, Tanu doused himself and his clothes with water, then rolled in the sandy soil. Granules clung to his skin. He blended in so well with the surroundings, he soon vanished from our sight. I paced and fretted while Moonman appeared serene.
Worrying cannot change anything,
he said to my unspoken question.
I would rather conserve energy for when we can do something.
You're right, of course, but on occasion, logic does not win against emotions. He shrugged. I resisted thinking worrisome thoughts and focused instead on what I could do. Smells? I asked Kiki. Sweet. Home, she replied. Itchy. Clumps of mud clung to her copper coat. I rummaged in my pack until I found the curry comb. I was still combing Kiki when Tanu returned.
The camp is secure. If we leave now, we can get there before dark.
Tanu reported. As we prepared to go, he told us what he had seen.
Everything looked normal. Yana washed clothes, and Jayon skinned a hare. I crept closer and saw the elders arguing over the fire. The children at their lessons, the youths practicing with their wooden swords, many heads drying in the sun.
Heads? I asked.
Our enemies,
Moonman replied in a matter-of-fact tone, as if decorating with decapitated heads was a normal occurrence.
It is a good sign,
Tanu said.
It means we have won the battle.
Yet Tanu didn't look happy. Did you talk to anyone? I asked.
Yes. Jayon signaled to me everything was fine. I did not want to waste the daylight finding out the details.
He peered at the sky.
A hot meal by a warm fire will be most welcome.
I agreed. Tanu joined me on Kiki's back, and Moonman mounted Garnet. In high spirits, we joked and raced to the Sandseeds camp. The grey twilight waned as the white tents of the camp became visible. Many Sandseeds had gathered near the fire. A few stirred the contents of large cooking pots, and by their heady aroma, I guessed venison stew bubbled inside. Yum. Others waved to us as we approached. We slowed the horses. The air shimmered with the rising heat. I scanned the area with my magic, but felt only the strong protection Moonman had mentioned. The magic didn't feel like an illusion, but my experience was limited. When we crossed the magical barrier, I braced myself. Even Tanu gripped my waist tighter. But the scene didn't change. The Sandseed stayed the same. 3 men and 2 women came over to us as we stopped the horses, while the rest resumed their evening's work. The women's faces appeared to be strained with either worry or grief. There must have been Sandseed casualties. The Sandseed men grabbed the horses' bridles. An odd thing to do, considering they had trained the horses to keep still. Kiki reared. I held her mane as she jerked away from the Sandseed's grasp. "Bad smell," she said. Firelight flashed on steel. I turned in time to see a mass of well-armed Davian vermin erupting from the tents. Chapter 15. Tanu's bowstring twanged, and I yelled, "Go, go, go!" Kiki was free, but 2 Sandseeds held tight to Garnet's bridle. A quick glance to the side revealed 10 feet separated us from the fastest vermin. I pulled my staff from my pack as Kiki turned. She used her rear legs to keep the vermin occupied, while I brought my bow down on the temple of a Sandseed holding Garnet. A pang of regret touched my heart as the man crumpled to the ground. He had probably been forced to ambush us, but I didn't let the feeling stop me from attacking the second man clutching Garnet. "Go, go, go!" I yelled again. Even with Moonman's scimitar, Tanu's arrows, and my bow, the vermin outnumbered us. It was only a matter of time before they would overrun us. In a flurry of hooves and steel and shouts, the horses headed away from the Sandseed camp, breaking into their gust of wind gait. We had ridden through most of the night to get as far away from the vermin as possible. The horses slowed. Heads down, they panted. Their coats gleamed with sweat. Only a couple dark hours remained. Dismounting, we removed their saddles. While I walked the horses to cool them down, Moonman and Tanu searched for wood and game. No one said a word. The shock of the attack had yet to wear off, and the vivid memory of it played over and over in my mind. The ramifications alone were too awful to consider right now. We ate another rabbit stew in silence. I thought about our next move.
The elders,
Moonman's voice seemed loud in the thick night air.
are still alive,
Tanu said.
For now.
Would they kill them? A shudder gripped my body at the thought of all those drying skulls.
The trap was sprung. They have no need for them,
Moonman replied, then seemed to reconsider his words.
They might keep them as slaves. The vermin are lazy when it comes to domestic tasks.
And they're just busy beavers when it comes to ritual killings and gaining power, I said. Lucky us. The scene once again flashed in my mind. Do you think some of your people escaped?
Perhaps. They would have left the plains, though.
Moonman considered.
The Sand Seeds no longer control the protective magic over the Avibian plains. To stay within its borders would be too dangerous for them. Right now, the vermin are using the protection to keep their presence a secret, but now that we have fled, I believe they will use it to find us. Perhaps to attack us with magic.
Then we shouldn't linger long. Is there any way to know if they find us?
We can create a barrier to alert us to an attack and maybe deflect an initial foray.
We should saddle the horses in case we need to make a quick exit. I stood.
That would be prudent.
Moonman helped me with the horses. Kiki snorted in annoyance when I tightened her straps. Tired, she said. Don't need. Smell good. For now, if the smells turn bad, we can leave faster. I fed her some peppermints and scratched behind her large ears. She sighed, and her eyes drifted shut. After the horses were ready, the three of us sat in a circle around the fire. Maybe we should douse the flames. Worried that the fire warper would sense me through the blaze, I hadn't used my magic near a fire. Moonman dumped water onto it. Puffs of grey smoke rose into the air.
Yelena, I want you to pull threads of magic, and I will do the rest,
Moonman instructed. Concentrating, I gathered strands of power. Moonman plucked the strands from me and weaved them into a net around us. Tanu's pinched and sullen expression reflected his discomfort. As the only one without magic, he didn't have the ability to see the protection building around us. When Moonman finished, I disconnected from the power source, feeling drained of energy. The net pulsed with magic, even though we no longer fueled it. I wondered why it still worked. In all my past efforts, the power dissipated as soon as I stopped using magic. Except for my mental connections with Kiki and Iris, every time I wanted to heal or project, I had to consciously draw from the power source. Yet the Sand Seeds had their protection, and there were other lingering spells. An image of the knife in Valek's suite came to mind. When Valek had assassinated the king of Ixia, the king cursed him, vowing his blood would stain Valek's hands forever. Since magic doesn't work on Valek, the curse transferred to the knife instead. The king's blood still clung to the blade, and remained as wet and bright as the day the king had been killed. I asked Moonman how the protective net stayed active.
Mostly we channel the magic through us, but there are times when you can loop the power back to the source. It can be very difficult to do, and by having you draw the power, I could save my energy for knitting it together and redirecting it back to the source. Large-scale protection, like the one covering the Avibian plains and the Sand Seeds.
A hitch of emotion stopped his words. He closed his eyes and swallowed his grief before he continued.
Huge magical loops require an immense effort by many magicians, but can be effective for a long time. The protection we just created will last for a few hours before dissipating. Enough time to give the horses a chance to rest.
And then what? I asked, but he looked at me. Leif's comments about my role as commander flitted through my mind. I answered my own question. We leave the plains, head toward the citadel, and let the council know what's been going on with the vermin.
Hopefully they will already know. The Sand Seed survivors would have gone to the citadel.
Moonman scowled.
If there were any.
Waiting for the horses to regain some of their strength proved to be difficult. Our protective net flashed whenever the vermin's magic scanned the area. So far, the net hid us from the vermin, but each encounter weakened the fibers. The desire to flee and the need to sleep battled within me. I wanted to stay awake in case the vermin attacked, but I dozed off and on until the sky brightened with the rising sun. The few hours before dawn had been enough time for the horses. We mounted and headed northwest, riding hard. During our rest breaks, Moonman searched for any sign the vermin's magic had found us. I projected my awareness to learn if they physically pursued us. In our haste, we left a physical trail even my untrained eyes could follow. A couple hours short of the Avibian border, we stopped for a longer rest. Moonman proclaimed the vermin had lost us, and I couldn't sense anyone nearby. Since we had been travelling together for 15 days, we automatically attended our chosen tasks, even with the Davian threat hanging over our heads. By the time I had finished rubbing down the horses and seeing to their needs, I smelled rabbit stew cooking on the fire. Tanu sat next to the pot. His shoulders hunched, as if a great weight pressed down on him, and his attention remained fixed on the ground. He hadn't uttered more than a few words since yesterday. Perhaps he felt guilty and responsible for leading us into an ambush. I debated discussing it with him, but considered he might be more comfortable talking to Moonman. I wondered if Moonman was his story weaver. Every Sand Seed had a story weaver to guide and advise them throughout their lives. I glanced around, realizing Moonman hadn't returned from collecting firewood, even though a pile of branches rested near the cook fire. "Tanu, where's Moonman?" I asked. Tanu didn't even lift his head when he said,
"It was called to the Shadow World."
"Called? Does that mean another story weaver survived the vermin attack?"
"You will have to ask him."
"When will he be back?" Tanu ignored the rest of my questions. Frustrated, I circled the area, searching for Moonman, and found his clothes in a heap on the ground. I moved to return to the fire and bumped into him. I jerked back in surprise. Moonman seized my upper arms to keep me from falling. "Where have you been?" I asked. He peered at me with an alarming intensity. Blue fire flecked his brown eyes. I tried to move, but he wouldn't let go.
"They are dead,"
he said with a flat voice.
"Story weavers and Sand Seeds gone. Their souls haunt the Shadow World."
His grip on my arms tightened. "You're hurt?"
"You can help them."
"But I don't—"
"Selfish girl. You would rather lose your abilities than use them. And that is what will happen. You will become a slave to another."
His words slapped me in the face. "But I've been using them all along."
"Anyone can heal. You, though, hide from your real power, and others suffer for it."
Stung and hurt, I tried to break loose, but his hold wouldn't release. In order not to injure him, I projected into Moonman's mind. Thick ropes of grey power surrounded him. The Shadow World still held his mind. My efforts to cut the ties failed.
"The Shadow World calls."
Moonman began to fade. My body became translucent. He planned to take me with him to a place where I feared I couldn't access my magic. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled my switchblade and triggered the blade. I slashed him across his stomach. Moonman shuddered and let go. He collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball on his side. I looked at Moonman's still form. The grey power had vanished, but I wasn't sure of his mental state. Perhaps the shock and grief had been too much for him. Difficult to believe. He had been a calm and steady presence all along. I knelt next to him. The blood from his wound soaked his shirt. Drawing power, I focused on his stomach. The cut pulsed with a red light, and a line of pain formed on my own stomach. I huddled on the ground, concentrating on the injury. My magic repaired the damage. When I finished, Moonman grasped my hand. I tried to pull free, but he squeezed. My body jerked as the image of headless bodies slammed into my mind. They crowded close, enveloping me with the reek of dead flesh as they demanded revenge. Another jerk, and the scene of a massacre flooded my senses. The burning stench of body fluids and death stung my nose as blood soaked into the sand. Mutilated bodies were strewn in a haphazard, irreverent manner and left for the vultures to find. Moonman sat, and I tried to break his hold. His gaze met mine. "Is that what you saw in the shadow world?" I asked.
Yes.
Horror filled his eyes as the gruesome images replayed in his mind. "Give the memories to me." I felt his reluctance. "I will not forget them."
Will you help them?
"Can't you?"
I can only help the living.
"Are you going to tell me how, or spout some cryptic bullshit?"
You do not want to learn. You have refused to see what is all around you.
"You didn't answer my question!" Pain creased his face, and the light in his eyes dulled. He would be unable to function with the dreadful knowledge of how his people suffered. "Give them to me. I'll try to help them, but not right now." I mentally added soothing the dead sand seeds to the end of my long list of things to do. After I dealt with the fire warper, which should be a breeze. While I was lying to myself, I included flying and turning stones into gold to my list. Might as well think big. Moonman released the emotional turmoil of his visions. He wouldn't forget the images, but they would no longer strangle him. I gathered his grief and guilt and anguish to my soul. So much carnage and blood. All to boost the vermin's power. So many dead. Too many. How to soothe those victims? Stopping the vermin from increasing their strength might work. What if they tried again? Perhaps destroying the power blanket to keep everyone from using magic would work. A drastic and desperate measure that might not even be possible. Letting go of my hand, Moonman stood. "What you said about my future, is it true?" I asked.
Yes. You will become a slave to another.
The discussion over, Moonman returned to the campfire. We ate the stew in silence. Packing up, we mounted and spurred the horses toward the Avibian border. When we reached the road located between the plains and the fields of the Greenblade clan's lands, we turned north toward the citadel and slowed the horses to a walk. At this late hour, the road was empty. Being out of the plains gave us at least an illusion of safety, but I wanted to ride a little farther before we stopped for the night. The next 3 days dragged. With hardly a word spoken between the three of us, An awkward hush resulted as we travelled to the citadel. Moonman's comment about my future repeated in my mind, grating on my nerves like a high-pitched squeal. I wanted to know who would force me to be a slave, and when, but I knew Moonman would reply with a cryptic remark, and I wouldn't be smart enough to figure it out. The air turned cold and damp as we went farther north, and one night sleet pelted us, making our ride miserable. Seeing the welcome sight of the white marble walls of the city on the third day, I spurred Kiki into a gallop. Gone from the keep for 18 days, I missed Iris, my old mentor, who answered my questions with a refreshing directness, and my friends at the Magician's Keep. After crossing the south entrance gate of the outer wall, we walked the horses through the streets of the citadel. Puddles of icy muck peppered the walkways. Citizens hurried through the intermittent rain, and the greyness cast a mournful facade over the expanse of marble buildings. The smell of wet wool clung to the air. We aimed for the council hall, which was located with the other government buildings in the southeast quadrant of the citadel. "Home?" Kiki looked with longing at the 4 towers of the keep. "Soon," I said. "Rest here for now." A stable for the councillors had been erected behind the building. "At least you'll be out of the rain." Once Kiki and Garnet were settled, we entered the hall. A guard informed us a council meeting had just finished, and we should go in before the councillors left for the day. Entering the great hall, I spotted Iris talking to Bane Bloodgood, second magician. Groups of councillors and aides formed small knots, and the noise of their discussions filled the room. By the harsh tones and strident voices, I sensed the discussion hadn't gone well, and an undercurrent of fear trembled against my skin. Moonman and Tanu went directly to their councilman, Harun Sandseed. I hung back, not wanting to interfere with the Sandseeds. Iris hurried toward me. She wore her stern fourth magician expression. She was worried. I scanned the clumps of councillors with more care, and I discovered the reason for her concern. Cahill stood with Rose Featherstone and another councillor. He laughed and talked as if he belonged there. Chapter 16. I moved to confront Cahill. He should be in the dungeon for aiding and abetting a murderer, not standing in the middle of the Great Hall having a conversation with Rose. My alarm increased when I saw a few vermin inside the hall. Iris had other plans. She grabbed my arm and pulled me aside. "Now is not the time," she said, appealing to me. "What is going on?" I demanded. Iris glanced around the room. A few councillors stood close enough to overhear us, so she switched to our mental communication. "Cahill claims he's been on an undercover mission this whole time," she said. "He says that he didn't free Ferde." "Why would anyone believe that?" I asked. "Because Rose corroborated his story." A lightning strike of shock ripped through my body. I hoped I misunderstood her, but her grim expression didn't change. "It gets worse," she said. "Cahill says he caught Marek rescuing Ferde, and after interrogating him, Cahill discovered Ferde was on his way to rendezvous with others. Cahill followed the Soulstealer to discover what they plotted." "That's ridiculous. We know Cahill beat Marek to find out about his birth parents." "It's Cahill's word against Marek's at this point, because there is no evidence to say who freed Ferde, especially since Ferde can't be questioned." Iris frowned. "We'll talk about your actions later, but whatever you learned from Ferde's mind can't be used as evidence." "Why not?" "Because you were emotionally involved with the Soulstealer, and your impartiality is suspect. I know she went on, sensing my protest. "It isn't right. But when the council discovered what you had done to Ferde, it confirmed their fears about you being a soul finder and validated Rose's warnings." I sighed. It had confirmed my fears too. Where's Ferde now? In the Citadel's jail, waiting for the council to decide what to do with him. Although I think executing him would be a kindness. Her censure hurt, and guilt welled. I forced my thoughts away from Ferde and concentrated on Cahill. There had to be a way to show the council the truth about his involvement. Where's Marek? What has he said? Marek is being held for questioning. He claims he didn't free Ferde. He had no motive. But Cahill says Marek wanted to frame him for the escape so Marek could lead Cahill's men. And also that Marek lied to him, and Cahill really has royal blood. My mind spun. Cahill had an answer for everything. So why was Cahill traveling with Ferde? He says it was part of the undercover mission. Once he caught up with Ferde, he convinced Ferde he wanted to be a part of their plans. While he traveled with the Davians, Cahill says he recruited them to switch sides. She gestured to the vermin in the room. Did he mention the vermin using blood magic and the fire warper? No, he didn't. But Leif tried. Leif attempted to discredit Cahill, and many of the councillors thought he exaggerated about the Davians. Unfortunately, Leif's reputation for seeing doom and gloom in everything worked against him. Did Cahill say what the vermin planned to do? Half of me didn't want to hear Iris's response. I steeled myself. According to Cahill, the Davians' leaders are in league with the commander of Ixia. Together, they plan to assassinate the council and master magicians, and in the ensuing chaos, the Davians will offer to help Sitia battle the Ixians. But there won't really be a war, and the Davians will eventually turn Sitian's government into a dictatorship. Exactly what the council feared since the commander took over Ixia, and, combined with the resultant bad feelings from the Ixian ambassador's visit, the councillors were primed for Cahill's lies. So now it seemed Rose was right to warn the council about the commander, and I had no evidence to prove them wrong. What about my training? I asked. I didn't think Iris could look any more upset, but she managed to deepen her scowl. The council has given Rose permission to assess your involvement in these events and to determine what risk you pose to Sitia. I'm sure that would be impartial. Do I have any say in this? No, but the other masters will be there as witnesses. All except me. My objectivity is considered compromised by our friendship. Moonman and Tanu finished their conversation with Harun. They came toward us. Did you hear about the Sandseed massacre? I asked Iris. Yes. Horrible news. And it gave Cahill more proof of the Davian threat. The council is preparing the Sitian army for war. I didn't even have to ask. Iris saw the question in my eyes. War against the Davians and against Ixia. So much for my job as liaison. War between Sitia and Ixia was the one thing I had hoped to avoid. There had to be more going on with the Davian vermin, though. I knew the commander would never team up with them. They used blood magic, and he wouldn't condone the use of any magic. Besides, he could attack Sitia without the vermin's help. Again, I had no proof. Moonman and Tanu joined us.
There are about a dozen Sandseed survivors,
Moonman said.
They came to the Citadel and are staying here for now. Only one story weaver besides me survived. It is Gady, and he is the one we need to talk to about the fire warper.
Iris said, Who? Moonman kept talking.
You said Master Bloodgood has a few books about the F, right?
Yes, I said.
We should examine them. Gady and I will come to the keep tomorrow morning.
Moonman turned and walked away. I watched his back, feeling uneasy. His whole attitude toward me had changed since he had tried to drag me into the shadow world. He acted as if he had given up on me. That was rather abrupt, Iris said. He's been through a lot. And so have you. Tell me about this fire warper. Leaf had only sketchy details. I reported all our adventures to her as we left the council hall and headed toward the keep. The next morning we assembled in Bane Bloodgood's study. Occupying the entire second floor of his tower, Bane's office was ringed with bookcases. They had been built around the long, thin windows, and every shelf overflowed with texts. A desk, a few wooden chairs, and a ratty armchair, looking as old as Bane, resided in the centre of the room. The sharp tang of ink permeated the air. Ink stained the desk's top and Bane's fingers, and the only space on the floor, without a pile of books, was a foot-wide path from the door to the desk. The tension in the room pressed on my skin. Moonman had folded his large frame into one of the chairs. He appeared uncomfortable, and he glanced with longing outside. I shared his discomfort. The room felt crowded and tight, even for me. Bane sat behind his desk, with Dax Greenblade standing next to him. Dax was Bane's apprentice, and he had the unique talent of being able to read ancient languages. His help in finding Ferday and rescuing Gelsey had been vital. Iris stared at the other Sandseed story-weaver with ill-concealed dislike. Gady had arrived with Moonman, and he had pushed his way into the room as if he belonged there. He carried his bulk with authority, and appeared to be taller than he was. It wasn't until he stood next to Iris that his true height was revealed. He matched Iris's 5 feet 8 inches.
Those books belong to me,
Gady said. Silence met his statement. Dax glanced at me. Incredulity flashed in his bottle-green eyes.
My ancestor labored to banish all the knowledge about the blood magic, yet there they sit.
He gestured to the 2 open books on Bane's desk.
For anyone to pick up and read.
Iris said, I doubt anyone but Master Bloodgood and Dax can read or understand the language. Gady cut her off.
It is all you need. One person to read it, to get ideas and to experiment with the knowledge. Blood magic is like no other. Once you start, you cannot stop.
It appears the vermin have discovered the information without these books, I said.
How do you know?
Gady asked. He peered at Dax with open suspicion.
Perhaps someone has been feeding them information.
I stepped in front of Gady before Dax could defend himself. Not from here. Besides, having these books might prove to be an advantage. Your ancestor, Gaian, defeated the F, and perhaps the books contain information about how to counter the vermin's blood magic and to defeat the fire warper.
All the more reason to give them to me,
Gady said.
The Sand Seeds will deduce a way to oppose the Davians. After all, they are our problem. Not anymore. They've gone beyond your problem,
Bane said.
We will keep the texts here. You're welcome to study them with us.
But Gady wouldn't back down on his claim, and Bane refused to give in. Eventually, Gady rose to leave. He paused before me and scanned me with cold calculation in his dark eyes.
Did you know Gaian was a soul finder?
Gady asked me. Surprised, I said, No, I thought he was the first story weaver.
He was both. You know nothing about soul finders.
He glared at Moonman.
Your education is pathetic. I can teach you how to be a true soul finder.
My heart jumped in my chest. The prospect of learning more about soul finders both thrilled and terrified me. Gady must have seen the indecision on my face.
You do not need these books to defeat the Firewarper.
Too good to be true. I knew there had to be a catch. I suppose you'll guide me with some cryptic nonsense?
Bah!
Again, Gady shot Moonman an annoyed look.
There is no time for that. Interested?
Logic warred with emotion. Yes. Emotion won.
Good. I am staying in the Citadel's guest quarters, come at twilight. The moon should be up by then.
Gady swept out of the room, with Moonman trailing behind him. Iris raised one slender eyebrow at me. I don't think it's the best decision, I finished for her. Think I should rush into the situation and hope for the best? She smoothed out the sleeves of her tunic, giving me a wry look. No. I don't trust him. I lingered outside Rose's tower, debating. This meeting with her, Bane, and Zetora could be a trap. She could either trick me into confessing to conspiring against Sitia, or it could be my chance to redeem myself. Nice to have choices. Bane opened the door and said,
Come in, child. It is cold outside.
Decision made. I followed Bane into Rose's home. A huge fire crackled and popped, spitting out sparks, which would have burned the threadbare carpet if Rose hadn't doused the errant embers with her magic. With the memory of her fire attack seared in my mind, I chose a hard wood chair as far from the hearth and from her as possible. Spartan and bare, the room lacked the cosy comfort of Iris's living area and the scholarly smell of Bane's study. Zetora, third magician, perched on the edge of her seat, another straight-backed chair without cushions. She kept her gaze on her hands. They were laced together in her lap. Bane occupied the only comfortable seat. Overstuffed and worn thin, the chair's fabric was close to tearing, and by the annoyed frown on Rose's face whenever she glanced at Bane, I guessed he had taken her favourite spot. Let's get this over with, I said into the awkward silence.
Nervous?
Rose asked. No, I have a meeting in an hour and I need to wash my hair. Rose drew a breath.
Ladies, please. This is difficult enough as it is, Bane said. Put your differences aside and let us assess the situation.
Rose kept her comment to herself. Impressive. She gave Bane a stiff nod. He smoothed the wrinkles in his robe before continuing.
Yelena, you have shredded Ferday's soul.
No commenting until I am finished.
The stern tone in Bane's voice raised the hair on my arms. He was the second most powerful magician in the room. Yes, sir. Satisfied, Bane resumed his lecture.
Your rash actions have set off a ripple of discontent within the council. First, you acted without their permission. Second, your ability to shred a soul alarmed the councillors, including me. You have lost their trust, and therefore the information you uncovered through Ferday is invalid.
I tried to meet Zetora's gaze, but she averted her face.
You are hereby ordered to stay out of Sitian affairs while we deal with this new Davian threat. Rose has agreed to let you work with Gady to discover the extent of your powers, and we will reassess how you can aid our efforts in the future.
Bane gestured for me to comment. Protests pushed in my throat. but I swallowed them down as I wrestled my thoughts into a logical response. This meeting was an ambush. They didn't want to question me, just dictate to me. What about Cahill? You can't believe him, I appealed to Bane.
There is no proof he lied. First Magician supports him.
He's always been selfish, Rose said. He wants only one thing. To aid the Davians against Sitia runs counter to his desire. He needs our help to launch his campaign to claim Ixia. A country in the midst of a civil war wouldn't be able to aid him at all.
Rose's reasonable logic worried me more than her anger. How about the fire warper? A bright fireball erupted from the fire and hovered above us. I squinted into the harsh light. The heat of the flames fanned my face. Rose curled her fingers into a fist, and the fireball disappeared. Opening her hand, she gestured and snuffed out the hearth fire, casting us into cold semi-darkness.
I'm First Magician for a reason, Yelena. My command of fire is my best ability. You need not fear the fire warper. I'll deal with him.
Flames ignited. Once again, heat and light emanated from the hearth. I couldn't suppress my skepticism.
Do you really think I would let the Davians and this fire warper take control of Sitia? They wouldn't take proper care of my country. No. I will do all I can to keep them from power, including protecting you from the fire warper.
Now she was outright scaring me. You want me dead.
True. You're a threat to Sitia, but there is no proof. I can't obtain the council's support to have you executed. But once I have evidence, you're mine.
This was more like the Rose I knew and hated. We glared at each other. Bane cleared his throat.
Child, by listening to the council and working with Gady Sandseed, you will regain the council's trust.
Learning about my powers was what I had desired all along. Ferde was no longer a threat, and the council knew about the Davians. If they wished to believe Cahill, why should I care? The commander's army would prevail against Cahill. I had sought to avoid a war, but I held no sway within the council. Why couldn't I be selfish for once and stay out of politics while I explored my powers? I agreed, but the slight rush of relief failed to ease the pang of doubt. Moon Man's comment about becoming a slave to another echoed in my mind. I returned to my rooms in Iris's keep tower. She had given me 3 of the 10 floors to use. I trudged up the steps, anxious, worried, and frustrated. Rose's boast she could handle the fire warper had better be true. Bane's F books described power symbols and blood rituals, but he had discovered nothing to counter them. And there was no mention of a fire warper. Dax had translated the bulk of the books, but a few chapters remained. He planned to spend the afternoon working on them. My worry also stemmed from a comment Dax had made about Gelsey. Bane's other apprentice, Gelsey had been Ferde's last victim, but I stopped him in time and revived her body and returned Gelsey's soul. When I had inquired about her, Dax's vague response caused me to question him further.
To tell the truth,
Dax had replied.
She's different than before.
Different how? I had asked.
She's harsher. Unhappy.
He moved his arms in a gesture of futility.
She no longer enjoys life. She's more preoccupied with death.
It's hard to explain. Master Bloodgood is working with her. We hope it's a condition she can work through and not...
Dax shrugged.
permanent. Maybe you can talk to her?
I promised to visit her. Thinking back, I had returned 2 people's souls to bodies that had been dead, Gelsey and Stono, and both came back changed. Were their altered personalities due to something I did when I held their souls? My anxiety grew over what I might discover about my soul finder abilities with Gady. Uneasiness soured my stomach, and I remembered the attack Rose had sent me where Flame Me made a soulless army. While it didn't apply to Gelsey and Stono, I recalled Stono's offer to kill for me. With those morbid thoughts, I reached my rooms. Even though I had 3 levels, I only possessed enough furniture to occupy 1. An armoire, a desk, a single bed, and night table looked lonely in the round room. I would need to do some shopping when I had the time. Right now, finding souls took priority over finding curtains. Then I could be Yelena the all-powerful curtain finder, able to decorate a room in 1 hour. I laughed out loud.
What's so funny?
A heart-melting voice asked from behind me. Valak leaned in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest as if he visited me every day. Dressed as one of the keep's servants, he wore a grey tunic and pants. I was thinking about curtains. I moved toward him.
Curtains are funny.
In comparison to all my other thoughts, yes, curtains can be amusing. But you, sir, are the best thing that's happened to me all day, all week, and now that I think about it, all season. 2 steps, and I was wrapped in his arms.
That's the best welcome I've had all day.
I could only imagine what he had been up to. His ability to get into any building undetected made him the most feared man in Sitia, and his immunity to magic terrified the master magicians. He was Commander Ambrose's best weapon against them. "Do I want to know why you're here?" I asked.
No.
I sighed. "Should I know why you're here?"
Yes. But not now.
He leaned over, and his lips met mine, and it no longer mattered why. The late afternoon sun woke me and reminded me about my meeting with Gady. I nudged Valak awake. We huddled under the blankets against the icy air. Valak moved to get up.
I'll make a fire.
"No!" I grabbed his arm, stopping him. He peered at me with concern. I marveled at the rich sapphire color of his eyes and how they contrasted with his pale skin. "You'll need to reapply your skin-darkening makeup," I said, brushing a black strand of hair away from his face. He held my hand.
Nice try, but you are going to tell me why you don't want a fire.
"Only if you tell me why you're here," I countered.
Agreed.
I filled him in on the series of events with Cahill, Furday, and the Fire Warper.
It's ridiculous to think the commander is working with these vermin.
Valak looked thoughtful.
So, the wannabe king has chosen to ignore the truth about his birth. You got to admit his ability to dupe the entire council is impressive.
Not the entire council. Iris doesn't believe Cahill, and I'm sure there are others. I waved my hand in a shooing motion. Doesn't matter, it's not my concern. I've been told to be a good little student and mind my own business. Valak snorted.
Like you would listen to them.
I agreed. He laughed long and hard.
You not get involved.
Valek paused to catch his breath.
You've been in the midst of trouble ever since you became the commander's food taster, love. You would never walk away.
I waited until he wiped the tears from his cheeks. This is different. Then I didn't have a choice.
Oh, and you have a choice now?
Yes, I'll let the council deal with these vermin, and I'll stay out of trouble.
But you know they can't counter them.
They don't want my help. Valek sobered, and a hard edge glinted in his gaze.
What happens when the vermin win?
I'll stay with you in Ixia.
What about your parents? Leaf, Moonman, Iris? Do they come with you? And what happens when these warpers with their incredible blood magic decide to follow you to Ixia? What choice will you have then?
He studied my face.
You can't let your fear of the Fire Warper stop you from...
Annoyed, I snapped. The council has stopped me. They're the ones who are against me. Besides, I didn't want to think about my family. They were all grown people able to look after themselves. Then why did guilt tug at my heart and doubt squeeze my chest?
You just said there are a few councillors on your side. Once the council hears Marek's evidence tonight, they'll believe you about the wannabe king.
How did you know about Marek? Iris had just told me this morning. I had insisted on attending Marek's questioning, but she said the session was closed for councillors only. Amusement returned to Valek's face.
Servants. Their information network is far superior to a corps of trained spies.
In an offhand way, he added,
I'll tell you about the session later tonight.
You rat! It's a closed meeting. Only you would try to pull it off.
You know me, love.
I know. You crave a challenge and you're cocky. He grinned.
I wouldn't call it cocky. A certain amount of self-confidence is needed, especially for my line of work.
He turned serious.
And for yours.
I ignored the implication. Speaking of work, we made a deal. Why are you here? He stretched his arms over his head and yawned, pretending to consider my question. Valek, I warned, poking him in the ribs. Tell me!
The commander sent me.
Why?
To assassinate the Sitian Council.
Chapter 17. I gaped at Valek. Assassinating the council would help the vermin and support Cahill's claims. You're not...
No. It's the wrong thing to do right now. The commander based his decision on the state of Sitian affairs before these vermin showed up. He allowed me a degree of flexibility on this mission. We need to find out what's going on. The council meeting tonight might reveal crucial information.
We?
Yes. We.
I sighed. I was disobeying direct orders from the master magicians and the council again, getting involved with Sitian affairs. Would I ever agree with their decisions? Or was I, deep down, an Ixian, just pretending to be impartial? Perhaps my session with Gady would be useful. I needed guidance as well as information. Valek and I agreed to meet back in my room later tonight. He left. Apprehension swirled around me like a thick fog as I dressed and walked to the Citadel's guest quarters. The small clouds in the sky darkened as the light faded. The streets hummed with people finishing up their tasks for the day. Lamplighters began lighting the vast network of street lanterns. The main thoroughfares would be lit, but the back alleys would remain dark. My concern grew as I passed a number of vermin sauntering along the streets as if they owned the place. I avoided their gazes and wondered how the council could be so swayed by Cahill's words. Perhaps a warper had influenced them with magic, making them more agreeable. The Citadel's guest quarters were located in a building behind the council hall and next to the stables. The 2-story structure housed many apartments, and I peered through the gloom, trying to determine which one Gady occupied. A shadow moved next to an entrance. Moonman stepped from a pool of darkness.
"This way,"
he said. No emotion showed on his face. Gone was his sense of mischievousness and the spark of amusement in his eyes. I missed them. "Moonman,
You must not keep Gady waiting,"
he said in a flat voice.
"Your story weaver is ready for you."
He ushered me inside, closing and locking the door behind us. Heat pressed against my skin, as if I stood in an oven. A roaring fire blazed in the hearth, illuminating the living area. All the furniture had been pushed against the walls. Gady sat cross-legged on a mat in front of the fire. A few sand seeds sat in the cleared space in the center of the room.
"Come. Sit."
Gady pointed to a mat in front of him. I hesitated.
"You are the soul finder. You should not be afraid of fire. Sit or learn nothing."
Removing my cloak and pack, I placed them by the entrance. I longed to pull my bow from its holder, but ignored the desire. Instead, I joined Gady on the floor. Sweat ran down his round face. His skin appeared black in the firelight. A trick of the light revealed an intricate tattoo design connecting the scars on his bare arms. But when I blinked, the design was gone.
"As a soul finder, you can examine a soul, twist it, hold it, and return it. You can send your soul to others, and you can project your soul to the other worlds and return without any harm being done to your body,"
Gady instructed. The other worlds?
"The fire world, the sky, and the shadow world. You know about the shadow world from Moonman. Moonlight is the gateway to the shadow world. The sky is the final resting place of our essence. The fire world is what some call the underworld. What it is supposed to be under, I have no idea. But that is where the fire warper lives, and where you must go."
Why? Why must it be me? Gady's disappointment was evident by the sagging of his shoulders.
"You are the soul finder. The fire warper's soul is there."
The heat from the room baked into my body. My shirt clung to my back. How do I get there?
"Through the fire."
When I didn't say anything, Gady continued.
"Only you can go in and leave without being harmed. The warpers have been feeding this creature with souls from the Kirikawa ritual. His strength grows."
The flames in the fire pulsed with an urgency. They swelled to man-size. I looked at Gady in alarm, but he appeared serene.
"He waits for you. Go to him,"
Gady said. I stood. No, I'm not ready. I don't even know how to fight him. With magic? Gady sneered with disdain.
"You have no idea, do you? All the better."
Confused, I glanced between Gady and the fire, expecting the fire warper to step from the conflagration.
He comes for you. If you will not go on your own, then I will provide an incentive."
He snapped his fingers.
"Moonman, show your pupil what she needs to do."
Moonman strode toward the blaze. The flames reached out to him. He extended his hands and the fingers of fire wrapped around his arms.
"No!"
I yelled.
"Get back!"
I grabbed Moonman's shoulders and pulled to no avail. The tendrils of fire advanced and crawled over my hands. A burning excitement tingled, and souls writhed in agony within the depths of the blaze. Caught between worlds, hundreds of them. They dragged us toward them. My first instinct had been to resist, but their need for freedom, for relief, clawed at my body. I needed to help them. Leaning with Moonman, I pushed forward. The fire burned on my skin, but the pain stayed bearable, and a cooling relief lurked on the other side. If I could just get through. A hand tugged on my shoulders. I tried to shake the person off. "It's okay, they need me." An arm from outside the fire world circled my neck and squeezed. My hands still clutched Moonman's shoulders, trapped in the fire world.
"No, stop! I must—"
The souls ceased their pleading and flinched.
"Wait!"
The word wheezed from my lips as I strained for air, but they hid and cowered.
"I've come to help."
"But who will help you, my little bat?"
the fire warper asked.
I lost my grip on the story weaver. Without the breath to speak, I projected, "Do something," into Moonman's mind.
"I cannot. I have no power here."
The fire world blurred into a blob of orange and yellow. I plucked at the arm around my neck, but my hands weighed 100 pounds. The blob transformed into black. I woke, lying on my back. I squinted and blinked until my eyes adjusted to the darkness. The cold air moved like silk over my hot body. My head throbbed, and the skin on my hands and arms sizzled with pain. I drew a thread of magic and used it to soothe my head and heal the blisters.
"How about helping me?"
Leaf said. He held out his arms. They had been scorched. Leaf sat next to me. We were in an alley in the citadel. Concentrating, I pulled power and healed his burns. My energy sapped. I leaned back against a wall as a wave of dizziness made my head spin.
"What happened?"
My voice croaked as pain ringed my neck.
"I had business in the citadel tonight, and thought I'd wait for you by the guest quarters. Out of nowhere, Valak appeared."
Leaf paused, but when I failed to explain, he continued.
"He muttered a comment about a council meeting, and asked where you were. By the firelight blazing through the windows, it wasn't hard to figure out. Valak picked the lock, and we peeked in time to see you and Moonman hug the fire."
He wiped soot from his face with a sleeve.
"Valak attacked the sand seeds inside, and yelled for me to get you. Gady screamed for me to leave you alone, that you need to learn. Valak's scarier than Gady, so I listened to him. But I couldn't pull you away from the fire. I choked off your air until you passed out. Carried you out here."
I touched my neck. "Did you do the same for Moonman?"
"He was too far in. I couldn't reach him."
Leaf's voice cracked with anguish.
"Does the fire warper have him?"
"I don't know. It was strange. I'm not certain what just happened." My brain felt overcooked, and logic stuck to the sides of my skull like a burnt crust. I needed another opinion.
Where's Valak?
Disappeared. But he left your cloak and pack. And orders.
Leaf smiled ruefully.
We are to leave the Citadel as soon as possible.
Did he say why?
No. Just to meet him about 2 miles south of the Citadel.
I stood, wrapped my cloak around me, and shouldered my pack. My legs protested the weight.
Let's get our horses and supplies from the keep.
Leaf shook his head.
He said not to return to the keep for any reason.
I mulled over the implications. Valak had been in the closed council session where they questioned Marek. Evidence must have been gleaned, but obviously not in our favour. So much for my promise to visit Gelsey. We fled the Citadel and camped in a farm field west of the main road. With no supplies, and me refusing to let Leaf light a fire, a miserable night loomed. We huddled in the dark. Leaf muttered over Valak's reason for sending us here. I cursed my own stupidity. I didn't have to wait for Valak. I could contact Iris myself. I asked Leaf to keep watch.
Better than freezing to death,
he said. Lying on the hard ground, I projected my thoughts. Iris's tower sparked with life. And instead of finding the master magician sleeping, she was bent over a handful of books in her study. Because of the bond we shared, her thoughts were open to me.
Iris,
I said in her mind.
Yelena, thank fate. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Where are you?
I don't know if I should answer. What happened at the council session? A long pause.
Marek confessed.
To what? He didn't do anything. To freeing Ferde and conspiring against Sitia. Stunned, my mind blanked for a moment.
What was his motive?
Just like Cahill said, Marek wanted to get Cahill arrested and be in charge of Cahill's men. But...
Go on,
I urged. There's a new wrinkle. Marek conspired to team up with Ferde and the Davians to provoke a war with Ixia.
Why is that new? We already know the Davians want war.
The new part is, Marek named accomplices. Another pause.
You and Leaf.
My body numbed.
Unbelievable. Someone must have forced Marek to confess. It's all a lie. Did you feel any magic being used? How can the council swallow that?
The thoughts tumbled one after another. Unless you have some proof otherwise, the council has signed an arrest warrant for you and Leaf. They wish to capture you, so you can be safely executed. I almost laughed at the words safely and executed said together. The whole situation was ridiculous. I'm not supposed to be telling you this either. I could be incarcerated in the keep's dungeon if the council finds out. Bane and I are already being watched for disagreeing with them. They've gone quite mad.
That's putting it mildly.
What are you going to do? Iris asked.
There has to be a reason the council has gone mad. Discovering the reason should be next.
Guess I really was going to stick my nose in Sitia's business. Nothing like having a warrant for your execution to get a girl motivated. But all the clans will be alerted to your arrest warrant, and there's already talk of a reward. There's no safe place for you in Sitia.
I'll figure something out. And I think it's best if I don't contact you again for a while. You're already under suspicion. I don't want to compromise you any further.
Good point. Be very careful, Yelena.
I'll try. But you know me.
Yes, I do. So I'll say it again. Be very careful.
I pulled my awareness back, breaking our connection. Exhaustion dragged at my body, and I would have drifted to sleep if Leaf hadn't bumped my arm. Oh, no, you don't, little sister. You were gone a long time. Tell me what's happening. I filled Leaf in on the details and managed to shock him into a rare silence.
So what do we do now?
Leaf finally whispered. We wait for Valak. Valak arrived near dawn. He rode Kiki and had Rusalka in tow. The saddlebags bulged with supplies. Fatigue lined his face. He peered at me.
You know?
Yes. Valak dismounted.
Good. Saves time. The Citadel and Keep are crawling with soldiers looking for you.
How did you get the horses out then? A secret spy maneuver? Leaf asked.
No. A distraction at the Keep's gate, and I bribed the guards at the Citadel's south entrance.
Leaf groaned. Now they'll know where we are!
I want them to think you went south, but you should get as far away from here as possible.
And go where? Leaf asked.
Ixia.
Why would we do that? Leaf's jaw set into a stubborn line. Danger flashed in Valak's eyes, but he bit back a sarcastic reply.
Things are happening too fast right now. We need to regroup and plan. We need reinforcements.
Valak made sense. Ixia was the only place where we would be safe. We should go now, I said.
I'll meet you at the commander's castle.
Valak handed me Kiki's reins. She nudged my arm, but I ignored her. You're not coming with us?
No. I still have a few of my corps inside the Citadel. They need to be informed about what's happening. I'll join you at the castle afterward.
Before he could go, I pulled him aside. We embraced. Stay safe, I ordered. He smiled.
I'm not the one getting pulled into fires, love.
How did you know I was in trouble?
After I heard the council agree to your execution, I had an odd notion the council was the least of your worries.
Thank you for saving me.
You keep things interesting, love. It would be boring without you.
Is that all I am to you? An amusement?
If only it was that simple.
I guess I'm no longer retired. I managed a tired smile. Valak kissed me goodbye.
Take a roundabout route to Ixia. The borders north of the Citadel will probably be watched.
Yes, sir. Valak left, and the air turned cold. I shivered. Kiki nipped at my sleeve, and I opened my mind to her. I stay with Lavender Lady. Keep warm. I'm glad you're here, I said. I checked my pockets for a treat. No luck. Ghost put peppermints in bag. I laughed. Kiki always knew where to find the mints. I marvelled that Valak had taken the time to include treats in his packing. The horse's name for him was perfect, though. He appeared and disappeared as if he were a true ghost. Which way? Leaf asked. Good question. Valak said to go around. The best direction would be to head northwest through the fields of the Stormdance clan's lands. Then head north toward Ixia, skirting the Featherstone lands surrounding the Citadel. I outlined my plan to Leaf.
Lead on.
Leaf's resignation tainted his voice.
I've never been to Ixia.
Throughout the day, our passage through the fields hadn't drawn any notice, but we still felt exposed by the daylight. Leaf and I decided to do the bulk of our travelling during the night. After a short break for dinner, we rode through the dark hours. Between galloping, walking, and resting, the horses made progress toward our goal. We found an apple orchard as the sun dawned. Kiki sniffed around the neat rows of trees, but they had been picked clean of apples. Nothing grew in this area during the cold season. Deciding to camp within the shelter of the orchard, we found a site hidden from the few surrounding farmsteads. "Have we crossed into Stormdance lands?" I asked Leaf, as I pulled Kiki's saddle off her back.
"Not yet. See that ridge?"
He pointed to the northwest.
"Yes." "That's their border. Stormdance lands are mostly shale. They have a few farms in the eastern portion of their territory, but the west side is just sheets of shale on top of rock. The storms blown in from the Jade Sea have carved fantastic sculptures along their coast, but no one lives there. They only go to the coast to dance."
Leaf sat down and assembled sticks for a fire. I plopped next to him. Saddle sore and drained of energy, I delayed grooming the horses. "Why do they dance?"
"It's how they harness the power from the storms. They capture the storm's force in glass orbs. It's a dangerous dance, but the risk is worth it. If they're successful, they protect our land. Instead of being lashed with gale-force winds and soaked with heavy rains, Sitia receives a mild rain. The added benefit is the storm dancers can use those orbs to fuel their factories."
I gestured for more information.
"Haven't you paid attention in class?"
My lessons kept getting interrupted by mundane things like chasing after a Soulstealer. I'll try harder in the future to ignore such events.
"Boy, you're grumpy when you're tired."
Leaf started a small fire and poured water into his cooking pot.
"This container was made by the Stormdance clan. They smelt ore to manufacture different metal items, including Sitian coins. They also produce parchment and make ink from indigo plants they grow on their eastern farms."
I mulled over Leaf's lecture. Buying goods at the market, I hadn't stopped to consider who might have made them. In Ixia, every military district had a particular product or service contributing to the territory, which could be used for barter and trade. It appeared Sitia worked the same way, although the storm dancers were a new twist. I wondered if they could harness the power of the blizzards blowing down from the northern ice pack. Life in MD1, MD2, and MD3 turned into a struggle for survival during the cold season. Would Commander Ambrose consider lifting his ban on magicians to alleviate the storms? He had grown up in MD3, working in the diamond mines, so he was no stranger to the incapacitating snowstorms. Even Valak, who had lived in MD1, had seen his father's leather business destroyed by the heavy snow. I thought about the chain of events that had started with the collapse of Valak's father's roof. He didn't have enough money to replace his equipment, feed his family, and pay taxes to the king. When Valak's father asked the soldiers who had come to collect the taxes for an extension, they had killed 3 of his 4 sons. That act sent Valak on a mission of revenge against a king who allowed his soldiers to murder innocent children. Becoming the best assassin in Ixia, Valak eventually joined forces with Ambrose. Together, they had defeated the king and gained control of Ixia. If the roof hadn't collapsed, I wondered if the king would still be in power, or if Ambrose would have found another assassin to help him. Would I even be here? I shied away from those thoughts and focused on our present situation. Leaf and I needed to guard our small camp. He manned the first shift, while I tried to sleep. The fire had been doused as soon as our meal was cooked. The smoke drifted on the breeze. Dreams swirled in my mind, like sparks rising from a hot fire. The dizzying images slowed for a moment, and each time I glimpsed a horror. Stono's twisted stomach transformed into a necklace snake. Blood rained in the Ileas jungle. Severed heads floated over the sands of the plains. And fire danced on my skin. The hot prick of each flame both seared and excited me. I jerked awake. My skin tingled. Afraid to go back to sleep, I sent Leaf to bed. Uneasy sleep came in fits during the next 2 days. We kept out of sight, used small fires to cook meals before we extinguished the flames, and shivered on the cold, hard ground. On the 3rd day, we crossed into the Crystal Clan's lands and turned north for the Ixian border. Located directly west of the Featherstone clan and the Citadel, the rolling terrain of the Crystal's land was dotted with clumps of pine trees. Quarries stretched between the wooded areas. The Crystal clan mined marble for buildings and exported the high-quality sand needed by the glassmakers in Borubi, leaving behind deep pits gouged into the ground. We avoided the bustle of activity around the quarries and journeyed through the pine forests. Another day of travel would get us to the Ixian border. Our approach to the boundary needed to be considered with care. Sitian soldiers could be waiting to ambush us, and if we managed to get through, I would need to choose the right words when addressing the Ixian guards, or risk being arrested by them. In the end, all the planning, all the time and energy Leaf and I had spent finding the perfect spot to cross the border without alerting the Sitians was for naught. Just as we made our way into the 100-foot-wide swatch of cleared land that was the official neutral zone between Ixia and Sitia, 2 riders on horseback bolted from the pine forest and into the borderland. 2 things happened that made the riders' presence go from bad timing to a deadly coincidence. Their horses headed straight toward us, and a whole squad of Sitian soldiers erupted from the woods in armed pursuit. Chapter 18. Only one option remained. We spurred our horses toward the border, hoping the Ixian guards would listen to our story before killing us. The unwelcome riders drew up beside us as we entered Ixia's snake forest. They kept pace as we penetrated deep within the forest before stopping. As expected, the Sitian soldiers hadn't followed us into Ixia.
"Stay where you are!" a voice ordered from the woods. "You are surrounded!"
I knew the Ixians would be quick to find us, just not this quick. I had chosen mid-morning to cross into Ixia to avoid the changing of the guards. At this time, there was only one team of soldiers on duty.
"Drop your weapons and dismount!"
the unseen guard said.
"Topaz! Garnet!"
Kiki said. She whinnied a greeting.
Cahill's horse?
I pulled my bow and rounded on the riders, ignoring the orders from the guards. 2 men sat on Topaz, and Moonman rode Garnet.
What? How?
With shaking hands, one of the riders on Topaz pulled back his hood, revealing his pale face before collapsing. Tanu held him tight.
Marek, what?
An arrow struck a tree next to me.
"Drop your weapons and dismount, or the next arrow goes into her heart,"
the Ixian shouted. I tossed my bow to the ground and gestured to the others to follow. Tanu slid off Topaz, lowered Marek down, then removed his bow and arrows. Moonman frowned but released his scimitar before getting off Garnet. Leaf tossed his machete next to my staff.
"Step away from the weapons and raise your hands."
We did as instructed. I made sure to step closer to Marek. An arrow had pierced his side. The ring of Ixian soldiers closed in. I counted 4 men and 2 women. Armed with crossbows and swords, they advanced on us.
"Give me one good reason why I shouldn't send you back to the squad of Southerners,"
asked an Ixian captain. His uniform was mostly black, except for a row of yellow diamond shapes down his sleeves and pant legs. We'd crossed into Ixia's MD7. Because it wouldn't be diplomatic to turn away a Sitian delegation, I said. The captain laughed.
"Delegations come with honor guards, not fleeing guards. Want to tell me another one?"
I'm Liaison Yelena Zaltana. I'm here to speak with the commander even though my visit is not sanctioned by the Sitian Council.
"Yelena? The ex-food taster who saved the commander?" the captain asked.
Yes.
"But you have magic. Why would you want to come back to Ixia? I could kill you now and be considered a hero."
I see your reputation has preceded you, Leaf said, grinning. I hoped his good humour was relief over seeing Moonman alive and well, and not over the death threat to me. I frowned at him. Leaf didn't understand just how precarious a situation we were in. The captain's boast had merit. I was quite sure the rumours about the order for my execution had travelled throughout Ixia, while the fact that the commander had ripped up those orders when I agreed to be a liaison probably had not. Especially since everyone in Sitia and Ixia believed the commander had stayed behind in Ixia when the Ixian delegation visited Sitia a couple months ago. The commander had been disguised as Ambassador Singh, and she had no authority to cancel an execution order. Because of the edict that magicians were not allowed in Ixia unless invited, and any Ixians discovered with magical powers were put to death, I had one volatile situation on my hands. While killing us wouldn't be easy, the captain had what amounted to standing orders to execute us on the spot. If he succeeded, though, he would have to face Valek. I shied away from that line of thought. Instead, I said, "The commander has appointed me as a liaison with the council. I am a neutral third party, so I would not come with an honor guard of Sitians. I come with friends. Those guards have been chasing him." I gestured to Marek's prone form. "I need to discuss something important with the commander right away." The captain's crossbow wavered. He appeared to be considering my answer. I pulled a thread of magic and skimmed his mind, touching only his surface thoughts and emotions. His ambition warred with his intelligence. Tired of guarding the border, the captain wanted a promotion and reassignment. Killing these southern magicians would give him enough recognition to become a major. But what if Yelena told the truth? The commander wouldn't be happy to have his liaison killed. Still, bringing a magician close to the commander would be dangerous. What if Yelena lied and planned to assassinate him? I nudged his thoughts to trust us, and to believe that if he led us to his commanding officer, he would be doing a commendable deed.
"You will accompany me and my squad," the captain said. "We will confiscate your weapons and horses, and you will obey all orders. Any trouble or signs of revolt, and you will be incapacitated."
He signalled for a few of his soldiers to approach us.
"Search them. What about him?"
I looked at Marek. "Let me attend to his wounds, Captain
Nightick."
Again, the captain signalled to one of his soldiers.
"Lieutenant, search him for weapons."
After the lieutenant secured Marek's sword, he gave me permission to examine him. The arrow had pierced Marek's right side, missing his ribs. There wasn't much blood, and the arrow hadn't gone deep. Why was Marek unconscious? Accessing my magic, I scanned the rest of his body. He had been beaten. 2 ribs and his collarbone were broken. A mass of bruises covered his body, and his jawbone was cracked. Leaf, I'm going to need some help. Healing the extensive damage in Marek's body would exhaust me, and I needed to reserve some energy in case Captain Nightick changed his mind.
A poultice?
Leaf knelt next to me.
No. His story threads are frayed.
Moonman placed his large hand on Marek's forehead. I glared at Moonman. Stay away from him. Leaf, let's deal with the physical injuries first. Moonman retreated. Leaf and I drew power from the source. With my brother's help, I assumed his injuries and repaired them. When Marek woke, Leaf gave him water and a sustaining tonic to revive him. I questioned him on what had happened and why he was here, but Marek just stared at me with a wild, unconnected look in his eyes. Worried about his mental state, I projected my awareness into his thoughts. A cacophony of images flooded his mind. Memories and emotions and secret thoughts were exposed, unlocked, and left to run amok. As if someone had taken a library full of books and torn and scattered them all around the room. The sheer amount of disarray overwhelmed Marek. He could no longer bring 2 thoughts together to form a coherent sentence. And there, in the middle of the mess, gleefully shredding what remained of Marek's mind, was Rose Featherstone, first magician. She turned to me.
There you are. I knew I'd find you in here if I looked hard enough. Now I can discover where you've been hiding.
She advanced, but I held my position. I'm not a memory, Rose. You won't be able to extract anything from me.
I wouldn't be so sure. Too much confidence can be a weakness.
You tried twice before and failed. I'm feeling pretty certain about my prediction. Why did you destroy Marek's mind? She glanced around at the chaos.
He's a criminal. And you shouldn't be so shocked. It's no different than when you destroyed the Soulstealer's mind.
I ignored the jab. Marek isn't a criminal, and you know it. Did you force him to make a false confession?
He was honest. Unlike you. You've been lying to us and to yourself, thinking you can be a benefit to Sitia. Now the Council knows the danger, and I have permission to eliminate the threat you pose.
Again, I failed to be impressed with her boast. How did Marek and the others find us? Rose smiled.
You'll have to figure that out on your own.
Are you trying to tell me I have a spy in my midst?
Dishonest people tend to find each other, Yelena. It's the price you pay for associating with the criminal element. Frankly, I was surprised the Council hadn't given me permission to neutralize you before. After all, how can they trust the heartmate of the most feared man in Sitia? Think about it. How could you be a liaison when it's obvious where your loyalties lie? First sign of trouble, and you're running for home. I will tell you one thing. You won't be safe in Ixia.
I didn't say anything, but she laughed.
I have found what I needed. Good luck trying to put the pieces of Marek's mind back together.
She faded from his consciousness. Standing in the middle of the destruction she had left behind, I knew restoring order would be an impossible task. I returned to my body. There was nothing I could do. Rose had the Council's support against me. If I hadn't known any better, the web of lies Cahill spun made complete sense. Rose even made sense. If she was as dedicated to Sitia as she claimed, then her efforts to discredit me were valid. Why trust me? I'm a soul finder, the one type of magician with an evil history. It would take a major effort and physical evidence to counter Cahill now. Moonman, how did you find us? I asked.
Logic. I knew you would go to Ixia, and I knew you would not cross the Avibian plains in order to go around Featherstone lands. So that left west. Tanu found your trail in the Crystal Lands.
It was too much of a coincidence. But Leaf saw you disappear into the fire. And what about Marek and the horses? How did you get them? He had help, and must have been sent by Cahill or Rose. Moonman worked for them now.
Gady pulled me from the fire. Marek had been dumped in the infirmary and left unguarded. The horses came when we needed them.
It still sounded too easy. Why did Gady insist I go into the fire?
You will have to ask him. He is your story weaver now. I cannot guide you.
His tone held sadness.
Why did you go into the fire, Moonman?
Leaf asked.
Gady is the only surviving leader of my clan. I follow his orders.
Even when your life's at stake?
Yes. Loyalty to one's clan comes before personal safety.
Like being bait for a necklace snake?
Leaf gazed at me.
Exactly,
Moonman said.
Can your man walk?
Captain Nightick asked. He had been standing nearby, watching us with distaste creasing his forehead.
We need to get moving.
Marek couldn't walk, but he could ride. Kiki and Topaz's heads were together. I connected to Topaz and asked, Go home, Miss Peppermint Man?
No, stay.
Why? Topaz had been with Cahill for a long time.
Bad smell. Blood.
I turned to the captain. He'll sit on his horse. With the lieutenant in the lead, Moonman, Leaf, Tanu, and I followed. The captain and his remaining soldiers formed a rear guard. We travelled north through the snake forest. On a map, the forest resembled a thin rope of green that undulated along the entire east-west border from the Jade Sea to the Emerald Mountains. After a half-day of travel, we arrived at a guard station and barracks. Another round of explanations had to be endured before we could care for the horses and eat lunch. We sat in the middle of the guardhouse's dining area, surrounded by 50 suspicious soldiers who shot us hard glances between bites of food. Moonman guided Marek with a gentle patience. Basic skills like eating and caring for himself would all have to be relearned. During our cold meal of venison jerky and bread, I explained to my companions about Ixia's uniform system. Everyone who lives in Ixia must wear a uniform. The standard colours for the shirts, pants and skirts are black and white, but each military district has its own colour. We're in MD7, which is governed by General Rasmussen, who reports to the commander. Rasmussen's colour is yellow, and you'll see a line of yellow diamond shapes somewhere on the uniforms. I gestured to the guards around us. Their uniforms matched the captain's, but the rank insignia on their collars were different. A cook's uniform is all white, with diamonds printed side by side across the shirt. The colour of the diamonds tells you which district the cook works in. Red is the commander's colour.
Who's that?
Leaf pointed to a woman heading our way. She wore all black, but had 2 red diamonds stitched onto her collar. Her blonde hair was pulled into a tidy bun. She held 2 bows in her hands.
She's an advisor to the commander.
I stood and grinned. She tossed me my bow, and I caught it. The noise in the room ceased the instant it hit my hand. "Okay, Puker, let's see if you've been practicing," she said, with an exultant yet predatory glint in her eyes. "Advisor Maren, didn't your mother teach you it's not nice to call people names?" I hefted my bow. "Especially not armed people." She waved away my comment. "We'll deal with the niceties later. Stuck in this backwoods, I haven't had a decent bow fight in a long time. Come on." She beckoned me to follow as she threaded her way through the dining room.
"Should we be worried?"
Leaf asked. She taught me all her tricks, but I've learnt a few new ones since our last fight. This should be interesting.
"Play nice,"
Leaf said. I navigated through the quiet room. It erupted with sound as soon as I left. A mass of soldiers followed me outside. Maren stretched her muscles before picking up her bow. Tall and lean, she made a formidable opponent. She swung her 6-foot staff with deft hands. At a slight disadvantage, my bow measured only 5 feet. I removed my cloak and rubbed my hands along the smooth wood of my weapon, setting my mind into the zone of concentration I used when fighting. Not quite magical in origin, this mental state kept my mind open to my opponent's intentions. As soon as I was ready, she attacked with 2 quick strikes toward my ribs. I blocked both, countering with a strike to her arms. The fight began in earnest. The rhythmic crack of our weapons filled the air. I ducked a temple strike and thrust the end of my bow staff toward her stomach. She stepped back and attempted to trip me with her bow. I jumped and did a front kick in midair, hitting her shoulder. Maren retreated a few steps before coming at me with a series of jabs. "Did you get tired of losing to Janko all the time and request a transfer?" I asked, knocking her bow aside and executing a flurry of temple strikes. Maren had been a captain in the commander's special forces, along with my friends Ari and Janko. "I was promoted," she said. She met my assault and feinted to the right. Sensing her intentions, I ignored the feint and stopped the blow to my head just in time. "Promoted to advisor? Sounds shady. Bribe anyone I know?" "Once I beat Valek, I could choose any job in Ixia." I froze for a moment in surprise, and she hit my upper arm, knocking me over. I rolled, avoiding her jabs, but she pressed her advantage. 2 moves later, she sat on my chest and pressed her bow to my neck. The crowd of soldiers cheered. "Concede?" "Yes." She grinned and pulled me to my feet. "Rematch?" "Give me a minute." I brushed the dirt from my clothes. "What's with the skirt?" "It's not a skirt. See?" Pulling the fabric apart, I revealed the pants. She snorted with amusement. "We need to get you back into uniform, Yelena." Her use of my proper name meant that I had at least impressed her with my fighting skills, which reminded me of her comment that had thrown me off guard. "What's all this about you beating Valek? You're adequate with a bow, but come on, Valek." Valek had issued a challenge to everyone in Ixia. Beat him in a fight with the weapon of your choice and win the right to become his second-in-command. Many soldiers had tried and failed to win the right. "Adequate?" She laughed. "I guess when I beat you again, you'll up it to decent." "That's if you beat me, and you haven't answered my question." "I had help. Happy now? Valek never said we had to beat him one-on-one. 3 of us got together, and we won the right to pick any position in Ixia. I chose to become an advisor to the commander." I'm an MD7 on a temporary assignment to deal with some—" She glanced at the soldiers. "Issues." 3 against 1 was still good odds for Valak. I wondered who the other 2 were, and the answer came to me. "Please don't tell me Ari and Janko were your partners." Her chagrined expression confirmed my guess. "Janko was insufferably smug before. There'll be no living with him," I said. "Valak's challenge has been modified. Since Janko and Ari have been promoted to Valak's seconds, if other soldiers want to claim the second positions, they must beat Ari and Janko, but no more than 6 can attack at one time. Valak's seconds should be able to handle 3 each. If a soldier wishes to fight Valak alone, he must beat one of us to have the chance. Having Janko in charge when Valak's away is a scary state of affairs." "Not as scary as when you're begging for mercy." Maren swung her bow. I blocked and countered. Soon we were engaged in another brisk fight. But this time, I stayed focused. I swept her feet out from under her and stepped on her bow before she could roll away. I won the match and received a few cheers from my brother, who had joined the audience. Moonman and the others stood apart. He watched me with no expression on his face. "Tiebreaker." Maren didn't wait for an answer. Round 3 began. We fought until we reached an impasse. Leif's voice interrupted us before we started another match. "As much as I enjoy watching my sister get beaten, we really need to talk to the commander. You're wasting time." Maren studied Leif with a dubious expression. "I don't see a family resemblance." I introduced my brother to Maren. "Although I hate to admit it, Leif's right. We need to go." Maren shook her head. "General Rasmussen wants to talk with you first. These soldiers have orders to keep you here until he gives you permission to leave." "But I've explained—" "Everything, but exactly what you need to discuss with the commander." "That's classified." "That's what I was afraid of." Maren leaned on her bow. "The general has become cautious in his advancing years. He won't let you leave unless you tell him the reason you came to Ixia." From her choice of words, I could tell there was more to the story. She worked for the commander, but was helping the general, and probably reporting every bit of information to Valak. "We'll talk to the general then," I agreed. "Great. I'll schedule an audience with him tomorrow." "Tomorrow? We have pressing business." "I'm sorry. The general retires early. He'll see no one tonight." Leif opened his mouth to protest. I touched his arm, stopping him. Maren and I had duelled the afternoon away, and I suspected she had a good reason for it. "All right. We'll wait until tomorrow." "How long will it take us to get to the manor?" "Perhaps it would be best to leave tonight." "No, it would be best to leave in the morning. It's a half-day's ride." Maren led us to a brick cottage with a stable nearby. "You can stay in our guest quarters. This location is a popular spot for travellers from MD6 to stop." The castle complex was located in the southern end of MD6, 2.5 days' ride directly north of Sitia's citadel. I found it interesting the 2 centres of political power remained physically close, while their governing styles were worlds apart. We entered the cottage. Although the furnishings in the main room were sparse, it looked comfortable enough. Guards stationed themselves outside, but one lieutenant followed us in.
"Beds! They have beds with feather mattresses!"
Leif called from a bedroom.
"There is wood in the back, and you can dine with the soldiers for your evening meal. I'll let the general know when you're arriving."
Maren left with the lieutenant close on her heels, but 2 guards remained positioned by the front door. A quick peek out the side and back windows revealed the presence of more guards. We were surrounded, I thought about Marin's comments. A few of the things she said didn't add up. I wondered what she planned to do. All I knew were my plans, and they didn't include visiting the general. I joined my travelling companions in the bedroom. Moonman sat next to Marek, who lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. Tanu perched on the edge of a chair. Leaf had stretched out across one of the beds. A sigh of contentment escaped his lips.
I haven't slept in a bed since... I can't even remember.
Don't get too comfortable, I said. He groaned.
Now what?
I put a finger over my lips, then pointed to my forehead.
Too many ears around,
I said in his mind.
What's going on?
He asked.
We are not going to waste time with the general,
Moonman said. I scowled at him in surprise, forgetting that he could link his mind to ours.
Since you have chosen Gady as your guide, I had to channel through Leaf.
I ignored Leaf's confusion. Unchannel, then. This is a private conversation. Moonman remained quiet for a while.
I will withdraw.
Care to tell me what that was about?
Leaf asked. I filled him in on my conversation with Rose. Moonman's a spy.
No way! You can't believe that!
Are you saying Rose is lying?
No, I'm saying maybe you're overreacting. Moonman admitted Gady is his boss. Their clan was decimated by the vermin, so Gady and Rose want the same thing. Gady probably sent Moonman to keep an eye on you.
And that's different than spying how?
He's probably here to protect you, to keep you safe until your name can be cleared.
It would be nice just to ask him, but I'm sure he has a vague non-answer already prepared.
That's harsh, Yelena. He has witnessed the massacre of his clan. Although I do wish for the old Moonman back,
Leaf said.
I'll take his teasing cryptic advice and mysterious arrivals over his somber demeanor any day.
My brother put another pillow under his head.
Looks like we'll be in Ixia for a while. Leaf Liana Ixia has a nice ring to it. If they don't execute me for being a magician, perhaps I can find a job at an Ixian apothecary. Do they have uniforms for an apothecarist?
We're going back to Sitia.
To certain death? No, thank you. Perhaps the commander will need one of my tisanes.
We need to talk to the commander and rendezvous with Valek. I hoped.
Surrounded by guards, remember?
That's right. We're outnumbered. It's a shame we don't have magic to help us. A mage could put the guards to sleep. Or better yet, we could use curare. Too bad I don't have any blowpipes in my backpack.
Sarcasm is an ugly trait, little sister. You should avoid it.
And you give up too easy. And trust too easy. But I wouldn't say it to him.
I blame the feather mattress. It has sucked all my motivation. If there is a comfortable bed in my apartment above my apothecary shop, I will be quite content living in Ixia.
Leaf, I warned.
All right. I'll make you a few blowpipes just in case we can't put everyone to sleep.
He grumbled to himself as he rolled out of bed and went over to his pack. I debated what I should tell Tanu and Moonman. As long as we didn't have a fire, I could warn them about my plans. And I wanted them with me so I could keep an eye on them. We should go to bed early tonight, I said to them. To rest for tomorrow. They appeared to understand my hint. Once the Ixian soldiers had gone to bed, we would make our escape. I planned to be at the commander's castle before the MD7 guards realized we had gone. Approaching the main gate of the castle complex without an Ixian guide would create instant suspicion, but that was a problem I would deal with when it arose. After having dinner with the soldiers, I eyed our new set of guards with care, trying to size them up. I knew Tanu and Moonman wouldn't pass for Ixian, so either Leaf or I would have to wear a uniform and pose as a soldier until we reached the commander. Ideally, I should disguise myself, but at 5 feet 4 inches tall, I doubted I would find a uniform that fit. Not bothering to build a fire, we retired early. I slept for a few hours. The luxury of being in an actual bed made it difficult to rouse. But I forced myself to get up and woke the others, gesturing for quiet. Leaf didn't have the skills to put our guards to sleep, but he could complement my energy. I held his hand and projected my awareness to the circle of soldiers. 3 men and 1 woman stood watch. Reaching farther, I connected to the horses in the stable. "Ready?" I asked Kiki. "Yes." The 2 stable lads slept on bales of hay, content to have horses in their stables. To them, the musky smell of horse, manure, and straw equaled a feather bed. I swept the barracks with my mind, seeking trouble. At 2 hours past midnight, the garrison was calm. Since I couldn't put the entire garrison into a deep sleep, I hoped we were far enough away not to wake them. I returned to the sleeping lads and sent them into a heavy slumber. The guards who ringed our quarters proved resistant to my mental suggestion. Their Ixian training fought my magic, and I feared I would have to resort to using the curare. Before I broke the connection, one of the guards jerked in surprise as a sharp point jabbed his neck. His vision spun as the drug entered his blood. I pulled away before the man passed out. Leaf released my hand. "Time to go," I said, moving fast. We had help, and my heart soared. One person always knew when I needed him. I threw open the door, expecting Valek, but found Maren instead. She dragged one of the guards into the guest quarters, and was soon followed by 3 others who each carried in a prone form, dumping them onto the floor. Her companions wore MD7 uniforms. "Guess we had the same idea. My men will pose as your guards while we head toward the castle," she explained. "Will they be out long?" I poked one of the men on the floor with the toe of my boot. "A good 6 hours. I used Valek's sleeping potion on them." She smiled with a mischievous glint in her grey eyes. "Advisor, Maren, you aren't doing a little moonlighting with Valek's corps now, are you?" I tisked with mock concern. "How did you know when to strike?" Maren gave me an odd look. "When the horses left the stable, I thought you might be ready to go." "Are you coming with us? Can you ride?" "Yes, I have a horse nearby. I need to return to the General's manor house before you're discovered missing. I'll take you to MD6's border and introduce you to the soldiers at the way station there. They will take you to the commander's castle. Your weapons are outside. Let's go." Leaf, Moonman, Tanu, and I carried our saddles until we were far enough away to risk the noise. Moonman and Marek rode on Topaz. Marek still couldn't speak, but he mounted when Moonman asked him to. Maren proved to be an adept rider, and we covered the distance to MD6 in record time. Before she alerted the way station guards, I asked her, "What will happen when General Rasmussen finds out we escaped?" "Once you're with the commander, he can't admit to trying to delay you because he'll have to answer why. He'll probably have his people keep the whole incident quiet. Valek will most likely let him believe he got away with it. Until Valek needs something from him." Another predatory grin spread on her face. Our transfer to MD6 and into the hands of General Hazel's soldiers proceeded with quick efficiency. The new guide wore a captain's uniform with blue diamonds instead of Captain Nightick's yellow. In fact, the whole trip to the commander's castle went smoothly. Admitted into his complex without any trouble, I should have savoured those few quiet hours. Because after we met with Commander Ambrose, nothing went right. Chapter 19. After our arrival at the castle complex, we waited in the outer courtyard. We received many curious glances from the castle's denizens. and I knew the servants would soon be gossiping and laying bets about who we were and why we had come. They probably didn't recognize me without my food taster's uniform on. Grooms from the stable appeared to take the horses. I wanted to stay with Kiki, but we were instructed to enter the castle to await a meeting with the commander. My companions exclaimed over the odd-shaped structure. With its multiple levels of unusual geometric shapes, the castle resembled a child's toy. Balanced on the rectangular base, the other floors of the castle were a combination of squares, triangles, and even cylinders, built on top of one another in a haphazard fashion. On some levels, all three shapes could be found. The windows of the building also reflected the architect's fondness for geometry, including octagons and ovals. It had been a year since I last saw the castle. Once part of my everyday routine, I had grown used to its strange style. Now the sight of the structure jolted me, and unease fluttered through my body. The 4 towers at the corners gave the viewer some sense of symmetry. They rose a few stories higher than the main building, and coloured glass decorated their windows. I paused. The Magician's Keep also had 4 towers in the corners, and I wondered about the similarity. A servant led us to an austere waiting room with minimal comforts. Served refreshments, I automatically tested the drink for poisons, surprising Leaf when I gargled the juice. He had been staring at the blank walls, probably wondering where all the legendary paintings and gilded mirrors had gone to. I assumed the commander had destroyed all the treasures from the king's era, but, remembering a comment Cahill had made to me about the amount of money needed to support Ixia, I wondered if Commander Ambrose had traded them for services instead.
"Did you live here?"
Leaf asked. I nodded. For 2 years. One of them in the dungeon. Not many people in Sitia knew about Riyadh. I preferred to keep the details of that time to myself. However, most Ixians were aware I killed Riyadh.
"Where did you stay?"
I had a room in Valek's suite. Leaf shot me an incredulous look.
Boy, you worked fast.
And you assume too much. One day, I would tell Leaf and my parents about my ordeal. But not today. Leaf grew thoughtful. Tanu napped in one of the wooden chairs. I marvelled at how the sandseed could wedge himself into a small space and still look comfortable. During our time together, he had adapted to being within walls. Moonman, on the other hand, fidgeted in his chair. I couldn't determine if his discomfort grew from being in a confined space or from my hostility. He claimed I had a new story weaver. It was an easy way for him to avoid telling me the truth. Knowing we were headed toward Ixia, Cahill must have planned Marek's escape. The Sitian guards who chased them were probably part of the ruse too. I longed to pace the room. The wait stretched as long as a necklace snake. There was nothing to avert me from my list of worries. Valek remained near the top. Where was he? By this time, he should be back in Ixia. Thoughts circled in my mind. To distract myself, I sat in one of the hard chairs near the only window. Outside, a portion of the barracks and practice yard where the commander's soldiers lived and trained was visible, reminding me of Ari and Janko, my soldier friends, who, according to Maren, were now Valek's seconds-in-command. I stood, desiring action. Perhaps I should just go to the commander's office. I knew how to get there, and I hated this unsettled sensation sloshing in the pit of my stomach. Why was I so on edge? Understanding crashed through me, and I needed to sit down again. Inside these walls, I had always been a prisoner, either by the bars of the dungeon or by the belief I had ingested a poison called butterfly's dust, knowing I couldn't get far without the daily antidote keeping me alive. And all the logic in the world couldn't convince my body I was free. Finally, an advisor arrived to lead us through the main corridors of the castle. Leaf gasped in surprise when we entered the main hall. Greeted by the sight of the silk and gold tapestries hanging in tatters, I sympathized with my brother's reaction. Black paint stained the once famous quilts that had symbolized each province during the king's era. They now represented the takeover. The old provinces had been torn apart and borders redrawn into 8 neat military districts. Commander Ambrose's disdain for opulence, excess, and greed was evident in every part of the stone building. Stripped of the trappings of royalty, the castle had been robbed of its soul and reassigned as a basic utilitarian structure. The transformation of the throne room was another example of his disregard. Instead of lavish decorations and thick carpets, the room buzzed with the activity of numerous advisors and military officers from every military district in Ixia, with no sign of a dais or throne in sight. With desks wedged in tight together, getting the 5 of us through the room turned into an exercise in agility as we threaded our way toward the back. The commander's office matched the rest of the castle. Stark, neat, and organized, the room lacked personality, but reflected its occupant perfectly. Wearing a tailored black uniform with real diamonds glittering from his collar, Commander Ambrose stood when we entered. I studied his clean-shaven face as I introduced him to my companions, detecting only a faint resemblance to Ambassador Singh, as if they were truly cousins instead of the same person. The power of his gaze, though, remained the same. My heart flipped in my chest when he focused his gold-colored eyes on me.
This is an unexpected visit, Liaison Yelena. I trust you have a good reason for bypassing standard protocol,
he said, raising a single, slender eyebrow. An excellent reason, sir. I believe Sitia will try to mount an offensive against you. The commander glanced at my companions as he considered my words. More grey had infiltrated his black hair, which had been cropped so short it looked as if Kiki had grazed on it. Walking to his office's door, the commander called to one of his men.
Advisor Radon, please escort our guests to the dining hall for lunch, and then to the guest suite.
He turned to the others.
The liaison will dine with me, and meet with you later.
Leaf looked to me for guidance. I opened my mind to him.
Do you want us to stay?
He asked. I don't think you have a choice.
He isn't my commander. I don't have to listen to him.
A childish, stubborn remark. Perhaps Leaf felt left out. Be a good guest and do as he says. I'll let you know what happens.
You sure you don't need backup? This guy creeps me out.
Leaf, I warned. He left the office with obvious reluctance, shooting me an annoyed frown before following the advisor. When the room emptied, the commander gestured for me to sit in the chair in front of his desk. Unnerved, I perched on the edge. He served me a cup of tea before settling behind his desk. I sipped the drink with care, testing for poisons. In command of a powerful military, and with 8 ambitious generals to oversee, the commander needed a food taster on his staff.
Why have you come?
He asked. I told you, Sitia plans... He stopped me with a dismissive wave.
You know that's old news. Why are you really here?
To ask you to delay a first strike.
Why?
I paused, gathering my thoughts. Only logic would persuade the commander. The Sitian Council has had a dramatic change of opinion from wanting to trade and communicate with you to being terrified of you.
Yes, they're very unstable.
But not that unstable. They're being influenced.
With magic.
The commander said the word as if it pained him. General Brazel and Mogcam, my kidnappers, had used magic and Theobroma on him to gain control of his mind, despite his ban on magicians. Though his firm censure softened, the commander still viewed magicians as untrustworthy. Consenting to let me act as liaison for Ixia had been his first and only concession. Valak had theorized the commander feared magicians, but I believed it had more to do with what the commander referred to as his mutation. Born with a female body, he believed his soul was a man's, and he worried a magician would expose him. But from my interaction with him, when he had been disguised as the female Ambassador Singh, I had sensed the presence of two souls within his body. Standing in front of him, I suppressed the desire to project into his mind, avoiding even a surface sweep. It would be a serious breach of protocol. Besides, it felt wrong. Magic could be a factor, but there could be another reason, or even a person influencing them. At this point, I don't know, but I want to find out. If you kill them all, you might not solve the problem, and those who replace them will be worse, I said.
Sounds rather vague. Perhaps you have more information on this.
The commander flourished a scroll, then handed it to me. I unrolled the parchment. Each word I read increased my concern and outrage.
If you notice,
he leaned over and tapped the bottom.
It's signed by all the councillors, but it's lacking 2 master magicians' signatures.
Curious. Curious wouldn't be the word I would use. Disastrous sounded more fitting. I worried about Iris and Bane. If the council tried to coerce their signatures, what had happened to them by refusing? I focused on the paper in my hand. Fretting wouldn't help Iris and Bane. In short, the letter warned the commander about my renegade status and suggested my treasonous companions and I be killed on sight. Probably the reason Rose had been confident I wouldn't be safe in Ixia.
They seek to undermine your credibility, all the while planning to attack me. Do they think I'm a simpleton?
He relaxed back in his chair and sighed.
Explain to me exactly what's going on.
If I knew exactly, then I wouldn't have sounded so vague. My turn to sigh. I wiped a hand over my face, thinking how best to tell the commander about Cahill. Did I mention the fire warper or not? I had no idea what role he played in all this. Exactly the problem. So I explained about Ferday's escape, with Cahill's help, and how Cahill had turned it all around to implicate Marek, Leaf, and me.
Sounds like assassinating the council would be a good deed for Sitia,
the commander said. That would give Cahill and his cohorts evidence they were right to suspect you. Sitia would rally behind them in support. Valak agrees with me. He hasn't targeted the council yet. He's on his way here. If the commander was surprised, he didn't show it.
So you already delayed my preemptive strike. Yet you have no proof.
None. That's why I wanted you to wait before launching another attack. We need more information. Valek and I—" The office door opened. Star came into the room, carrying a tray of food. The commander's food taster froze in shock when she recognized me. My own pulse skipped when I saw my old uniform being worn by her. And not just any woman, but the former Captain Star, who had been the leader of a successful black market and racketeering ring before Valek uncovered her operation. Star stared daggers at me. Her goon's unsuccessful attempt on my life had led to her capture. Already warned about Valek's setup, Star could have disappeared into her own underground network. Instead, she had let petty vengeance rule her, and now she tasted food for the commander. "At least you survived the training," I said to her. She looked away. The long red curls of her hair had been tied into a sloppy knot, and her prominent nose led the way as she walked. Putting the tray onto the commander's desk, she performed a fast taste and left. Even though 2 lunches had been set on the tray, she tested only the one. I eyed my food. Star seemed surprised at my presence, but that could have been an act. She could still be nursing her desire for revenge. The commander handed me a plate. Not to appear rude, I took a tentative bite of the meat pie, chewing slowly and rolling the food around my tongue. The beef was flavored with rosemary and ginger and lacked poisons. At least, I couldn't taste the poisons I remembered. I lost my appetite when I remembered Moonman's comment about learning by doing and how easy it was to forget dictated information. We talked about minor things while eating. When I complimented his new chef on the lemon wedge dessert, he told me Sammy now held the position. "Rand's fetch boy?" I asked. He was 13 years old.
He worked with Rand for 4 years, and it became evident only he knew all the ingredients in Rand's secret recipes.
But he's so young. The kitchen during mealtimes had been a cacophony of ordered chaos, guided by Rand's firm hand.
I gave him a week to prove he could do it. He's still there.
I had forgotten age didn't matter to the commander. He could have forced Sammy to divulge the recipes, but he respected ability over experience or gender. My young friend, Fisk the beggar boy turned entrepreneur, would have flourished in Ixia. When we finished lunch, the commander moved the tray aside and repositioned his snowcat statue. Glints of silver sparked from the black stone. A single piece of decoration in the room, the cat was one of Valek's carvings. Killing a snowcat was considered impossible. The citizens of Ixia avoided the lethal creatures living on the northern ice pack. The cat's preternatural ability to escape death made it feared. Commander Ambrose was the only person to successfully hunt and kill one, and in doing so, he proved to himself that despite his mutation, he could infiltrate a man's world just as he had lived among the snowcat's world. He believed his female body had just been a disguise for his soul. Only the commander and I knew about his hunt and dual personalities. He had sworn me to secrecy when I had rescued him from Mogcan's mind control.
Before Star came in with lunch, you mentioned getting more information about the city and council. Now that you're a wanted criminal, how do you plan to achieve that?
The commander asked. I had hoped to infiltrate the citadel and talk to one of the councillors, but I fear the master magician's magic would discover me. So now I want to borrow Valek and a few of his men. They could assist us in contacting the councillor.
Which one?
Yelena Zaltana. My clan's councilman. He has been my strongest supporter, and if you see by his signature—" I picked the Sitian letter up and pointed to his name. He didn't include his family name, Cacao, in his signature, so it's not an official inscription. I believe it's a message to me that he can be approached. The commander stared across the table, as if considering my words. After a while, he brought his attention back to me.
You want me to risk my chief of security to help you gain information. All the while, I'm to do nothing and hope the Sitians don't attack before you discover what's going on?
Yes. Although the way the commander said it made the situation sound terrible. There was no sense sugarcoating it. And the last thing I wanted was to put Valek or anyone else at risk. But it had to be done. The commander rested his chin on his folded hands.
The information isn't worth the risk. I could wait to see what develops with the council and then decide how to handle it.
But a warning flashed in his eyes.
Yelena, why would you care what happens to the council? They have turned their backs on you. You can't go back to Sitia. You would provide the most help here with me, as my advisor.
An unexpected offer. I considered. What about my companions?
Magicians?
A small crease of distaste pinched his forehead. 2.
They could be part of your staff if you want, but they cannot use their magic against any Ixians without my permission.
What about my magic? Would you place the same restrictions on me? The commander's gaze didn't waver.
No. I trust you.
I froze for a moment in shock. His trust was an honor, and considering the recent reaction from the Sitian Council about me, the temptation to become his advisor warred with my emotions. It would probably be easier to stay and help defeat Cahill from this side of the border.
Don't answer right away. Talk to your companions. I should have news from Valek soon. We'll meet again then. In the meantime, do you need anything?
I thought about our dwindling supplies. If we left, we would need more provisions. Could you exchange Sitian coins for Ixian? I rummaged in my pack, placing various loose objects on his desk to get them out of my way.
Give them to Advisor Watts. You remember my accountant?
Yes. The covering on Opal's bat had come undone, and was all over the bottom of my pack. I removed the glass animal and freed it from the wrapping. The commander gasped. His focus was riveted on the statue in my hand, his fingers poised as if to snatch the bat.
May I see?
He asked. Sure. With a snap of motion, he plucked the statue from my palm. He spun the bat, examining it from every possible angle.
Who made this?
My friend, Opal. She's a glass artist in Sitia.
It glows like there is molten fire on the inside. How did she make it?
Trying to comprehend his words, I stared. He saw the inner glow. Impossible. Only magicians could see the light. The commander had magical powers. Chapter 20. The glass bat glowed for the commander. I'd theorized only magicians could see the inner light. But I could be wrong. Maybe I hadn't tested the bat on enough people. If the commander had magical power, his magic would have raged uncontrolled and flamed out by now, killing him. The masters in Sitia would have felt him long ago. Iris would have sensed it when she stood next to him. Shaking those ridiculous thoughts out of my mind, I answered the commander's questions about glassmaking.
But what causes it to glow?
I knew if I said magic, he would drop it as if it burned. Instead, I told him the internal workings were a family secret. He passed the glass bat to me.
Extraordinary. Next time you see your friend, please ask her to make one for me.
I found the coins I had been searching for and repacked my bag. Only when I had slung my pack onto my shoulders did I realize I forgot to rewrap the bat. The commander picked up the coins, walked to his office door, and opened it. Summoning Advisor Watts, he asked him to exchange my money and to show me to the guest area. Dismissed, I followed Watts into the throne room, holding the bat in my hand. The advisor noticed the creature when handing me the Ixian coins.
Sitian art?
He asked. I nodded.
Not a bad likeness, but rather dull. I thought the Sitians had more imagination than that.
I mulled over the commander and Advisor Watts's comments as I followed Watts through the castle. Still unable to bend my mind around the commander's ability to see the glow, I had to postpone further ruminations when I entered the guest suite. Leaf peppered me with a million questions the moment I stepped through the door. The guest quarters were rather lavish by Ixian standards. The main room contained a comfortable sofa and soft chairs, as well as a number of desks and tables. A faint odour of disinfectant scented the air. 4 bedrooms branched off from the living area, 2 on each side. Sunlight streamed in through the circle of windows in the back wall, warming the empty room. I stopped Leaf's questions with a look. Where are the others? He pointed to the second door on the right.
They're all resting. Moonman and Marek are in the big room next to Tanu's.
Double doors marked the entrance to Moonman's room.
Which one is mine? Second door on the left, next to me.
I went into my room. Leaf trailed along like a lost puppy. A simple layout of a bed, armoire, desk and night table, all made of oak, decorated the small interior. The bedding looked fresh and inviting. I stroked the soft quilt. The air smelled of pine. The lack of dust made me remember Valek's housekeeper, Marg. She had plagued my existence when I first became the food taster, refusing to clean my room and writing nasty messages in the dust. I hoped I wouldn't run into her during this trip. Leaf's questions began again, and I filled him in on what had happened in the commander's office, neglecting to mention his ability to see the bat's glow. I wasn't convinced that the commander had magic, and certainly wouldn't try to persuade Leaf or anyone else.
Black and red really aren't my colours. Which military district has green? Maybe I can open my shop there, Leaf said.
Leaf's joke wasn't as funny now. MD5 is green and black. General Brazel used to govern the district, but now he's in the commander's dungeon. I wonder who was promoted.
What are we going to do next?
I don't know. Leaf pretended to be shocked.
But you're our fearless leader. You have it all planned out, right?
I shrugged. I'm going to take a long, hot bath. How's that?
Sounds good. Can I come?
As long as you promise not to spend all day in there. I gathered some clean clothes.
Why would I?
You thought the feather mattress was a luxury. Wait until you see the commander's baths. The hot water soaked my aches away. Leaf joined me in the corridor with a contented smile on his face.
I won't have any trouble adjusting to life in Ixia. Those pools and the overhead duct pouring water, amazing. Does every town have a similar bathhouse?
No, only the commander's castle has such luxury. It's a holdover from the king's regime. The commander usually disdains the extravagance, yet it remains. During my soak, I had thought long and hard about our situation and the commander's offer. The temptation to stay tried to overpower my logic, but I knew we needed to return to Sitia. The Sandseed clan had already been destroyed by the vermin, and Cahill and the Fire Warper remained a problem. How I would deal with them continued to be a mystery. Not being able to trust Moonman, Tanu, or Marek left Valek, Leaf, and me against the Davians, the Fire Warper, Cahill, and his army. And what would happen if I revealed Cahill's involvement with the vermin? The council trusted him. I would need to convince them of his deceit. I would need hard evidence to gain their trust. Evidence I lacked. In fact, the more I thought about the whole situation, the less confident I felt about my ability to find a solution. When Leaf and I returned to the guest suite, Moonman and Tanu waited for us in the living room. "How's Marek?" I asked Moonman.
Better.
"Can he talk?"
Not yet.
"Soon?"
Perhaps.
I stared at him. He answered in typical story weaver fashion. Refraining from shaking information out of him, I asked, "Have you learned anything while working with Marek?"
I've seen bits and pieces. Marek's feelings of betrayal are making it difficult for me to get through to him. He does not trust me.
Moonman's eyes met mine, and I could see his unspoken words. Trust has to go both ways.
It is not a lack of trust which causes me to keep my silence. It is a lack of acceptance on your part.
And you're afraid of what you might discover once you accept your role in all this, aren't you?
Leaf asked me. A knock at the door saved me from having to reply to Leaf's question. One of the housekeeping maids handed me a message from the commander. We were invited to dine with him in his war room.
You don't have an answer for me. Do you have an answer for the commander? Are you going to stay and be his advisor?
Leaf asked when the maid left. Actually, Leaf, I don't have any answers. I've no idea what I'm doing or going to do. I went into my room and shut the door. The commander's war room was located in one of the 4 towers of the castle. With long stained glass windows reflecting the lantern light, the circular chamber reminded me of the inside of a kaleidoscope. Our conversation followed mundane topics while we ate spiced chicken and vegetable soup. Leaf wolfed his food with obvious relish, but I took my time, sampling all the dishes with care. A few guards stood near the commander. Star hovered close by, ready to taste the commander's food whenever a new course was served. Moonman and Tanu remained quiet during dinner. We discussed the new general in MD5. Colonel Ute from MD3 had been promoted and transferred. The commander thought it best an officer from outside the district be in charge. In other words, a loyal person who had not been tainted by General Brazel's attempt to become the new leader of Ixia. When the subject turned to General Kitviven's worry over the upcoming blizzard season, I told the commander about the Storm Dance clan and how they handled the storms from the sea. Magicians could harness the power of the blizzard, I said, saving the people in MD1 from the killing winds. Then you could use the power for General Dino's sawmills in MD8. Dino used the wind to fuel his mills, and calm days hurt production.
No. The matter of magicians and magic in Ixia will not be discussed,
the commander said. His stern tone had once intimidated me, but not this time. You want me to be your advisor, yet you won't consider using magic for the good of your people. I'm a magician. How can I be an effective advisor to you?
You can advise me on how to counter the magicians in Sitia. I'm not interested in what magic can do for Ixia.
He made a cutting motion with his hand. End of discussion. I wouldn't let the subject drop. What happens when one of your generals becomes ill or injured, and I can save their life with my magic?
You don't. If they die, I'll promote another colonel.
I considered his answer with mixed feelings. I knew his firm style of governing was inflexible. The Code of Behaviour's strict list of proper Ixian conduct left no room for debate. However, I hoped once he saw the benefits of magic to his people, he might relax his views. As if reading my mind, the commander said,
Magic corrupts. I've seen it before with the king's magicians. They start out wanting to help and performing great deeds, but soon the power consumes them, and they hunger for more, despite the cost. Consider what has occurred to Moonman's clan. Frankly, I'm surprised something like that hasn't happened sooner.
My clan will repopulate,
Moonman said.
I have no doubt.
And I have no doubt if these vermin of Sitia are conquered, it's only a matter of time before another magician wishes to take over the current government. The talent to control another's mind and body is intoxicating and addicting. Better to ban magic and eliminate magicians altogether.
I wondered if the commander's views would change if he knew he might possess the skills to access magic. My thoughts returned to Opal's bat and his ability to see the glow, mulling over the implications.
Better to kill people the old-fashioned way, Leaf said, his voice indignant. You're saying that taking over a government with poisons, knives, and swords is much better than using magic. Frankly, I see no difference. Magic forces a person to do things they don't want to. It controls their will.
The commander leaned forward, his eyes lit with an intense passion. Leaf quailed under the commander's scrutiny, but he continued with his debate.
And your code of behavior doesn't force people to do things they don't want? Everyone in Ixia wants to wear uniforms. They want to obtain permission to marry or move to another district. Small inconveniences to live in an area where there is no hunger and no corruption. To know exactly where your place is in society and what is expected from you. Being rewarded for your abilities and efforts instead of getting privileges because of who you were born to or what gender you are. But the reward for having magical abilities is death, Leaf said. I'm sure the families of those potential magicians don't feel the loss of their loved ones as inconvenient. Why not send them to Sitia instead? Send them so they could be used against me?
The commander's voice reflected his incredulity.
That would be poor military strategy.
Leaf remained quiet.
No government is perfect,
the commander said, relaxing back into his chair.
The loss of a few personal freedoms has been embraced by most of Ixia, especially those who suffered under the king's corruption. However, I know the younger generation is feeling restless, and I will have to address that issue fairly soon.
He stared at Leaf, as if contemplating the future.
Yelena, I see your intelligence is a family trait. I hope you both decide to stay.
A determined line formed along my brother's jaw. Leaf could be stubborn, and perhaps he viewed changing the commander's mind about magicians as a challenge. A messenger arrived and handed a scroll to the commander. After reading the message, he stood.
Please enjoy the rest of your dinner. I have some matters to attend to.
He left, taking his guards and Star with him. Before Star followed him, She flashed me a calculating look. The commander's opinions about magic and magicians replayed in my mind as we returned to the guest suite. Although I agreed with Leaf that Ixians with magical powers should not be killed, I also felt magic corrupted. Even Rose, the most powerful magician in Sitia, had been affected. To fear my potential as a soul finder was one thing, to support Cahill was another. When we arrived at our quarters, I pulled Leaf into my room.
What's the matter?
He asked. I want to contact Iris, see what's going on in the Citadel.
What I want to know is, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
Since crossing the border, you have changed, treating Moonman like a traitor and not trusting anyone. If you decide to stay as the commander's advisor, you'll be a traitor to Sitia. What happened to liaison Yelena, the neutral third party?
To be a liaison, I need to have support of both parties. Are you going to help me contact Iris, or lecture me? Leaf grumbled and pouted, but agreed to share his energy. I lay on the bed and drew power, projecting my awareness south to the keep. Bypassing the busy thoughts of the Citadel's inhabitants, I searched the campus for Iris. I couldn't find her within her tower, but I sensed a faint echo, as if the scent of her soul remained behind after she had left the room. Odd. I moved on to the keep's other towers, hoping Iris was visiting with another master. Zitora's thoughts were walled off from intruders. Bane's tower had that same odd feeling as Iris's, and the cold barrier of Rose's mind slammed into me. I bounced off and retreated, but an icy wind sucked me back toward her. This time her barrier was down, and cold fingers clamped around my awareness, pulling me into her mind.
Searching for someone?
Rose asked. I refused to answer.
You make it so easy, Yelena.
Rose laughed.
I knew you would contact Iris. You won't be able to talk to her, I'm afraid. The council decided Masters Iris and Bane were engaged in treasonous activities. They're currently in the keep's cells.
Chapter 21.
How did you manage to frame 2 master magicians, Rose?
I said, suppressing my shock and outrage.
They refused to sign the letter to the commander, and they have been stalwart defenders of you and your brother.
She said the word brother with heated contempt.
They doubted Cahill's word. Cahill, who single-handedly increased the strength of our army with Davian warriors.
Those warriors are not there to help you. They're there to use you.
I'm not going to take advice from you.
Rose tightened her grip on my consciousness.
A simpleton who's about to lose her mind.
She peeled the layers of my consciousness away with a knife made of ice. Cold stabbed deep into the core of my thoughts, attempting to expose what I kept hidden.
Thinking of becoming an advisor to the commander? What a laugh. After I'm done with you, you won't be able to advise a baby on how to suck its thumb.
Unable to pull away, I panicked. Leaf's energy poured into me, but I still couldn't break free. Flayed by her Arctic magic, I remained helpless.
Valak was in Sitia to assassinate the council. Most interesting,
she said.
Desperate, and knowing I couldn't sever her hold, I reached closer to her, searching for a part of her I could control. Her soul. I tugged at the ghost-like force,
smelling its rotten stench, and feeling it fray as if her soul was splitting into multiple personalities. Rose jolted in horror and expelled me from her grip. As I escaped, her words reached me.
Try to rescue Iris and Bane. Come to the Citadel. We're ready for you.
Rose yanked a defensive wall between us, breaking our link. I returned to my body, feeling exhausted and weak. Leaf loomed over me. What happened? I lost you! I got caught by Rose. My thoughts returned to what she had said about Iris and Bane. And I broke free before she could dissect all my thoughts. What did she find out? I told him she knew about the commander's offer and about Valak being in Sitia. He creased his thick eyebrows as he considered. Knowing about Valak could be a good thing. The Council can take measures to protect themselves in case Valak comes back. If Rose warns them, their deaths may be exactly what she wants. No. Rose wants what is best for Sitia. She's a strong-willed person, and many councillors are swayed by her arguments, but I don't believe she would use murder or magic to get her way. I shook my head. After the attack, I knew she would resort to both to get what she wants. You were her student. Of course you still hold charitable thoughts for her. I know her better than you. Leaf's voice huffed with anger. I've worked for her and with her for 9 years. Her methods can be harsh, but her concern is always for Sitia. She has always supported Cahill's desire to become king of Ixia. In her mind, your soul finder abilities are a threat to Sitia. And I'm starting to agree with her. Leaf stormed from the room. I wondered what had really upset Leaf. In my opinion, Rose was a murderer. She didn't kill the body, but she destroyed minds without any remorse. Look at Marek. But then again, I had done the same thing with Ferde. At least I admitted to being a killer. Was I any better? No. My mind sorted through all the information from Rose. Rescuing Iris and Bane became a priority. I needed eyes and ears inside the Citadel's walls, and a way to get messages inside the keep.